Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Birmingham, England. My name is Baker and I am joined by one of the game designers for the Disney Lorcana trading card game from Ravensburger. This is Tim. Hello Tim, how are you doing?
Hello there, I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. It's a pleasure to have you. Now we're going to be going very shortly over to our players table where two of my fellow broadcasters are going to be playing a little bit of Pack Rush. We'll get to that very shortly, but while I've got you Tim, I've got to take advantage and just pick your brain a little bit. You've been one of the minds behind this game for a long time now. I believe this is your fourth event that you're DLC that you've been to everyone so far. Lille, Bochum, Bologna and now Birmingham. How's it been? How's the experience been?
It's absolutely amazing. Like, it's so great seeing like all those friendly faces, all those players enjoying the game that you're working on so long, and seeing the reactions and hearing the feedback. It's just great.
From the early days, did you think it was going to be this big? Did you think it had that potential at least?
I mean, it definitely had that potential, and like we've all been working really hard for that. I mean, the success is amazing and it's so great how everything is turning out, and of course more than we were even hoping for, but it's great.
Yeah, but I imagine the entire Ravensburger team are just incredibly proud, and you should be, and we're so thankful for all of you for this amazing card game that we've all fallen in love with. I'm not going to ask you to predict a winner, because I know you don't like to do that for these challenges, but I would like to ask you, what's a deck that you're enjoying playing with at the moment? It doesn't have to be the highest competitive, it could be fun. What's a deck that you're enjoying at the moment?
I'm totally enjoying playing Ruby Steel.
Okay, okay, very rare. Is that because you beat me with it in Bologna? Maybe.
No, not only in Bologna.
Bochum as well. All right, fair enough. Is it still that hero variant?
Yeah, it's still the hero variant, and yeah, I'm enjoying playing Li Sheng and then who's with me to just give everything 2 strings, and then they can quest for more. It's just a really cool surprise to finish with that off with cards that no one is really using so much. So I enjoy doing that.
It's nice to try out different decks, and Ruby Steel is very underrepresented. So I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, it's great to have Tim here, and he's going to be joining me for a little commentary as we do some Pack Rush. So let's talk a little bit about Pack Rush. This is an official way of playing the game that has been presented by Ravensburger for events, this Pack Rush style. The idea is that both players have 2 packs of whatever sets we are currently on. So at the moment we're on Shimmering Sky. So each player will get a copy of these, 2 of these. You play to 15 lore. That is your win condition. And the way you start the game is you open up a pack, you take out the 2 marketing cards. Sometimes in previous sets it was puzzle pieces, but here we've got the marketing for the new Learn to Play guide for newer players. Those 2 instantly become ink. So you start the game with 2 ink, you shuffle up, you don't look at any of the cards, just open 2 packs, take out the marketing cards, shuffle them up, you play to 15, you start with 5 cards in your hand. Is there anything I've missed under the Pack Rush?
That was perfect.
Nailed it, absolutely wonderful. And we do have 2 of our broadcast partners. We've got Ed Templar, the newest member of the commentary team, and of course Ross, who's going to be up against each other. And that Rapunzel backdrop is just absolutely stunning, Tim. A lot of players going to hopefully be very happy to take home that promo card. But yeah, I'm super excited to this. What I like about Pack Rush, Tim, is it allows people to play with cards that you wouldn't normally see, right?
Yeah, and it's also really great that like no matter what skill level you have in Disney Lorcana, like you can just pick it up and you can enjoy playing that, and you like normally when you have constructed, everything is kinda predictable for really good players, but now with Pack Rush, like everything can happen and anyone can play and win.
No, I think you're absolutely right. When it comes to meta play, we expect to know what sort of cards and decks we're going to see, but for Sealed, Draft or Pack Rush, it's just great to play with some of these cards that we don't normally get the opportunity to have a go with. But yeah, here we go. We've got Ross and Ed. They've both opened their packs. They've shuffled up. You can see the 2 marketing cards that are on the board already as ink. So they can, on their first turn, still ink, right?
Yes, they can still ink. So you can start off with 3 ink and therefore, yeah, go a lot faster into the game. And that 15 is coming close soon.
For sure. What happens if we go through all of the deck?
Well, if you go through all of the deck, you just shuffle up the discard and then you just redo it. Like, there should not be a case where you're just out of cards and it's just...
We don't do deck out rule. Like
no, we are not doing deck out rule there. But it also never happens. Like, it's funny. Like, you don't go through all the deck. Like, the game finished before.
Yeah, no, it's still quite a lot of cards. But there we go. Our players have put down their marketing. They have mulliganed. They might not. They might not have mulliganed yet. We're going to roll to see who's going to go first. Ross with the 5. And Tim, we're in this situation where you can potentially start with 2 or even 3 ink. Does that change your mulligan in what you're looking for here?
I mean, yeah, of course. Like, you don't need to keep those 1 or 2 drops. Like, most of the time when I'm playing Pack Rush, I'm even playing without mulligan. It's just like you draw 5, you play, right? So, and also you don't really know what you're looking for.
Exactly.
So it's always like, I don't know what's in my deck. Like, I was playing a game of Pack Rush yesterday actually, and it was I had Pete that is like on exert ability to look for the top card, and if it's a Pete, you can play it for free, right? I was doing that for 3 turns in a row, of course, not finding any Pete, and then I was not doing it next turn, and then I draw for a turn, I draw Pete.
Of course, so it was in there, you just weren't lucky enough to hit it.
Yep.
That sounds about right, doesn't it? Right, I believe our mulligan is done, unless they're still taking their time on it. But yeah, just doing this while the players for the main event are having their lunch break. Of course, we like to provide that little bit of time for people to eat, get a drink of water, go out and get some fresh air. And it's a long day of Lorcana. We want people to be focused. And Ross is starting. We do ink the, what's it called, that Kuzco card? It's new. I'm still learning it. What's it called, Tim? It's a sapphire card with Kuzco on it.
I think it's called All Fund Out.
All Fund Out. That is exactly it. That was the one that hit the inkwell. And if I can get a bit of a better view of what's on the board there, is it one of the new Brother Bear cards?
It's one of the Brother Bear cards. So I think it's Kenai or Coda. I couldn't see it very well, but
sure, we'll see it in a moment. We're going to see that Prince John inked from Ed Templar. I was saying to Ed earlier, I love the art on those where they're all trying to get into the party. And down comes is that Archimedes.
Yes,
certainly is. Tell us about this Archimedes, Tim.
So he is really good in Pack Rush because he has evasive, and you can play him pretty much turn 1 because you're starting with 2 ink plus 1 is 3. So he can quest for 2 and therefore is really dangerous if you can't deal with evasive.
That's it, yeah, because obviously some players in Constructed will build to be able to deal with evasive or have things like Medusa or Brawl, but with Pack Rush, there's no guarantee that you have any way of interacting with this character. And that changes how you play the game, right? Because then you're in a situation where you might be forced to like race the game as opposed to trying to control the board. So yeah, I really like this Archimedes for Ed. And
I think Ross is exactly trying that. He's playing Mickey that can also quest for 2 and just immediately questing. He's like, yeah, I can't deal with Archimedes. So I started, so I would go questing first.
Yep, just try and win that race. We see the Prince John's Mirror in Ed's hand. A card that I'm not a fan of. I don't like discard, Tim, but it can be very powerful, especially to these like Amethyst decks that like to build up a nice big hand or even Steel Song with a whole new world. We'll see if it puts any work in this game. It does come down. No Prince John.
No, it's going to ink.
Oh, it's going to the ink?
I mean, you don't have that many cards in Pack Rush, right? You start with 5 cards in hand, you ink, you play something.
Yeah.
So you're not on many cards, so it's definitely an ink option.
It's not something you're likely to get much value of in this particular format. But yeah, just hitting the inkwell instead. You can also play it 1 cheaper if you've got a Prince John, though, worth bearing in mind. And try and get a better look at Ed's hand here. I can see one of those 7 dwarf. I see a couple of the 7 dwarf knights. Big fan of those, by the way. I love the theming for them. And I believe that's the song from Tangled. I'm still learning some of the names of these new set 5 cards.
I mean, that's also something where Pack Rush is really good, right? Instead of just opening the packs for cards you need, you just go and play Pack Rush, and meanwhile you're learning the set and all the cards that exist. So
would you say this is a nice way to teach the game as well?
It is a really nice way to teach the game. I love doing Pack Rush when I do Challenger Dev on events and people are not that experienced yet, or like, oh, I only brought a starter deck, and then I'm always like, say, oh, let's play Pack Rush instead. And then you can teach, you can give advices, and many times they win, and it's just cool.
And I bet it's nice if you see that sort of like light that passion in them for it, and you can see them like, oh, I'm interested in this, I want to learn this more. So very successessul. Oh, did we deal with the evasive Archimedes?
Yes, Glimmer versus Glimmer. So you banish one of your characters to banish an opponent's Glimmer. Or character in that matter. So
well, Glimmer versus you were right. They are indeed glimmers. If you're new to Lorcana, our characters are glimmers. A wonderful story of Lorcana, which is anyone that wants to go to the effort of learning more about the story. There's plenty of paragraphs on the Disney Lorcana website, which I highly recommend going to check out. A beautiful narrative of this game. Ed's going to ink even more. I think we're up to 1, 2, 3. We're up to 6 ink. Just the Archimedes in the discard. We're
it's just 5.
Oh, is it 5? You may be right. Down comes one of those 7 dwarf knights.
Yep.
And I think we're challenging into the Mickey Mouse here, taking that. But yeah, that Glimmer versus Glimmer, I love that shot from the trailer of Hades and Hercules arm wrestling. I love the whole theming of like the food fight that's going on. I think that's a really interesting way of interpreting what a challenge is in Disney Lorcana. It doesn't always have to be a fight, right?
No,
Sometimes it could be an arm wrestling competition, it could be a dance-off, or it could be a food fight. Love the theming for that. Over to Ross. He does not look happy.
No, he's not happy at all. He's playing Donald Duck, a Detective Donald. So that's a good card because he can challenge now Ed's characters without Donald getting banished. So that's working for him. Let's see if Ed just puts more characters on the board.
Yeah, we'll see. This Donald Duck focused flat foot, very similar to the Mickey Detective, but a couple more expensive, inkable, but a bigger body. So definitely a nice threat to put down onto the board. More than likely we'll be able to deal with at least one of these dwarves. We're going to see Ed play. There's that Rapunzel song.
Yes, I think
it's ready and draw a card, right?
No, it is an opponent's character cannot challenge during their next turn, and you draw a card. So it's pretty much like the frying pan that we know from the first chapter. But in a song now and withdraw a card. So, yeah. When will my life begin?
Rapunzel is certainly growing, isn't she? Just like that hair. Yeah, no, nice addition. And again, just harking back to what we said, when would you ever normally see these sort of cards? Well, to be fair, I've seen Tim run some pretty strange decks in the past, but I don't think I've ever seen this one come out. Ross holding just a couple of cards. I can see he's got the Donald Duck and Revive there, which is very strong. It allows you to bring back a character from the discard pile of 5 cost or less, I do believe.
Yes, so he's playing Revive to bring back Mickey, I think.
Yep, I think that might be one of the only choices he's got, to be honest.
He could have also played the Donald, keep the Revive, and when his Donald is banished, to just bring him back again. But no, Donald is going to Inkwell, right? So when he's banished? No,
just one play.
He's doing that on play, yeah.
So you could potentially have recycled that ability, but then are we getting more in danger of decking out the amount of cards from the top we're putting into the Inkwell?
Sure, and also he's not planning on losing that Donald.
No. And I think in this position, Ross is better suited to win the race if it just comes down to a course of turning sideways. So I quite like the play. Let's see how Ed can respond. We're going to see, is that Fauna hitting the Inkwell? One of our good fairies.
Yes.
One of our good fairies.
I think that was the one from last turn. He was just not flipping it, right? Because he's just now putting Fix-It Felix Jr. into ink and playing Sherwood Forest.
I'm going to have to tell off Ed for putting his discard pile on the same row as his Inkwell.
Yeah, that is a bit confusing. And is he playing an Ed? Yeah, Ed plays an Ed.
Ed plays Ed. Yeah, the resemblance is uncanny, should I say.
Oh, I love that.
I like the Sherwood Forest as well, Tim. Giving ward to any character that moves there.
Yep.
Robin Hoods can move there for free. And I believe you can exert a character there to do 2 damage to a character that already has a damage counter on it.
Yes, so
there we go.
It's really strong if you have like some of your weaker character with lower strengths and just challenge, and then you can finish it off with something without losing your own characters.
If, to be honest, even in constructed play recently, I was up against an Emerald Steel deck that was using this to give war to Diablo.
Yeah, that
was pretty
so
interesting.
Good.
Down comes that Donald Duck. Enjoying the party, throwing darts at balloon. I think he's trying to win a prize for his date, right?
Oh, yeah.
Good duck. That's what we like to see.
And it's so thematic, putting him and the Mickey dancer there. So just showing like all the fun that is going on in skies.
We just need to see the Minnie Mouse come down now. And we got a lot of the party. Ross is repping the Mickey Mouse party and friends. And Ed Templar, a combination of dwarves and hyenas chilling at the forest. That's what I love about Lorcana, like these situations that you would never expect to see. And hey, maybe I'm just an ultra geek and I love like geeking out on the story of the game, but I like it. It's fun. I enjoy it. Ross not happy at this moment in time.
Why is he not happy? Like he's just like, I'm going to 19 lore. And I mean, okay, Ed who can quest for 3. And I don't think there's any characters that can deal directly with Ed, so Ross would need to have 2 characters challenge him. And he's playing the Amethyst Chromicon, so they both can draw a card.
Super good card. We've seen that in competitive play in either aggro decks or
is that Donald? No, that's Stitch. That's Stitch.
That's Stitch. But yeah, this Chromicon showing up a lot in Jafar as well to help you draw more cards. And down comes...
Stitch is now really good because he can now deal direct damage.
2 damage, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, uninkable. I believe it's 1/4 and 2 damage on play to any character. So like a built-in fire the cannons or baboom.
Yeah, and if he could follow up with something at Sherwood Forest to just like finish that off now that the character's damaged. But I think he's just doing it with challenge. Yeah, he's challenging with his dwarf and getting the Donald, or one of the Donalds now, away.
Yeah, definitely the one that was providing the bigger threat at this point in time, questing for 2 and a bigger body. So that seems like a fair trade. I'm sure that 7 dwarf was quite happy to make that sacrifice for Snow White.
He's also challenging the Mickey, and then he's questing with that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, so 3 damage on the Mickey, questing up to 9 apiece at this point.
And the good thing now that Mickey has damage, that means he can no longer challenge Ed, because he can't be challenged by damaged characters, meaning that now Ross cannot use both his Donald and Mickey together to get rid of Ed.
Yep, he would need something with Rush, which, hey, maybe there's something that Ross pulled with that, but other than that, this Ed is going to stick around for at least another turn, and that puts a 2-turn clock on Ross, because Ed can quest next turn for quite a bit, so Ross does need to try and control the board here a little bit.
He's giving now Challenger +2 to his Donald that can then take out Ed, so that was really good.
Clever.
Because now Donald would not be no longer able to challenge Ed now with damage on him, but that's enough.
Yeah, super nice response. This hypnotic strength, super interesting card, and part of this.
And there's your Mini.
Oh, she's there. Oh,
the dancing Mini.
We have the whole crew together. I love it. Someone screenshot this. No, I do like these Jafar cards that we're seeing. What I was saying not long ago about the stories that you're releasing on Lorcana.com, got a really interesting one between Basil and Jafar as well, which I was a big fan of. Love that depicted through the artwork as well. So many little secrets in the art of Lorcana as well. Like the more you give it, the more it gives you back, I feel. Maybe that's cheesy, but I'm kind of cheesy.
Yeah, and I mean, now seeing the story unfolds, and like you mentioned with Basil and Jafar, if you actually look back at the first trailer, when the first time we're showing off Basil, you already see that he's hypnotized already.
Is that so?
Yes.
Oh, a little reveal. I suppose not reveal, it's been in plain sight, just people haven't seen it. Let us know in chat, have you, be honest now, did you cotton on to that clue was already that, you saying the chapter 1?
No, not in chapter 1, but when
Basil was released, so that was Rise of the Floodborn, I believe.
I mean when we hinted set 5, or when the first things came out, right?
Gotcha.
But without the cards being there, so you could already see that Basil is hypnotized.
Gotcha.
And then later on, when the set released, of course, people caught up to that when reading the flavor text. So
that was after, and then it went back and showed you how that happened in a way.
Yeah, it was not that much in advance, like the Mickey Detective, for example, already hinting at Ursula with the seagrass. But yeah, there are more things. To be discovered.
I bet there are. I mean, for anyone that's played Ursula's, Deep Trouble, the Illumineers quest, so much payoff in that set from the art, and you can see what led there from like the Prince Eric and the Minnie Mouse Diver from the previous sets. I'm obsessed. Absolutely obsessed. Here is Ross again, once again, with the wild arm motion showing he is not a happy bunny at all.
Just like getting rid of all of Ed's characters, but not looking happy. I think he's...
Maybe this pile of ink, Tim. And Ed, I'm going to have to tell him to not put his discard on the same row as his inkwell. Quite a lot of ink for Ed there. He's holding let's see if I can get it's going down. It's the Singer...
Gazelle?
Yeah, Gazelle. Yep, so that's a 2/3 body, quest for 2, and Singer 5. Super interesting. Another potential option for Steel Song decks. Most are using Aerial, and you could also utilize Gaston Baritone Bully, who has 3 strength, which is important. But questing for 2 is pretty good, Tim.
Yeah, it's definitely what you need here to catch up to Ross. And he's also putting it into Sherwood Forest to just give it ward, and therefore maybe avoid some more unforeseen actions from Ross.
Who knows what Ross has got in the rest of that deck. And of course, we could also potentially use the other ability of Sherwood Forest, where we exert to do damage to a damaged character.
I mean, he could not do that with his Gazelle now, because you need to exert, and therefore it needs to already be dry. Yeah, he could have used the Stitch for that, if he moved Stitch there, but I think instead he's just questing. Ross right now does not have the opportunity to finish the game, but neither has Ed, so...
Yep, Ross can push to 13. Will he opt to take that route, or does he want to try and maybe affect this Stitch? Probably safe to leave the Sherwood Forest alone. There's no passive law on it, is there?
No, there's no passive law on that.
So yeah, Ross may be incentivized just to race here?
Probably. I mean, I would just like go for it. Just quest.
Yep.
Because Ed does not have enough to get rid of all the characters, and when his Vanellope is questing, he can also give -1 strength to one of the characters until the beginning of your next turn. So he can even weaken one of the characters.
And we're extending even more with a couple more bodies. I think that's Flora. It's Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather. I think that's Flora. But one of the good fairies, and also the Maleficent that's also not being allowed into the party, Tim. Poor villains aren't invited.
I don't know. The invitation must have been lost.
Of course
somewhere.
it was.
Like, but because of that, she's helping with the decoration. So.
Oh, I see. And cursing someone, probably, knowing Maleficent. Yeah, we are just going to turn a lot of our characters sideways, questing all the way up to 13. So Ross is 2 off from game.
But you see that card there on the bottom from Ross? There's Maleficent being invited to the party from Mickey and Donald and Vanellope,
so
right?
she did get invited in the end.
She did get invited in the end to the party. And she could finish out the game because she quests for 2.
They're going to be glad they invited her then, if that's the case. Ed definitely incentivized to interrupt this board here, but I don't know if he's going to be able to interact with the Maleficent or the Good Fairy.
A Pete of his Amethyst Chromicon, and the other card is Earth Giant, who just makes Ross draw another card, but none of them can do anything right now.
No. Earth Giant I actually quite like. I think it's got a really good body for its cost. Of course, you never like your opponent drawing cards, but...
Well, unless you have Prince John's Mirror, right?
Exactly, or like just building up to You Have Forgotten Me, Whole New World, things like that. So, yeah, I'm a big fan. That Revive. Oh, no, I think that was already in his discard.
Yeah, that was the discard.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Ed is just like realizing he's not doing much now. Just
Pete hits the board.
Yeah.
The bad guy.
Yeah, he's just playing his characters, and then there is the GG. And Ross is winning that.
Yeah, I mean, he looked very... he didn't look...
He's still not looking happy, right?
Yeah, no.
It's just one, okay.
Maybe that's just his happy face. Maybe that's how he celebrates. But yeah, huge congratulations to Ross coming out on top in that game. And yeah, like we were saying at the beginning, Tim, it's great to talk about some of these cards that we wouldn't normally. And again, nice to highlight some of the art and the story going on. But yeah, Pack Rush is such an incredible way to play the game.
Oh, and look now.
Oh!
That's a really good pull there.
He's had 2. He had a Robin Hood and now the Clarabelle. It's beginner's luck, mate. I'm telling you. And what's Ross's star card here?
I think it's the Maleficent.
The Floodborn one.
Yes. Also invited to his packs.
Also, double Maleficent. Oh, so he could have actually had the shift
yeah, he
online.
could have shifted that.
Again, and that's another cool thing about Pack Rush when you realize if you have got these combo cards and that you're looking for. Super good fun. And yeah, we highly recommend you trying it out, whether it's because you're a beginner, you're still learning the game, maybe you're very experienced and you're teaching someone the game, or maybe you are 2 TCG veterans just looking to have a bit of a laugh with some Pack Rush. Once again, just go over the rules really quickly. You open 2 packs, the marketing cards go straight down onto the table as your immediate ink. Don't look, I mean, you can look at them if you want to, but I think it's funner to not look at them.
Yeah.
If you're thinking to yourself, oh, but what if there's an enchanted in there? I mean, you could just sleeve them upside down. To be fair, shout out to Ryan Mills, who in the latest Lorecast did talk about this, and he said, hey, if you really are that worried, maybe just look at the bottom one, and if it's enchanted, maybe sleeve it up. But I think that's also part of the fun, because I believe Meg actually pulled it enchanted in the game that they were having. So that was super, super cool. And yeah, Pack Rush is an awful lot of fun. Are you going to be looking to play some Pack Rush over the weekend?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like I've been definitely looking for games over the weekend too, playing people with the decks I brought and also with Pack Rush. So yeah, looking forward to it and looking forward to open an Enchanted, hopefully.
Of course you will. What an incredible weekend. Once again, Tim, thank you so much for joining me for some commentary for this. It's always great to get to pick your brain. I know just how passionate you are about this game, and I know how proud you are. Not just you, the whole team, Steve, Ryan, the list goes on, but I know you love this game. It's great to see it, what it's achieved, and yeah, great to have you involved. Always a pleasure to be able to pick your brain. But we are going to go to a short break, and if we've got time, maybe we'll have some more Pack Rush in a little while. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Birmingham, England. You can see the sights of our little video header at the beginning there. I am joined by Joe Curley, and we are in the lounge, Joe.
Yeah.
It's nice to be here.
It's very nice.
It's
isn't
comfy, right?
It is. We've got a golden Mickey within touching distance. I can almost smell it, Baker.
Oh, goodness me. It is pretty, isn't it? I'm going to look at the number. I was being teased by the lads earlier trying to get people to talk. Oh, that's a pretty good number, Joe. That is a pretty good number. But yeah, it's nice to be here in the lounge. It's great to have a bigger broadcasting team so that we can do these different ways of presenting the show. We've got the casters over there, and we're just going to have a chat about some of the meta decks in the format at the moment, Joe.
I do love talking about decks.
Yep.
Also, a nice addition to this event is there's quite a big crowd watching the games happen not too far away from where we are. So big shout out to all the people watching the event, of course at home, but also over there as well. You might have just heard them.
I think we can do a little better than that. People at home, make some noise!
Yeah, there we go. That was good.
That was good fun. I enjoyed that. I'm going to take advantage of that again. But yeah, it's been a fantastic day so far. We've been through 3 rounds. The players are on or just finishing their lunch break, which is great that we provide that, give the charter players the chance to step away for a minute, get a bite to eat, get some fresh air.
Of course, as well, for the international players, a really good opportunity to take in the famous British cuisine while they're here, getting some beans for lunch, I'm sure. I know our production team, who are mainly Germans, have just been really raving about the food that they're having. We were in Italy, Bologna last
We were
time.
raving about the British breakfast
Yeah, we were very happy
this morning. We were very happy with that. But yeah, it's been a great day so far. It is not over yet. We've got 6 more rounds, 2-game format, and tomorrow the top 64 players will be moving on to the top cut, where it becomes single elimination, open deck list. So all players will, as they sit down next to each other, they'll be handed each other's deck list, so they know the exact colours, they know the exact counts. 2 out of 3, we must have a definitive winner and some incredible prizes to take home, along with, of course, qualifying potentially, if you make top 16, for the European Championships, which has been announced officially at Disneyland Paris.
Wow, that's going to be exciting, Baker. And of course, Set 5 Shimmering Skies is the first event for Disney Lorcana Challenge that's been Shimmering Skies. And I would love Baker to talk a little bit about some decks. We've seen so much variety already today. We've seen a lot of Amethyst, Sapphire. But what's the first deck we're going to take a bit of a deeper look at?
Yeah, so the first one we're going to look at is definitely a deck that has been performing quite well this season. Dropped off a lot last season, unfortunately. I think mostly due to bucking. But EA Tempo, just win the game. A super good deck. This is a deck that did really well in set 3. I do want to give a shout out to Artabax, a very well-known player in the community. He's the all-father of EA Tempo, and it is making a comeback, Joe. We're seeing it do very well so far, this format. Do you want to talk us through a little bit what this deck does?
Yeah, Emerald Amethyst is a very popular combo. I think it was even quite popular in set 4, despite having a horrendous matchup into those Emerald Steel Bucky decks, which were so prevalent. With Bucky being removed, I think that Emerald Amethyst finds itself in a really good position. Lyle Tiberius Rourke, I think in particular, is a bit of a centerpiece. Being able to sing friends on the other side, it's a card which helps you deal with Daisy Ducks, helping steal lore away from your opponent, but then you've also got the potential of being quite quick with Emerald cards. We see one of the new Hyenas, which is questing for 2 Banzai, but also in the longer games with the Amethyst bounce package, you really have that staying power. So you've just got a deck which is very flexible. You can control the board, draw lots of cards, but you also have that potential to go quite quickly if going first.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and there's a reason that this deck is known as a tempo deck, because there's so many of these cards, especially the Emerald package, is so good at putting you in positions where you are the aggressor in the game, whether that's controlling the board or controlling lore. You make your opponent have to take turns off of what they would ordinarily like to do to deal with your board. And you mentioned a card like Lyle Tiberius Rourke, and there's other cards that give Reckless, like Jack, even John Silver from Chapter 1, if you fancy it. And giving Reckless to characters like Daisy Duck, or characters that would just like to be questing, can be super good. You can get around it by using singing with those characters, but Lyle in particular, I think, is so good, along with the ability to, whenever a character on your board is banished, they lose a lore, which can really upset their tempo. So yeah, I think EA Tempo is very well positioned this season.
Yeah, and also particularly Amethyst synergy with Lyle is really, really high. I mentioned friends on the other side already, but Chernobogs and Magic Brooms, which, you know, I love, with the library in there as well. If you banish your Chernobogs followers, you might just draw 1 card. Normally, if it's in the library, you draw 2. Yep. And if you've got Lyle on the board, your opponent also loses a lore. So there's all kinds of really interesting synergies. And I have to say, I think Emerald Amethyst, in terms of deck building, is one of the most interesting I've seen this format. There's quite a popular list. doing the rounds, which has 61 cards, but there's so many interesting counts of cards. Like there might be like 1 or 2 Arnas, there might be very, very different things depending on the deck builder, and that can make it a really unpredictable deck to deal with.
Yeah, it's super interesting. Like some players going for this more toolbox sort of variant, as you say, with loads of different options. But I think also in particular for EA Tempo, the ability to do this game plan and then having Ursa Deceiver so that you can snipe away those songs that would upset the game plan, that's huge. So yeah, EA Tempo looking like it could be a really strong deck. But let's talk about another one that I know you are a huge fan of, Joe. Let's talk a little bit about some Amethyst and some Steel. This is a combination I know you know well. This is a deck that you beat me with at the Ursa's Return Set Championship in the final. And tell me how you did it, Joe.
Well, Amethyst Steel's in a really interesting position because it's usually just the go-to deck, which is just good. But you have to really find what the meta is and then build your deck accordingly. You have so many different options. Cards like Benja, for example, in an item-heavy meta, which I would say we're kind of finding ourselves in quite an item-heavy meta, can really apply quite a bit of pressure. There is, of course, the option to go down the route of Jafar.
I was hoping you'd bring that up.
In Amethyst Steel, but I think more recently we've probably seen players just preferring what we might call a mid-range deck, which has got a little bit of questing power, a little bit of control power. While it doesn't look the best on its own, if you can get the right tech cards for each matchup in the metagame, it could be a really strong deck. My fear for Amethyst Steel coming into Shimmering Skies is that the meta is so diverse and so open, you might just struggle to get the list which can beat everything.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. And I'm glad you hearkened on to Jafar. It's a super fun way of playing the deck. Very different, though. As I've mentioned a couple of times, I've done a lot of data research lately. And in the last 3 weeks, there's been 8 Amethyst Steel decks that have topped that were low range, and then 3 Jafars. So it is still around, but doesn't seem to be performing as well as the Amethyst Steel. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Benja, because this is a card that I think a lot of people are sleeping on at the moment. It was a card that we've seen a lot in the past. I know you played 4 last set in your Amethyst Steel, very wisely so. Great for popping those Fishbone Quills early, things like that. But there's also a lot of players recently that are playing that Lantern in Steel Song, which is a very powerful deck. I think Benjas are important to remove that as well. Would you be, if you were Amethyst Steel, would you be on a Benja count this weekend?
Yep, I certainly would. I think Benja is that kind of card which you tend to play 3 or 4 copies of if you've got it. Gives you that flexibility to mulligan it away. You don't necessarily want to hold on to it in the opening hand, but you're very often happy to see it on turn 3. We actually saw it in round 1, the game we were casting together as well, and just being able to come in, remove an item, disrupt some card draw, and then quest for 2 can be very powerful.
Well. That's a very good body to have on the board. Have we gained any new tools from set 5 that you think has really benefited Amethyst Steel?
Good question. I think Pete is going to be the most popular. Of course, Pete, you can repeat and replay Pete with the bounce package of Amethyst. I think people were really excited for that, but it hasn't quite found a consistent home, I think, so far. But all it takes is one player crafting that perfect 60-card deck, or 61 if you really want to. I wouldn't advise it personally, but all it takes is one player to find that list, and then suddenly I think Amethyst Steel could be everywhere. It's definitely got the potential. I think you need to be a very, very strong player to pilot such a deck, because you need to know each matchup inside out. And I think also, Baker, the fact that it is one of the less popular decks coming into this weekend, that it might actually be a pretty good deck for that reason. Your opponent might not know how to play against it perfectly, and that can make all the difference.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think it's kind of a common pattern of just Steel decks in general tend to have a really high skill tier to really, like Sapphire Steel, for an example, not been great this season, but in the past, it's always been thought of a deck that is so strong, but is the most punishing to misplays. If you ink wrong, if you take the wrong line, then that can be quite harmful. Here's a little look at Sapphire Steel. Let's talk a little bit about Sapphire Steel. This is a deck, as I just said, in previous sets, definitely sets 3 and 4, this was super strong. There's a lot of very passionate fans of Sapphire Steel. The likes of people like Harlan Sweet are a big fan of this deck, Sky, and we've seen it do really, really well, but throughout set 5 so far, you're just not seeing it at all, Joe. Why do you think that is?
A lot of Sapphire Steel players just don't think this deck got quite enough new cards this set. Having said that, the combination of Fishbone Quill and A Whole New World, I think, is always going to be very, very strong. And while I don't think Sapphire Steel is going to be particularly popular this weekend compared with previous sets, I'd be really surprised if we don't see at least 1 or 2 make the top cut.
Yeah, no, I think it will absolutely be represented in top 64, and it just goes to show you, I know we keep saying this, but I do want to hammer it home for the people at home. It's such an open meta. Yep. Yes, we probably have the 3 or 4 best decks, but other things can do really well. I'm sure that will be well represented tomorrow when we see our top cut. But there's one more deck that I do want to talk about, and that's some Amber Ruby Mufasa. Now, I know that Ed and Ross had a little chat about this, but me and you always have a little chat about Mufasa when we're doing these events. It's a deck that we enjoy watching. Is it any good at the moment? Did it get any new tools? I know there's one card in particular that you're a big fan of adding to the deck.
I think it got a lot of new tools, actually. I think that it got Sven, which is a card not everyone's playing. It's a 4-cost character, which can ready a character. While they can't challenge or quest for the rest of the turn, they can still exert to use an ability. And I think there's some really interesting synergies in there with Gaston. You can exert Gaston on turn 3, play Sven, ready Gaston, and go again. You can get 2 Svens down and a 2-cost character. And I think another big powerhouse card is potentially the Wreck-It Ralph. It can add a princess character from your discard to your hand. You gain 2 lore, and I think being able to gain lore and add a Rapunzel back to your hand could be really powerful. I also think there's some interesting builds of Amber Ruby. You could go more aggressive with Daisy Duck. You could play Lanterns in there. I think that's something we saw Ruby Amber doing way back when, and maybe with Lantern making a bit of a comeback into Steel Song, some players might have been inspired by that as well.
Yeah, and an interesting, like, obviously Mufasa, you want to take advantage of being able to cheat in some of these bigger characters. So we see people trying all sorts, maybe even, because we're playing the 1-drop Mulan anyway to synergize with the Rapunzel, seeing some players playing the Floodborn one, which could be a real, like, mind game in the event of, like, okay, if they have the big Mulan and they shift, they wipe my whole board here. So sometimes, even if you're not playing the Floodborn Mulan, just having the 1-drop on board makes your opponent ask those questions, and is it worth turning sideways at this particular moment?
I really like Ruby Amber. I think it's a deck, if I was playing this weekend, I would have seriously considered testing. My concern for the deck is, while it can be very strong going first, it has historically struggled going second. And at a Disney Lorcana challenge, it is so important your deck is able to win consistently while going second, because you need those bonus points. You need those 2-0 victories, which means you need to be consistently able to win going second. And that's probably my biggest concern. I think also, interestingly, Baker, while Mufasa is the centerpiece card, I feel like some players build too heavily into that high roll potential. Yeah, cards like Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, while it's tremendous when Mufasa hits it, it doesn't happen that often.
Especially because we're not ramping yet, like you said, like we include maybe some Lanterns, maybe Gastons, but it's still quite hard to get to that 9 mark.
Yep.
So I think you're right, it's probably only really worth it if you are getting the Mufasa hit, which realistically is going to happen maybe 1 in 10 games, something like that. So yeah, I think you could be making a good point. What are some, like, would you go for a non-character package and like lean less into the Mufasa?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because you've got cards like Brawl. I think it's pretty hard to leave home without Brawl, because while Diablo's less popular, if Diablo sticks around for a long time, it could be curtains. Added to that, Invited to the Ball, an interesting new card, which is a 2-cost uninkable. You look at the top 2 cards from your deck, and if they're any character cards, you can add them into your hand. But in a way, you're incentivized to only play 1 copy, maybe 2 copies of Invited to the Ball, because the more non-character cards you have, the less likely that card is to draw you 2. It's also uninkable. You've got so many nice uninkable cards, things like Medusa, Tremaine, Scar. So it's a really difficult deck to build, Baker, I think.
Lots of options to go down, and again, you just need the right meta call on the right day. But yeah, super interesting. There's one more deck I want to talk about, and that is Steel Song. This is another deck that I think is super well positioned. We talked about Ruby Sapphire a lot at the beginning of the day. We've made it clear we think that's one of the top decks. But Steel Song looking real good, and there's a particular interaction that I want to discuss with you. So we got the new Prince Naveen, who is a 4-cost uninkable character, quest for 2, sing a 6, and on play, you can play for free any song of 6 cost or less. Now, obviously, this means you could immediately play something like A Whole New World or Along Came Zeus, but the specific interaction I want to point out is how good this can be with Lanterns on the draw. Obviously, as you said, going second can be a bit of a disadvantage, especially in a mirror match, but there's a really cute interaction here where if you are the player going second, I go on my turn 2, I play Lantern. Your turn 3, which you're having before me, you play Ariel, Spectacular Singer. Okay, you've now searched A Whole New World or grab swords, and you are set and ready to sing. Now on my turn, I can go, okay, turn 3, Ink to 3, Lantern, Prince Naveen, Zeus on the Ariel, and you have completely offset their tempo immediately. And that's a really interesting interaction that I think could absolutely come up this weekend. And yeah, Prince Naveen was a card I semi-respected when I first saw him, but I think he's definitely showing his place as like a real important part of that deck. What do you think of Steel Song at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point you made. I mean, lanterns in Steel Songs we have seen a long time ago, but not recently. Maybe people preferring to go for Sleepy's flutes or other characters. But I think you hit the nail on the head. Being able to play that Naveen on turn 3 can open up so many interesting options. If you're up against Emerald, often they might try and discard your Whole New World, where you can catch them off guard and get that Whole New World through out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
You can, of course, shift like Queen on turn 2 and sing a Whole New World, but that's kind of telegraphed. A simple lantern on the board suddenly
could be super good. Sorry, we're going to have to wrap that up and go to the table, but yeah, super good looking deck. We're going to move back to our broadcasters, and we've got another game coming for you very soon.
Welcome back. So we are ready to get in to our next feature match very soon, but I think it's important for us to talk about this. So Ross, tell us about these two decks that we're about to see.
Well, players do have their headsets on, so I can tell you it's not really two decks, Ed. It's one. It is a deck which is commonly referred to as Sing Together. We've got Amber Emerald, lots of songs, lots of discard. We're going to see a lot of cards get discarded in this next game. So it's going to be a very interesting one for me to look. I had a play with this deck. I borrowed it from a lovely chap called Fabian yesterday. Had a play with it. It did not go well. It's a deck that can take a couple of turns to really get the pieces together to take full advantage of it, but very powerful and effective when it gets going. And of course, if you can put your opponent down to a 0-card hand, well, that's just going to help rather nicely indeed.
Now, these two players are playing two very similar decks, but obviously they've built things slightly differently. We cannot go into the specifics, obviously, because we're in day one here, and we do not want people to be able to, detect any of the spice from the other players. But how do you feel from what you've seen that people have tried to approach their deck building for this same Ink deck?
I mean, it depends on what deck you're talking about. This particular deck, it's one of those where it's there, but it's not a real top contender in the meta. You're not talking about your Ruby Sapphire or there is another Songs deck, the Amber Steel Songs. That is what you're expecting to see many of them. Here, it's just little card choices here or there, but it's probably more to shore up your other matchups than necessarily the mirror. But we are rolling here, and a turn 1 Diablo is exactly what you're looking at. And of course, it lets you look at your opponent's hand. Alessandro's got 2 of the Shift Diablo.
He does, and he's got a Cricky as well for later on. So
I'm not seeing the 1-cost Diablo though, Ed. That's what we need.
You're right. Early on, this is going to be a bit of a problem.
Oh, and we got the legendary Anna there, the one from Shimmering Skies, which we do see popping up here or there. Oh, and it's awkward. There's not a great turn 1 play in the hand. The ideal situation here is that you pay your 1, or you ink, you pay your 1. Oh, he does have Diablo in hand.
Where was he hiding that?
I don't know. I missed it, but that's not important. There is an option here that you can actually discard an action and get your Shift Diablo going turn 1.
True.
That is what you can do if you've got one you're willing to discard. But of course, here we see things like Prince John. We don't talk about Bruno. I mean, right now, Alessandro knows exactly what Bennett's playing here.
Absolutely.
That's given away the whole game. So they know it's kind of a mirror match at this point. You don't have to do the Diablo this turn. You don't really get any huge advantage this turn. You can wait till next turn easily. But it looks like we've got a Sir Hiss coming down and then straight back to Alessandro here.
Now we've got another 1-cost Diablo in hand there. Not that it's a huge amount for the shift, considering there's 2 in hand already, but are you able to get rid of bare necessities and things if you wanted to? Cricky is also ready. And then there's also Anna in there. Now we were talking about this before we came on air, but Anna is one of those cards that's sometimes only played at 1, but we've got a couple of them who are trying, different numbers and things. And I'm interested to see how many these two players are playing as they go on.
I am. One thing I'm noting here, Alessandro's got 2 of the 1-cost Diablo, and there are 2 Shift Diablo in hand.
True.
Do you want to go cheeky and go double Diablo? Now, we are inking here, so we've got 2 ink available. The thing is, you don't really want to play with a curve. You don't really want a 1-cost on turn 2. You want a 2-cost on turn 2. But I'm just saying, double Diablo makes me happy. And when you know you're playing against a discard deck, having access to more draw can be good, but no, it is playing with the curve. Ursula Deceiver, another look at the hand, and you know you're going to get a song because you just looked at the hand with Diablo.
Right, actually, for the mirror match, this is actually something that's quite good. That Ursula could hit something really important, but I guess we have to see what's happening. Alessandro taking a good amount of time to just figure out exactly what to do, because, you know, if he's playing the same deck, he knows what Bennett's going to be doing and he knows the best things to play against. But you have to really think a few turns ahead. What cards are still in that deck? What's likely to appear? What routes are they going to go for? You have to make sure that you know what they're doing.
Yeah, he got rid of We Don't Talk About Bruno there, another one of those annoying discard cards. It does also take a character off of your field, so it's a very disruptive card you definitely want to see the back of. So, I mean, the thing is, playing Ursula in this matchup, you know you're going to hit a song more often than not. These are song-based decks. So we ink a We Don't Talk About Bruno, and then we play Prince John. Prince John's amazing. Every time your opponent discards a card, you draw a card, and it's got ward, so if you don't exert it so it can't be challenged, it's got ward. It is really difficult to get off the board, and of course, if you're playing against a Diablo deck, then it gets a little bit awkward. But whenever they draw, you draw. Whenever they discard, you draw, and that means that against discard decks that are trying to hurt you, that's more draw, which means that discarding is going to be less of an issue.
You have to play very carefully with that, because this is not a mirror match that you expect. And you're right, that effect is actually going to be potentially quite lethal with how these decks play. So we've seen Sudden Chill come into the hand off the draw. Going to see Diablo being inked there. Now, at this point, when you've got two of the Shift Diablo in hand, you've got Bare Necessities, you've got Sudden Chill, and you've got that Anna, you can tell that Alessandro is trying to think what to do. I was going to sing Bare Necessities for free there with the Ursula. Oh, there we go.
Oh, you have forgotten me?
It was You Have Forgotten Me.
Which gets rid of two cards from hand. It's another one of those discard songs that you want to get rid of. Now we finally see Diablo coming in. And, so we actually shift Diablo. And we just play normal Diablo. That's why you're willing to ink. And look, I said I wanted double Diablo, Ed. I was not shy about this. I love it. In a matchup where your opponent is going after your hand, and Alessandro's got rid of a couple of songs that discard cards, and has got double Diablo out, really playing around the matchup here. Absolutely love it. No real lore going here, one for each person, but it's a turn setup here, and I like double Diablo. When Bennett draws a card to start his turn, Alessandro draws two.
That's true, and this...
not yet, you need to exert, but you know.
Of course, yeah, but this is going to be interesting to see how this progresses, because we've, gone through just over 10 minutes at this point, so still almost 40 minutes left of this, and we still have to play both games of the two-game Swiss. And it'll be super interesting to see the speed ramp as this goes up, because obviously it has to start a little bit slower. There's going to be a bit of control when it comes to discarding. But what's going to happen as we get to mid to late game? Is it going to suddenly ramp up very quickly, a la what things like Sapphire do? Or is it going to remain quite a calm and considered game like we've seen with some of the Amethyst decks that we've seen before? So let's see what happens right now, because both of our players here having to be very, very cautious with what they play, because they know these decks, they know each other's deck, they know what they're capable of, and they have to be careful.
Yeah, we're lowering power here and drawing a card with our lovely Roses song there. So we got a little bit less power, but also using it as a bit of draw. Bennett doesn't look like he's loving his hand right now. He's not been able to get the Shift Diablo out yet. He's got Prince John, but a lot of the discard cards, like You Have Forgotten Me and We Don't Talk About Bruno, are kind of leaving his hand. They're not coming out yet. A bit expensive as well, to be fair, early in the game. So we do see that we are finally shifting. Okay, we are shifting into Diablo and actually taking out the opposing Diablo. Of course, you've got evasive. You can only be challenged by evasive characters, but great news, Diablo is evasive, and you'll notice the song lowered Diablo's power by 1. Diablo should be trading into each other, 2 strength, 2 willpower, but lowering the strength by 1 means he actually survived, but Alessandro goes and gets another Diablo there, so we're still going double Diablo.
It's a Diablo party on the board at this point. And also, we have seen in hand quite a few extra little goodies. A Prince John Alessandro has got in hand. Will we see the same thing come down to sort of ensure a little bit of a stalemate on the board here between Bennett and Alessandro?
We might. I should say that the card is called Painting the Roses Red. I don't know why I just called it the Roses card. I do know the name of the card, Ed. I just wanted to get that one out there.
There's so many cards here, mate, and you do an excellent job. It's okay to miss one or two.
I didn't miss it. That's my point.
You've got the main part of the title, I suppose.
But it was a very good play, being able to trade the Diablo. It was a great use of the card. It wasn't looking great until we shifted into Diablo, at which point it looked like a far more fun play. And that's the thing, if you can't get a good look at the player's hand, you see something like that, it looks like a fine play to draw a card, but then you get a better look at it and you're like, oh, okay, no, that works very nicely indeed.
Now, what are we looking at in each player's hand right now? We've got a Prince John in both hands. We've got You've Forgotten Me. Almost said, do you remember me?
Sir Hiss takes out a Diablo here. Again, Sir Hiss. Sir Hiss is great because it's evasive. So it's basically there to check things like Diablo. It's not generally going to survive the challenge. It's going to trade. But we see Bennett taking down a Diablo with a Diablo, taking down a Diablo with a Sir Hiss, basically saying that card is too good. And Alessandro's lost 2 Diablos. Still got 1 on the board, but it's not looking like double Diablo is going to be a thing this game, not if Bennett's got anything to do with it.
Alessandro is really thinking hard. Do I ink this? Yes, I do. So You've Forgotten Me's been inked, and we see Anna come down onto the board there. We're going to see questing from both.
Yeah, and Anna, of course, has 3 different options when she comes down onto the board, one of which is that you get to banish a chosen damaged character. And, of course, although the Diablo wasn't banished in the challenge earlier, it was damaged. That's what we went for. You play it as a 5 cost, 3 to play the card, and 2 to activate one of the 3 extra effects. Here, banish a chosen character, but double Prince John.
Yeah, that's a very, very strong... In this mirror match, that's a really formidable board just to have on there, purely for the effects, but also the fact that you can quest for 4 if you really need to. So that's a good position to be in for Bennett. Alessandro, both of our players right now, really intent on making sure they don't make a single misplay, because even one might completely slow your momentum to the point where you cannot come back in this mirror match.
Yeah, Alessandro, they're having a good thing, a little bit of a cheeky smile, trying to decide what the play is here. You've got 2 Prince John, both of which have got ward, so they cannot be chosen with effects. They are active, so they cannot be challenged, so they're sitting there for a while. Now, we do see another ink coming down here. I believe that was a Cricky.
Is that Kida that's come down?
That is, in fact, Kida coming down, and it lowers the strength of all characters by 3 for the turn. So all these characters here are frankly not doing very much, and it is all characters, not all opposing characters, but Under the Sea comes down. That's why we call it Sing Together, and that puts all of those characters away from Bennett. And yeah, kind of taking advantage. All characters get -3 until the start of your next turn. Well, that actually meant that Under the Sea, which gets rid of all 2 strength characters, could take advantage. So
that was brutal. That was
pretty brutal.
Right, that Kida and Under the Sea combo in this deck is ruthless. But now we've obviously seen Ariel probably ready, making sure that there's a song in hand. But with more cards like Ursula, if we get drawn into those, that's a lot of questing for lore there.
Yeah, and Ariel gets immediately bumped away by We Don't Talk About Bruno. So that is unfortunately gone. And Bennett here not being able to keep any cards on the board. Alessandro is countering all of them very quickly and very, very nicely.
However, we do see another Ariel. Oh, it looks like, is that a scoop?
Yeah, I believe we have a concession there. Alessandro in a dominating position in game 1. And honestly, seeing your opponent play a Kaida there to lower the power of all characters by 3 and then going, oh, wait a second.
I can do this.
All your characters have -3 as well. It's all characters until the start of your next turn. And Under the Sea takes all of your opponent's 2 cost or less characters and puts them at the bottom of your opponent's deck. So you sing together for 8, and yeah, you kind of took advantage of your opponent's own card there. It's a cheeky kind of thing you can only really do in a mirror match like this, but oh, that was a fun play.
I will say, you're absolutely right. The only time you see someone do it off your opponent's Kida is in the mirror match. Usually that's the kind of thing that you have to throw down yourself, as long as you've got, you know, enough for the Sing Together on the board. But I'm so excited that we got to see that. But we're going to see this as we get into the second game here. It is going to be a very cerebral game from both of our players because they know exactly how this is going to work. Both players running fairly similar decks, couple of different changes here and there, which obviously we won't go into, but those are the important factors that might just help, especially when you can only get to see a couple. You roughly know how the deck's going to play. You just have to try and see how far into this you can go, draw the right cards, maybe get the right mulligan at the beginning to make sure that you are ready to go. So we're going to get straight into our second game here in round 4's feature match. Alessandro currently taking the first one. And so now we see, with 31 minutes left on the clock, still plenty of time, especially when you have to be a bit more cerebral. Take your time, slow down. Whoa, it's all fine here in the mirror match. Anything could happen, to be honest. But let's try and have a look at what we've got in the hand. We can see that Bennett there has the Shift Diablo. We see, I think that's Bare Necessities in there.
Yeah, one of the things Alessandro did really nicely back in game 1 was getting all those Diablo down, and that really did much. They all got taken away, but it was forcing Bennett to have to deal with them, trading Diablo for Diablo, trading Sir Hiss for Diablo, basically playing these Diablo and forcing your opponent to have to respond to them, but also getting rid of all of your opponent's discard cards with things like Bare Necessities, things like Ursula. So we saw the Prince John down, but they never really got to do anything, and then of course we had that decisive Under the Sea coming down, which, I mean, really, I know we went on for a minute or two afterwards, but that was really the game ender there. So Keita, I think it's fair to say, probably not going to be a big factor in this next game. I think both players might stay away from that one. We see the fist bump, we are rolling, and what have we got? We've got Your Welcome being inked, but no turn 1 play for Alessandro.
No, but we do see 2 Diablo shifts in hand for Alessandro again. But because of that 1-cost Diablo there from Bennett, gets to have a nice look at the hand. We do also see the Under the Sea there as well in hand, ready to be used at some point. Cricky's in there as well. We have Ursula, which, you know, depending on exactly how equipped Bennett is, might be a pretty lethal play, but we will see within the coming moments.
Yeah, we see Cricky going there into the ink. Here comes Ursula. Didn't get the turn 1 Diablo, did get the turn 2 Ursula. We've got a couple of options. We don't talk about Bruno. Bare Necessities. I believe they are the options there.
What would you go for here, Ross?
Oh, probably Bare Necessities. It's not a particularly easy choice, as we can see from Alessandro here. The fact that he's thinking means, but Bare Necessities, it's a little more like you get a bit of a choice as to what you discard, rather than. But then Bruno does get rid of one of your characters off the board. They are both super annoying cards, but I think early in the game I want rid of Bare Necessities, but it's not an easy choice.
Well, it seems Alessandro agreed with your thoughts on the matter, so now we can see even more of this cerebral approach happening right now. And we see Ursula, so the exact same thing. Oh, he's got to get rid of Under the Sea. That's going to happen, surely. Really? Okay.
Too early for Under the Sea.
Right.
It's too early. It's an 8 cost. We don't have any singers like Ariel on the board. We do see Diablo coming down, and it does exert straight away. So that means that Alessandro draws and Bennett draws. Even, you know, draw for the term of Alessandro will mean that Bennett gets to draw as well. Any draw, however it comes down, you get to match your opponent's draw, and it's got evasive. And we know that Bennett's got Sir Hiss. Does Alessandro? Seriously, Sir Hiss, great Diablo counter.
Very good. And also we're noticing Ariel coming into the hand of Alessandro as well. Just very helpful just to try and get to a couple more songs, although hopefully either player don't have Ursula in hand, because at the moment that is going to start getting more and more lethal.
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit annoying as time goes by. So here we see free ink being used for Diablo. Alessandro a little off the curve here. Didn't get the turn 1 Diablo, so has to pay free ink on turn 3, which is not ideal, but at least it's on the board. So Bennett here, slight advantage just from having the turn 1 Diablo, turn 2 Ursula. What has Bennett got in terms of a turn 3 play? Not a huge amount of cards in hand, but that Diablo down is going to help if it can survive. Question is, are you willing to give up your Diablo for your opponents? And the answer is, depends on the board state, depends on the hand. If you think your opponent needs Diablo a lot more than you do, it is worth making that trade.
Right now, we do have quite literally a textbook definition of a mirror match. We have the exact same board right now for these two decks going up against each other. And again, a lot of moments just being you've got to take your time with this. This is a very, very difficult game where one slip-up can cost. And right now, we're seeing the location come down.
Love it.
Equipping both of them to it.
It's Hidden Cove. It gives you +1 strength and +1 willpower. And that means that all of your stats get a little bit higher. It means Diablo can trade with Diablo, but it's not actually a real trade because you get to survive. And when you've got the same characters on each side of the board, giving yourself +1 for each of those characters is on +1 strength and +1 willpower is honestly a pretty big deal. So it's saying to Alessandro, if we're going to have the same cards, I'm going to boost up my that's not a word, boost up my stats. I was going to say buff, and then I went boost, and I end up with boost.
I like boof it up, mate. I think we need to start utilising that a little more. You've got to make sure that you boof the stats by utilising the Cove.
And it's
Cove.
Yeah. Now we're back over, it looks like, to Alessandro, who does play the aerial, and this is a good card. It's a singer, so you get it's a free cost that sings for 5, I believe. It means you get to search out a song from the top 4 cards of your deck when you play the card. And if you're playing a songs deck with Amber, it's an absolute no-brainer. It's too good.
Right now, in hand, 2 Under the Seas. So that's pretty lethal to have, and we're going to see sudden chill come down there. So already things starting to ramp up a little bit more for Alessandro.
Yeah,
Alessandro is currently only a little bit behind on lore, but at this point in the game, that is kind of immaterial. A couple of lore don't matter.
No, you need to, so we've got sudden chill, makes your opponent discard a card. And we've got You Have Forgotten Me, which is twice as expensive and makes your opponent discard 2 cards, which I kind of appreciate. Makes me happy. Kind of like playing 2 cards in 1. It takes up 1 spot in your deck, though. So, we've got Aerial down, that's Singer 5. If we're looking to be using Under the Sea, we're going to need 3 more. Okay, we finally have that decision having been made then. It is actually Under the Sea that Bennett has gone and discarded. Essentially, it doesn't have the board for that card right now.
Right.
And it's uninkable, so you have to say goodbye to it, even as good as a card as it can be sometimes.
I'd say at this point, both of our players have, hands that are a little bit limited, completely uninkable on Alessandro's side, which is definitely going to make things a little bit harder. Unless he draws into something that he can utilize, he's going to be kind of stuck on the...
Okay,
for a bit.
This we like. Prince John comes down, and then Bare Necessities comes and discards Under the Sea, which then also draws a card because Prince John lets you draw a card when your opponent discards a card. So you get to gain a card, and you get rid of an opponent's card, but it's Under the Sea. And now that Ariel's down, you definitely want that card out of your opponent's hand.
Absolutely, but... by looking at that, saw that there is a second one. So getting rid of one is good, but got to try and get rid of that second one, or it is going to spell trouble for you when that finally hits the board.
Yeah, because the problem is you've got cards like Diablo, which is in range of it. You've got Prince John, which is in range of it. Now, when I say in range of it, I'm assuming they're not in the Cove. Diablo right now is in the Cove. Prince John, even if it moves in the Cove, will still be 2 strength, a little bit sad. But that Cove is actually really helping as a deterrent to Under the Sea right now. Diablo is a 3 strength, not a 2 strength. That's important.
We've just seen another card come out of the draw into the hand there. Oh, and there we saw the Under the Sea come down there.
Yeah.
The Diablo and the Aerial.
Yeah, and it gets the Ursula, and it gets the Prince John, but it does not get the Diablo, which is the card you probably most want to keep here. And, well, Prince John as well, maybe. They're both draw engines. But the point is, Diablo survives because of the Cove. And that is a huge advantage here. It's why we saw the Cove coming down from Bennett earlier. We've got 23 minutes. We've got plenty of time left. We've had a slow start to this game. But Alessandro does have double Diablo and did get rid of 2 of Bennett's 3 characters there. So that was still a good turn for Alessandro.
We have now seen a little bit more. We've also seen a draw into Diablo, and we don't talk about Bruno.
Now, did we see Paint the Roses red? Did that get played?
It did earlier. It might have just got played now, actually.
It's in the...
It was just played.
So Ursula comes down, and it was just to paint the roses red. The other, I believe it's an Ariel's the other card in hand. See, and now that's important, because now Diablo takes out Diablo, only takes 1 damage back, and it's got 2 on, but because it's in the cove, it's got 3 willpower. So once again, for the 2nd game in a row, paint the roses red allowed a Diablo to take out a Diablo and survive. We see a 2nd Ariel coming down as well.
And another roses.
Interesting note, if the cove goes down, Diablo will lose that extra willpower and will be immediately banished.
Yes.
But for now, it's good. It's chilling in the cove.
How much willpower is on the location right now, on the cove? How much does it have? Is it 6 or 7?
I'm going to double check that one so I don't say anything silly, because it's easy to forget. It is 6. You are correct the first time.
Okay, we've seen the Muses.
Oh, I like the Muses, because every time you play a song, you get to get rid of one of your opponent's characters with 2 strength or less. And Diablo, making so much use of that cove, it's actually out of range of the Muses while the cove is there. But we see 5 damage coming down on the cove, but it's not enough to take it out yet.
I will say,
4.
the Muses combined with 2 Ariels, that's potentially quite a savage play, but we'll have to see exactly what happens as the draws start to come in.
An important note, Muses is not once per turn, it's whenever you play a song.
Exactly, so having 2 characters that can sing at quite a high level available on your board, it's actually pretty useful.
Yeah, I like this one very much. I like Alessandro's board state, just like in... yeah, I like Alessandro's board state here. Making me happy.
Alessandro's really got the upper hand, despite, like we said, being behind technically in lore, but neither player has tried questing with their characters, because right now it's about trying to take dominance of the board. Diablo's trading there, because obviously Bennett knew that regardless of what was going to happen, that cove was going to go on this next turn, and so was Diablo. So you might as well use that momentum to get rid of one of your opponent's cards as well, and getting rid of Diablo, obviously very important. Not going to be able to get rid of the Ariels just yet, so target the only thing you can. That cove is certainly going to be gone in the next turn.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad. You do give up 1 card because you would have gained a card at the start of your opponent's turn, but I think you're right. Getting rid of your opponent's Diablo is more benefit than that 1 card draw you would have had by keeping Diablo on the field into your opponent's turn. So, we're slowing the game down a little bit here. Bennett's having a think. We are going to be inking here, and it is going to be Sir Hiss that gets inked. Cricky comes down and gives +3 strength to all of your other characters for this turn, which allows Ursula to go and take out Ariel, which is a lovely little play. And Cricky does quest for 3 lore.
Very true. Cricky's a nice card that started to come into a lot of plays now. We see another Muses come down.
And they will stack, so if you've got 2 Muses out, you play a song and they will both activate. Just, you know, fun little side note there.
No, we have a Sir Hiss out and a Muses.
Okay.
Did we misread the Muses as Sir Hiss? Maybe we did.
Might have done. Doesn't really matter. We've got Muses out. We've got Sir Hiss, we've got Ariel. The only thing left for Bennett here is Cricky. But Cricky's kind of sturdy, you know, 4 willpower, 3 strength will get around things like the Muses, like Under the Sea, for instance. It quests for 3, and it's a 3/4, which is a decent little stat line. So you can get some good, you know, it comes down with a challenge with the 3 strength for your other characters. But then you've also just kind of quest for 3. You get quite a lot of value out of that card for a 5-cost inkable.
Hugely. Cricky is definitely starting to see an awful lot of play, especially in the, you know, quite a lot of Emerald decks appearing right now during this meta. We got one of the most diverse metas I think we've seen for a bit, and so I'm excited to see some of these cards, you know, making their way into things. Here we go.
Anna has hit the board, and it is going to banish the damaged Ariel. No, I think that might have been Cricky. Either way, Ariel has gone down. We saw Anna come down. We saw Cricky challenge. Ariel is gone, and the other character went as well. So quick play there from Bennett, taking out a couple of characters with Anna and Cricky on the board. And even if you're not using it for questing, like I say, it's got pretty good stats all in here.
It certainly does, and like we were mentioning, it's a pretty good combo having both the Muses and Aerial on the board. So making sure that you can get rid of that Aerial definitely takes away a little bit of the potency of the Muses. However, if you've got plenty of ink, you can still play songs. Just like that, we see Bare Necessities come down, and we strike We Don't Talk About Bruno. That means the Muses also get to proc as well.
Yeah, we like that one. Only got Anna left on Bennett's side of the board now. Alessandro's doing a very, game one was pretty quick. Game two is not. Alessandro's been doing a very, very good job here of just keeping control of the board. I like where they're going. So
now this is the thing, is what you just mentioned there is you're right. Alessandro has been working very hard to try and maintain some of the dominance on the board. The problem is Alessandro has not been questing. Alessandro is still on 0 lore. We have about 16 minutes left, just over, and Bennett has just quested with Anna to move up to 5 lore. And obviously that's not a big gap right now, but things can start ramping up, although we've finally seen Alessandro get his first little lore there with his quest.
And we've seen Kaida come down as well. The difference is here, you can look at your opponent's board, you can look at their ink, and you can go, Under the Sea's not coming down. Not falling for that again. That is not going to be happening. And Kaida is a good character to have on the board.
You're right. We probably aren't going to see that Kida Under the Sea combo right now, but it is a pretty lethal one to happen if it does. But for right now, does it look like Alessandro has no cards in hand either? So that's it. We're in a pretty interesting spot. Bennett, for the majority of these 2 games we've had in this round, has had their head in their hands. And so I'm not entirely certain if that's out of stress or if it's pure cerebral muscle usage, because it's a really tough thing. Alessandro has done an exceptional job of trying to guide things around, and he's holding quite a lot of what's going on the board right now. But that Kida is there. We see another Sir Hiss come down.
Yeah, Sir Hiss, it's evasive, it's got decent stats, it is very good for taking out other evasive characters. It's not got very much willpower, but the strength there is pretty good, and if you need to take out something that's evasive, Sir Hiss has got your back.
Is it Sir Hiss, or am I misreading it again? We're looking on a very small screen here.
No, that's Sir Hiss. That's definitely Sir Hiss.
Is it? Okay,
yeah.
all right, cool.
Yeah, we're good with that one.
I think I misread a Sir Hiss as the Muses before, or something happened when I looked away at someone's hand for a brief moment and it disappeared.
Nah, we're good. That's Sir Hiss. We see Kida there, or Kaido, however it's pronounced, going and questing, getting a couple of lore there. So Bennett goes up to 7. It looks like Anna is also going to be questing, I believe. Was that? It looked like, yeah, we go, putting up to 9. That has now been updated. So we're over to Alessandro. And I'll tell you what, Bennett has been really under fire in terms of the board here. And yet, they're taking advantage whenever they can quest. They're just getting a little bit of lore, and it's been ticking up. Alessandro's been doing a good job of getting rid of characters, but not such a good job of gaining lore. They've only got 1 lore on the board right now. So they've got the Muses, they've got Sir Hiss, they've got Diablo. None of those are great for lore generation, though. They're all kind of, well, drawing and disrupting.
They're utility. You're absolutely right. They are not... That whilst they were good for the board domination, they're certainly not going to be good for catching up. And with only just under 14 minutes on the clock, that gap is widening and widening. For a long time, it was on about 0 and 3, 0 and 4. But now we're on 1 and 9. That gap is widening. And like you said, whilst there's great utility on the board, there is no real sign of catching up speedily here. So I guess it depends what kind of things you draw, but we do see a Bare Necessities come down, and...
Now you get to put a character into your opponent's hand, and then they get the choice of what to discard. So you put the Anna back into hand, and then Bennett's got a decision to make. Now we are getting rid of the Kaida with the Muses here, which is rather nice. So once again, Alessandro's doing that thing, and the only character they've left is Sir Hiss, which, as previously mentioned, Sir Hiss is not that good at actually generating lore. It's there to take out evasive characters with its free strength.
You're right. It's just utility, and right now, the kind of utility we're needing is the one that utilizes questing. Really need to start getting some of those numbers up on the board while we have just over 12.5 minutes remaining. We see Anna come down again there.
Getting a lot of use after that, of course. When you bounce a character like Anna to hand, it does mean your opponent gets to play and reuse it. And was that making, I believe that was forcing your opponent to discard.
And now we see Kida come down for Alessandro. And so that means that Anna can't really do anything. But at this point, that's not why you want it there. You just want to be questing. And Anna does quest for 2.
Yeah, it's got a good utility when it comes in. It quests for 2. It's a 3 cost or a 5 cost, depending how you look at it. We see a 1 cost Diablo come down. We are questing with Ana. And that is what Bennett is doing beautifully in this game. Just having the chance to steal a little bit of lore here or there. A little bit of questing as we go through. I believe that was a questing. Yes, it was. There we go.
Yeah, look at that gap again. Widening and widening each turn.
And here we go with, we see Kida there on Alessandro's side of the board. And that's the thing, as much as we saw it can trip you up, it's still a really good character that quests really nicely. You just have to be very careful when you play it sometimes. So we do see questing there with Alessandro, but that's all we've got. You got a Prince John down, so if you can force your opponent to discard, you will draw, but that's not happening yet. We pay 2 of 3 for a Diablo. Oh, I like it. Diablo, great card. And fine, Bucky's gone away. I just said in the intro that that Diablo's not going anywhere. I still feel very good about that prediction.
Absolutely, and this is more evidence as to why that is, and it's just a constant presence, both in the meta game, but also very much in Bennett's board right now. And honestly, the gap is starting to narrow slightly per turn, but looking at all this questing's happening here, that's a lot of lore going to be gathered. Moving up to 16, and with just over 10 minutes left, that's actually well within dashing distance for Bennett right here. It just takes one more turn. If Alessandro cannot clear that field, it's going to be a bit of trouble, but we'll have to see exactly what happens, because bear in mind, these players have no cards in hand, so they are relying entirely on what they top deck when they draw, and that could either be sink or swim.
Yeah, you need to try and take out the Kaida and the Anna there, both of whom are questing for 2. That is something you want to kind of get rid of them as soon as possible. I don't believe we're going to see questing here. These have to really be challenges. We do see that the Kaida has gone down. The Muses gets taken down as well, unfortunately.
Sudden Chill came out as well just before the challenges, so that's removed even more cards from Bennett's board.
But Bennett's going to go to 19 lore here. We've got 1 from the Diablo. We've got 2 from the Ana. There's only 1 lore needs to be gained here in order to finish out this game. You have a 12 lore lead. We are playing a Sir Hiss there, which is evasive and gets 1. We are playing a Diablo, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be game. I don't think Alessandro can take out all of these characters, and if one of them is on the board at the beginning of Bennett's next turn, that is going to be the game, and that is the game. Bennett takes game 2, and both players, I believe, are going to end with 3 points here, which you're playing a mirror match. That kind of seems like a fair outcome.
I'd say so, and that was obviously a bated breath moment for Alessandro right at the end there, because that draw was the only thing that could have helped, but I can't even think of anything in the deck that would really have helped unless it was maybe an Under the Sea, but even then I don't know if there was enough on the board to sing that together, so that was a real, pray as you draw that card. But either way, congratulations to both of them from their, individual wins there. But I'm really excited to see these. Oh, thank you for doing that, Vince. I'm putting my hair over my ear. One of the things I really like about this is, because we're in such a diverse format right now, the odds of seeing a mirror match are sometimes a little slim. And the fact that we got to see what is slightly more of a rogue deck in a mirror match on the feature match, I think that was quite interesting. And seeing them build it similarly, but with slight different spices, always quite nice.
I think it depends where we are. If you play Steel Song this weekend, I think you're going to play a mirror match or 2. If you play Ruby Sapphire this weekend, I think you're going to play a mirror match or 2. The Sing Together deck, as it's often known, I don't think you're expecting too many mirror matches. And we saw the players kind of making that kind of motion at the end of the game, just saying like there was so much thinking in that game. And it was, what we saw there was a real fun back and forth game where both players were constantly reacting. And we saw in that second game, Alessandro doing a really good job of clearing the board. but what he wasn't doing was generating much lore, and Bennett was able to just steal a bit of lore here, a bit of lore there. Every time the characters are on the field for a little bit, you gain a little bit of lore. And taking the initiative there, making your opponent respond to what you're doing while getting a little bit of lore as you go. It was a long game, it was a bit of a trudge for the players, but over the course of the game, you get just enough lore being generated that you then end up, with that victory in game 2. And game 1, a little bit more short, a little shorter, a little more dramatic.
I'd say so. And game 2 was quite interesting because it was all about board domination, and there was no questing for what felt like 6 or 7 turns. So that's the kind of game you have to play, and you could see, even in Bennett, a lot of head in hands are just really thinking about each moment, and it's kind of tough to do that. But let's not us speculate anymore about the thinking, because we can hand right now over to Baker, who's going to have a little interview with Bennett.
Hello there, thank you very much, Ed. And yes, my name is Baker, and I am joined by Bennett, who we just watched in that last feature match. Great to see you again, my friend. You've been at previous Disney Lorcana challenges in the past. Which ones have you done before?
Everyone.
Every single one. So we have a very passionate Disney Lorcana player here. Now, we've had you on stream before. I've chatted with you before about Lorcana. You're a player that I respect a lot, so I would like to pick your brains for a few things here. First of all, you're playing Amber Emerald Under the Sea, whereas in previous challenges, you have been an EA Tempo, just win the game player. What led you to this event choosing Amber Emerald Under the Sea?
So first of all, I was really happy to see Emerald, the green-purple deck being good in set 5 again, because it had a rough time in set 4.
Did.
A really rough time, and I tried it, but this new version I felt like was a bit too slow for me personally. Okay. A bit more like reactive, where I liked the part being proactive before and having these reactive tools, but not being a reactive deck in general. And that's why I said, okay, I need the repetitions. I'm a player who values a lot of time on the deck I want to play in a big tournament, and that's why I cut the green-purple and went back to the lemon-lime deck I played for Bologna and have a lot of experience on it, and it did not change in a new set, so I could pick up where I left for Bologna, and it was a really good preparation, and these good results led me to picking the deck for this challenge.
And you're doing very well so far. You were undefeated up until that match, and you grabbed 1 win each, so you're now on 24 points, which is a pretty good start to the event. I know you are trying to lock in that day 2 and looking for that invitation to the European Championships. I'm sure you'd love a golden Mickey. You're a fantastic player. I'd love to ask you, what do you think Amber Emerald gained from set 5, if anything?
So, I think I have 2 new cards in my deck right now, which is the Anna and which is We Are Welcome. And Anna is definitely, I think, a staple in this deck specifically, and even maybe a one-off Anna in any Emerald deck, because she has such a great flexibility. You can do different things, you can be reactive to the state of the game. Of course, most of the times with my deck, I want to discard a card, which is really nice on curve. After you, for example, played You Have Forgotten Me on 4, you can go with the Anna after that. But she also can shine. For example, my opponent did kill my Diablo, which had 1 damage with the Anna, which was a really good play. So these 2 cards specifically are new and good for the Amber Emerald deck I'm playing right now.
And you pointed out your opponent made a very good move, but you made many good moves, but one in particular that stuck out to me was your in game 2, your Diablo that was at Cove, 2 damage, the Cove with 4 damage on it. You're about to lose it, might as well make that trade with their Diablo, right, and get full benefit.
Yeah, I also like to kill Diablos to my opponent.
I think we all like to banish Diablos, if we're honest with ourselves.
Yes, and I've been on stream, as you mentioned before, and I think every time I played against the Diablo, so I'm maybe also a bit traumatized on that. But yeah, exactly. The mirror match, and I think every Diablo.
I was going to ask you about the mirror match, how that feels.
Every Diablo match in mirror in general, no matter kind of the matchup, there will be situations in which your Diablo needs to survive and the enemy Diablo needs to die, and in best case scenario you don't sacrifice your own Diablo, but in this scenario this particular Diablo got like 1 trade off, or I killed I think two things, drew me a lot of cards, sang a lot of songs. I could let go of him, and yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It seems to me like Hidden Cove is quite an important piece of that mirror match, because obviously your deck is very weak to your deck, because so many of those characters already fit into that 2 strat. Of course Kida can help, but already a lot of your characters in that range, so is the Cove that important to the mirror match?
Yes, the Cove is very, very important. It also dodges the Muse trigger, for example, and it has many other great uses in the meta right now. So I'm on 2 Coves, and really, really important. Also today have got me further in some games because I dodge cards like Brawl, which target a 2 attack character. Then we have Letter Storm Rage on, which does 2 damage, so I can dodge that as well, and Ciso, etc. And with my deck specifically, like if I have done the job of my deck, which is discarding the enemy hand and best case also destroying the enemy board, I have a lot of free ink to use and don't want to overextend, and instead I can just slam the Cove and protect my characters even more, for example from a Ciso or Grab Your Sword, stuff like this. Yeah, Cove is really good.
Amazing. I was about to ask you, do you think a Amber Emerald can go all the way, but I assume you wouldn't have picked a deck that you didn't think was capable of taking home the championship, right?
Yes.
Love it.
So with this deck, I picked the deck because I feel like I don't have like one really good matchup, and I have no like auto-win matchups, and I have no auto-lose matchups, I think, in this meta currently. And it gives me a lot of control because I can just play against every deck and do my moves.
It comes down to the gameplay instead of just, oh, I lose this matchup.
Exactly. Like I am very flexible with this deck because I have different routes I can take.
Amazing.
And yeah, that's why.
That's fantastic. Bennett, it's been a pleasure to meet you again. I wish you the best of luck with the rest of the event. All being well, we'll see you at the end. Would you like to give a shout out or a thank you to anyone quickly? Please, by all means, please do.
Let me flew alone. She has a few problems at home. I love you, baby. Thank you so much for your support. And
amazing. We're all sending our love to your partner. Thank you so much, Bennett. We're going to go back to our commentators. We've got more Disney Lorcana action coming up very soon. Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Birmingham, England. My name is Baker and I'm once again joined by my co-host Joe Curley. How's it going, Joe?
Hi, Baker. It's great. I just had lunch. We had Yorkshire pudding.
Yorkshire puddings?
With gravy and sausages.
I need to go have lunch apparently, but I'll tell you why I didn't. I was mesmerised by an Amber Emerald mirror match, which looks absolutely horrible to play, but was quite fun to watch. Yeah, a really incredible matchup between two very skilled players. We had Bennett, who I believe you're familiar with. We've had him on stream in the past, a very dedicated EA Tempo player, but has moved to that Amber Emerald Under the Sea. Feels like EA Tempo is a little too reactive in this format at the moment. It's not as aggressive as they wanted it to be. So taking that Amber Emerald route, and yeah, that last matchup ended up in a 1-1, and that's a deck that I'm very excited to see how it progresses across the rest of the tournament. However, since we've got a little bit of time before our next max match, I would like to open some Shimmering Skies booster packs, Joe. Have you opened any yet?
I haven't. First pack.
So I'll tell you what, you do two, so you can catch up to me.
I thought I was like new and improved at how to open packs, but apparently not.
Apparently not. Some things never change. If you're just joining us, thank you so much for being here. We've got another, is it 5 rounds of Lorcana left today? Plenty more action.
We've got plenty to go,
before tomorrow's day 2 top cut. Right, here we go.
Pack time. All right, I have Vanellope von Schweetz. I know it's Francis Flutterbutter. This is Zazu.
Yes, it is.
Anna would have been great to deal with Bucky, but Bucky no longer really a relevant card in the meta.
Not around anymore.
Healing Decanter. We've got Basil. I've seen actually a few Basils doing the rounds recently.
Yeah, that's support.
Hey, what a card. What a rooster.
Gets around, doesn't he?
Turbo. A 2-3 with Rush. You can also shift King Candy onto Turbo. T-Po, we've seen it everywhere. Baker.
Yeah, this card is huge.
We've got Magical Aid. Genie helping out Aladdin there in the boxing ring.
Great art.
We've got the Queen. Potential of a Queen theme deck. I know you're interested in trying that out. I got another rare, and it's Iago. And finally, to end it, I got Cha-Cha.
Well, there you go. That's not bad at all. What was that? Sorry, can I just have a little flick? Yeah, that Queen. Yeah, I am quite interested in building a Queen deck. I don't know if it's going to be great. I feel like whatever it does, Tamatoa items could just do better. Yeah. But again, I like having some fun. I like playing a villain deck. Let's see your second pack, Joe. We've got catch up.
It might take me a while.
It might take you, or do you need to pre-open them for you again?
Well, fun story, Baker. In Bologna, I was prepping some packs because I struggle to open them sometimes. And I ended up trading the remaining packs with one of our Italian colleagues. And anyway, I'd open all the English one, all the Italian ones they gave me. They were opening the English ones. They go, oh, did you know there's like a half-open pack in it? And I thought, oh, it's fine. Would have just been one I prepped. Enchanted Cinderella.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
I was so close, but yet so far. I'm starting things off. I think it's a Pete.
It is Pete, indeed.
It certainly is.
Going in my Pete
got Merryweather. I played quite a bit of Merryweather on the first week of the set, but not since. Earth Giant. I think Earth Giant's a lot better than
I agree.
You might expect.
The stats are great.
Gazelle. I love the Gazelle in the Shimmering Skies trailer. King Candy. I've actually been dabbling with the one-drop King Candy in a Sapphire Emerald deck recently.
Very cool.
Sneezy. I've got Ratigan's Party location.
I want to go to that party.
Merlin's Carpet Bag, pretty expensive item, 5 cost uninkable. The library.
Not bad, not bad.
I don't usually like the library, but this library I'll make an exception for. Sherwood Forest. This card can really cause you some troubles. Giving ward to something can be... Oh, hello!
Oh.
It's a legendary Genie. I may as well just go home now because it's not going to get better than that.
That's not bad foil. So we've had 3 legendaries so far. 2 of them from Ed, 1 of them from View. Not bad going at all. You want to talk about this Genie?
Yeah, I mean, also look at this new kind of effect on the card as you start opening your pack. Really nice where you can see almost like a 3D shine around Genie. It's definitely an interesting card. I think Amethyst Sapphire probably where it's going to find its home. Seen some players trying to exert it, like with either Cogsworth or Ursula, so the turn you play it, it's already exerted. Could be pretty cool.
Yeah, if you've got the Ursula Sea Witch Queen, then she can exert the Genie, or like you say, you could use Cogsworth Rush. So certainly an interesting card. Not a card I expected a lot from when I first saw it, but maybe I'll be proved wrong as the format continues. But it's time for me to jump in to our little pack here. We're starting off with the Ruby Simba, giving a +2 strength to a character on play. We've got Ulf the Mime, very similar to the voiceless Ariel from the first chapter, very flavorful. Another Earth Giant, like Joe, I'm quite a fan of the Earth Giant. We've got Lilo making a cake. Ever as before, as the sun will rise. When will my life begin? We saw Ed utilising this in the pack pack rush battle that we saw not long ago. Ruby Chromicon is actually a card that is popping up in Ruby Sapphire meta decks. It's a 1-cost item, so obviously that helps with the item synergy in general. Plus, just at its simplest form, your Maui is now one-shotting a Queen's Castle, and there are other cool interactions as well. We got all Fund Outs. We've got Monstro, the beast of the... And this was actually the first teaser for Azeroth Sea.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at the flavor text here. The great beast breached the surface of the Azeroth Sea, and the cry went out, Monstro, Monstro. And yeah, that was the little teaser for the next set that we're getting. Moving along to our next card, I believe this is the Sword release, the Sword in the Stone. I know that's one of Ryan Miller's favorite Disney films. We've got Pete, Wrestling Champ. Big fan of this. I will build my Pete repeat deck. I will exert this, and I will hit the 7-cost Pete that banishes a character if you've got another Pete. And my foil is Gale. I know this is a card you're quite interested
I quite like Gale. I think Gale has been stepped on. It's a starter deck card.
Yeah.
And it can definitely cause some problems against certain decks. It is a pretty interesting one. If it's banished in a challenge, it comes back to your hand.
Certainly does. Good aggro cards.
I've prepped my pack. I'm not messing about.
I'm
Players are getting ready, so we're not too far away. Once they're headphoned up, we'll go straight over to them. I've been peeking the list, but I'm going to wait until they're out of earshot before I start talking about them. I've got an Obscura Sphere.
For sure.
Merlin. Not a Merlin you see that often.
No.
It's always nice. Fix-It Felix Jr. Chacha, who I just got in foil previously. Kronk. We've got Tafita Mutton Fudge. I'll give that one to Ross later. Ooh. King Candy. I've got an enchanted King Candy. I've been playing King Candy recently. It is a nice card, Baker. I think it's underrated. I really, really do.
Press for 2, shift on 3. Pretty cool.
Speaking of underrated, I also played Maleficent Vex Party Girl recently.
I know. I actually watched you doing this, to be fair. How did it work out?
Well, I actually discovered this card after playing against Tim. I was at Gamescom recently. I played against Tim at the Disney Lorcana booth there, the game designer who was casting with you earlier, and he absolutely destroyed me with this card.
Okay.
With Amethyst Chromicon, both players drawing lots of cards, so you can just discard one of your many cards to bounce something back. It could be pretty good. I've got Moana.
Good stats.
Not a bad card at all. A super rare, it's Kuzco. Ooh. One of the best super rares in the set. A card we're seeing a lot of, especially in these Ruby Sapphire decks, also Sapphire Steel when we do see it. Dealing with locations or items is a great bit of utility. And I got a Donald Duck as well.
Not bad at all, yeah, that Kuzco. Most Ruby Sapphire players are playing either the Kuzco or the Hideaway. Really great for, like, if you can put the... Because the thing is, like, there's been item removal in certain colours for a while, but Tamatoa doesn't care if you remove that dime. But if we Kuzco it or Hideaway, then that lucky dime be gone. So that's pretty cool. Let's jump into, I believe, just one more as our players get sat at the table. We've got Zazu, Evasive 3/5, Ana. Very cool. We've got Healing Decanter. Basil the Great Master Detective is my favourite Disney film, so I'm always pleased. And we've got, this is Olivia Flavisham. We don't have a card for her yet, but she is officially in Lorcana, so we will get her soon.
There you go. That's not something I knew.
There you go. We've got Snowana Rainbow. I need to learn the names of these races that aren't Taffeta. We've got Happy, one of the 7 dwarves. Emerald Chromicon is one of those cards that you mentioned earlier, the EA Tempo deck that's a bit more toolbox-like with lower counts. Utilising this Emerald Chromicon, it's uninkable, but it can be super annoying being able to bounce one of your opponent's characters back to the hand whenever one of your characters is banished. So pretty cool. We've got the Amber Chromicon. These Chromicons definitely a central part of the narrative of the story of Lorcana, if you're interested in that. And there's the Steel Chromicon. It's a Chromicon pack. Oh, very nice. The rare Robin Hood. I believe you play this cheaper for each 1 damage on opposing characters, you pay 1 less to play this character. So if you have 9 damage on the opposing board, Joe, play it for free, mate.
Yeah, it's one I expected to be seeing more play than it has so far, but you got a super rare, Baker.
Oh, I will absolutely take this Snow White. I've been saying I'm enjoying the 7 Dwarf Knights, and now I have the Snow White for them to idolize. That will definitely go in the build. And the final card, my foil, it's a rare. Don't let the Frostbite bite. I'll take it. I will absolutely take it.
Players are sat down and shuffling, Baker, but I'm going to
do one more. Do it, mate.
Speed pack.
Speed pack, go!
Okay, first up we've got Fauna. Archimedes. Penelope Von Schweetz. Prince John. Snowana Rainbow. We've got Simba. We've got Little John. We've got the Amber Chromicon. We've got Simba. We've got Scrooge McDuck, who popped off earlier.
Stats.
I've got a Prince Philip, and finally, I've got a dope. There's a joke in there somewhere.
There probably is, but we'll leave it. Not a bad pack for you, actually. There's a couple of kind of playable cards in there as well. But yeah, of course, as the weekend progresses, every now and again, it's nice to open a couple of packs. Not just because we like to open packs, but to newer players, good for you to see what sort of cards that you can get in these sets.
And we do like to open pack.
We do hope to. That is a part of it as well. But we are basically ready to head over to our players. We are. This is round 5, right, Joe? Or
round 5.
Round 5. So 4 rounds to go. We're still in 2-game format for those of you that are maybe just be joining. 9 rounds total today. Each match will be two games. So you get 3 points for every win you get out of those 2. But if you win both of them, getting the 6, then you get 1 bonus point, rounding up to nice 7, which can really help you in trying to get into day 2. So yeah, we're moving on. Tomorrow will be top 64 cut, open deck lists. Let's jump over and see what's going on over at the player.
Let's do it, Baker. I'm excited. I've been looking at the deck lists.
Have you?
I can tell you, we are going to be seeing 1 player on Emerald and Amethyst, which is the first time I'm seeing it today, up against Ruby Sapphire. 2 of the strongest decks coming into this weekend. 2 of the favorites, and it's going to be a really interesting battle to see which deck comes out on top. Of course, that Ruby Sapphire deck, the greediest control deck that there ever was. And on the other side, Emerald Amethyst, it has that potential for a longer game, but maybe against Ruby Sapphire might want to try and be a little bit more aggressive with that early questing than it otherwise would.
Just a 2-card mulligan from our player on the right, and I did notice that he is utilising that Clarabelle, who we haven't talked about a lot today.
No.
And she's quite hyped at the moment in the community, or has been. A lot of players jamming this Clarabelle, the Floodborn. At the end of your turn, you draw cards to match your opponent. So if you're playing a really like low-range deck that can flood the field easily, then you could potentially draw. I've seen people draw 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards off of Clarabelle. So super good. I know that the 1-drop is in Gabrielle's deck, the player on the right. And here we go. We see 1 ink for Aaron. Down comes the Porpsicle, going to draw a card and pass over to Gabrielle. Just taking a moment.
Both players at 24 points coming into this one. Remember, 3 points for each game win, but also getting that bonus point if you get a couple of 2-0s. So it looks like both players with 3 2-0s.
Yep.
And then one each. So in other words, they kind of got 3 wins and then what you might call a draw with that 1-1. So 3 wins each and then a 1-1 as well. So they've managed to get 3 bonus points so far and completely undefeated. They haven't had any games so far where they lost both of them. So a really strong start for both players. Aaron is going to be the player playing that 1 jump ahead on turn 2. And it's going to be Gabrielle with the Banzai on their turn 2. And this is what you're looking to do in this matchup as Gabrielle. Get down a card which quests for 2 in the form of Banzai. Banzai uninkable, Baker, similar to Mr. Smee, but in Emerald, pretty good to have a card with such big stats this early on.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, we talk about how strong Smee is, and maybe we're spoilt by Smee, and we look at Bonsai and think, well, that's uninkable, but players have very quickly come around to the idea that, hey, this is a great stat line, questing for 2, and as you say, this is what Gabrielle wants to do at this point in the game. As the game goes on, we know that the Ruby Sapphire player can be favoured, so Gabrielle wants to put this pressure on as early as possible. We're going to see Aaron playing down another Porpsicle, fitting through the deck, putting more items down, which will be food for Flavisham and help Tamatoa. Down comes the Daring Visitor Sisu and removing that. Is it a Clarabelle that would just hit the
It was. The 1-2 Clarabelle gets removed. It's back on over to Gabrielle. Both players not messing around. They've got 50 minutes for this round, but I don't think it's going to take anywhere near that long with the pace of play so far. Banzai going to quest. And that 2 lore it's gaining, really, really important. And Lyle Tiberius Rorke comes in, giving Reckless to Sisu. So Sisu is not able to quest this turn and must challenge if able. Now that could be a problem, as Sisu into Banzai is not a very good challenge, but it might be one Aaron is forced to take thanks to the power of Lyle. A way around that, Baker, is maybe singing a song.
Yeah, I was just about, that's why I was leaning on to look at the hand, see if maybe there was another 1 jump ahead or something. I'm not seeing one. I'm seeing the Ice Block, a Dime, a Sisu, a couple of Sisu, I think. Yeah, 2 big Sisus, Dime and Ice Block. So yeah, won't be able to get around that Reckless ability.
There it is. There is the power of Lyle. What a big moment in this one. Sisu having to challenge the Banzai. Banzai remaining on the board, and Sisu has been sent to the discard pile. Really, really big play there from Lyle. Lyle is really the star of the show in this Emerald Amethyst deck at the moment.
I agree with you completely, Joe. I think Lyle is so has been underrated for a while, but you're seeing him a lot more now, just giving that Reckless ability. Pretty good stat line, and then obviously can deny the opponent lore. We're going to quest up up with everything, and down comes that Merlin Rabbit to start building some tempo, drawing some cards. I'm sure we'd like to bounce it back to the hand on a subsequent turn. We pass to Aaron.
Yeah, and I want to point out a play there by Gabriel, questing with Lyle, with friends on the other side available in hand. That's because up against Ruby Sapphire, Gabriel knows they're going to lose the board at some point. Aaron will be able to clear. They just want every lore they can possibly get while they can. If they have to just pay 3 ink down the line for friends, that might be better because you have to get to 20 exactly. If you get to 19 lore in Lorcana, that is not enough. So every lore can really matter, particularly when you're playing against Ruby Sapphire. So I really like the play there by Gabriel, deciding to quest for 1 instead of singing friends.
No, I think you're absolutely right to point that out. A lot of players probably would have just sung there, but yeah, Gabriel recognizing that every lore counts at this early part of the game. We are this time going to be singing with friends on the other side, but that's fine. We've got the Grand Martala on the opposite side of the board. We've got a Merlin Goat in hand, another Bonsai, friends, couple of snakes, I think, and a fox. Yeah, so a lot of options.
Yeah, and I think the reason Gabriel decides to go for it now, as we see another friends being sung by the rabbit, is suddenly there's so many options, and Ursula's been found right at the moment. You're looking to do it as Emerald up against Ruby because you're trying to discard that Be Prepared. Aaron, though, does not have Be Prepared in hand. Instead, has that legendary Sisu, which cannot be discarded by Ursula.
No, but still good information for Gabriel to get a little scout there. And depending on the ink we've got left, we may be able to bounce this Lyle back to hand and potentially use it again on a later turn. We're going to quest with Bonsai, taking us up to 8. So Gabriel is running away with the lore here, but that doesn't mean it's over. We know how well Ruby Sapphire can catch up.
Bonsai's gained 6 lore on its own already. Not too bad for a 2-cost character. You can see why a character without any ability and an uninkable character is still seeing play in this deck. It is going to be the snake, but not going for Lyle. Instead, bouncing the rabbit back to hand, which means Gabriel can draw another card.
Aaron flicking through. Oh, we've got Flavisham there. That's a pretty good pickup. Would be able to banish one of these items. There's 2 Porpsicles and a couple of 1 Ice Block and a Fishbone Quill. Start build some resources, but definitely going to look to want to get that Sisu down before too long. However, it's not going to hit the Bonsai and it's not going to hit the snake. So not the best value necessarily, but if Gabriel gets too far ahead, he may just be forced to play that.
Flavisham comes through for 4 ink. It's going to banish a Porpsicle, allowing Aaron to draw 2 cards for their trouble. Flavisham definitely a very good top deck there. Of course, Gabriel is fully aware of that legendary Sisu, but has no idea what the other card is. But Grand Martala is going to challenge Banzai. So this Banzai quested for 6. It removed the Tala and it removed the human Sisu as well, Baker. Very, very powerful. And there's the Cloud Kicker, which is a great way of disrupting the power of Flavisham.
Yeah, no, an awful lot of work put in by that card. We're flicking through again. Aaron with not as many options, but Gabriel has to fear that big Sisu. We're going to sing friends on the other side with Lyle. He's quite the singing voice, apparently. And we find a Ursula and a Fox. We are flicking that Cloud Kicker to the top of the hand. Or the Fox, because again, we can just keep reusing this Lyle if we can keep bouncing it. Such a strong card. I really rate Lyle at the moment. And Kit could bounce that Flavisham if we so chose.
Yeah, now bouncing Flavisham back to hand might not seem that impressive because it can just be played again. But the thing is, Aaron's going to have to pay 4 ink to do so, whereas at the moment they could just quest, draw 2 cards. So I'd be surprised if Gabriel lets it stick. Goes for the goat instead, though. Really, really interesting. 4 ink spent on the goat, and then 2 more ink to bounce it back. Gabriel not bothered about the Flavisham, instead just wanting to gain as much lore as they possibly can for now.
I kind of rate it, to be honest. Just do this race, because as we've seen so many times, Ruby Sapphire, the longer the game goes up, they can control that board. They can make huge lore jumps out of nowhere. So I rate the play. Down comes that legendary Sisu, who's going to banish every single character on Gabriel's board apart from the Madam Mim Snake. A nice shift in tempo. The Flavisham going to quest. We will be banishing an Ice Cream and drawing a couple more cards. And suddenly, Aaron felt like he was maybe in the catch-up seat. Didn't have many cards, was far behind in lore, and he's still far behind in lore, but this is a nice way to start to settle the board.
And you can see why Sisu is so strong when combined with those ice blocks. Ice block being exerted to lower a Madamim snake down to 2 strength, which was why one of the snakes went into Gabriel's discard and 1 remains. If there was a second ice block for Aaron, both those snakes could have been removed in a single swoop. It's going to be Vision of the Future.
Big fan of this card.
Aaron's going to look at the top 5 cards of their deck. They can add 1 into their hand and put the rest on the bottom in any order. Does have the option of an ice block. Flaversham's always going to be pretty tempting, but at this stage in the game, that removal of Madame Medusa is what Aaron decides to go for. Madame Medusa, nice to remove cards from the board before they're able to quest, and that can be really important. You're just trying to keep Gabriel as far away from 20 as possible with the threat of those goats.
Yep, no, you're absolutely right. Gabrielle is at 12, which may not seem like it's quite there, but it would only take a couple of turns, so being able to offset that is good. I'm a big fan of Visions helping us find the right cards. But down comes that Merlin goat, going to put Gabrielle up to 13. Down comes the Fox, who's going to return the goat to the hand. Just a really aggressive strategy from Gabrielle here. The Fox going to trade into that Flaversham, who already had a couple of damage courtesy of the snake, and passing over. Nice swing in tempo there, but Aaron's still with this Sisu.
Yeah, and unlike the Kick Cloud Kicker, this is a way of dealing with that Flaversham. Aaron had the option of adding a Flaversham to hand with the Vision of the Future the last turn, but decided instead to go for the Medusa for obvious reasons. They need as much control as possible, but Gabriel really taking advantage of that in a way. It's going to be an ice block targeting the Madamim Fox. In comes Medusa, removing the Fox, and then Sisu. It can quest for 3, but instead, because Gabriel is so close to 20 and has a goat in hand, Aaron forced to challenge that snake, removing it from the board.
Yeah, couldn't have felt great. Not the best trade, and you want to start to develop lore, but like you say, knowing that Gabriel has a goat in hand and is this close to game, it was kind of necessary. Ursula showing a couple of Tamatoas, a very shiny hand for Aaron. No hit this time, though. Nice to see a little smile between the two players. And down comes that Merlin goat once again, taking us to 15 lore. If these two characters survive to the next turn, that's going to get us to 17. And of course, the goat leaving the board in itself represents another lore. So a lot of catching up for Aaron to do here.
Big top deck moment. It's a Popsicle, which could, of course, draw another card. If Aaron could find another Medusa, for example, they could remove the goat from the board.
Yep.
Something like that could be a really big deal. Aaron's going to quest with Sisu, quest with Medusa, up to 5 ink.
Gets his first lore on the board. Not a bad
Up to 5 lore, sorry, yep.
Yep, not a bad start at all.
And it's going to be Tamatoa that's played down by Aaron. Aaron thinking that they might still have time. Popsicle's returned to hand and it is played instantly. And another Popsicle's played.
This finning is really nice, helping us get closer to that lucky dime, to more removal options. We got a Maui there that's going to be able to deal with something that's exerted. Oh, yeah, we are going to exert that Fishbone Quill, another Secret Ink, and over to Gabrielle, who needs to find 5 more lore. There's 2 on the board. Can he do it? This game is not over. Aaron has a Tamatoa and a Sisu on board, couple of items. We know how quickly these decks can catch up if we can find a lucky dime. Can Gabrielle put enough pressure on to seal this first game?
Ursula is going to challenge Sisu, removing it from the board.
Only 4 willpower.
The lore, but instead dealing with that Sisu, which quests for 3. It's going to be a quest from the goat. It's going to be Lyle, meaning that Tamatoa cannot quest next turn. And in comes another goat. And look at the facial expression from Aaron. There is currently no bounce in Gabrielle's hand, though, Baker.
Nothing whatsoever, but of course, if these goats leaving the board will just take us to 19, and if this Lyle can't be touched, then that's going to be another 2. Can Aaron deal with this? We do have a Brawl, so we can deal with Lyle Tiberius Rourke in that way if we so choose. There's a Maui and a Tamatoa. I don't think we can deal with this ready goat.
And Aaron's going to scoop it up. Remember that Tamatoa was reckless. It couldn't quest.
Yep.
And it is game 1 going to Gabrielle on that Emerald Amethyst deck. And the star of the show was Banzai.
Do you think Banzai?
Banzai questing for 6, trading a Sisu, trading a Gramatala. It put in some serious work. Lyle wasn't bad either.
Yeah, that would be my MVP, but I see your point. Bonsai really racing there, and you saw a little look of relief on the face of our EA Tempo player. Knew that they were on a clock, and that was pretty close, but was able to cinch it and get to 20 in time. We're going to be moving into game 2 and see if he can win it again. Who went first in game 1, Joe? Do you remember?
Fairly certain Ruby Sapphire went first in that game.
All right, so 1 on the draw.
Yep.
Got to feel pretty good then going into game 2 if you get to move first here. But again, can't say this enough. We just saw EA Tempo do really well at racing, but Ruby Sapphire, it can still, like, this is a really winnable matchup for Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Banzai can come back down on turn 2 and what kind of issues that might cause. The other thing to consider is that Ursula Deceiver on turn 2 could potentially discard a 1 jump ahead, which might be a little bit of a problem. Gabriel, I think, just saying that, yep, it's going to be me going first, and does have Ursula Deceiver in hand, does also have Banzai, Gabriel, so it's going to be interesting to see which one they prefer going for on turn 2. It looks like the goat might be getting tucked away, but perhaps it's being saved in the hand there for Gabriel. Banzai also, as well as Lyle, the 3 cards on the table. Not sure if it is going to be those mulliganed away. So getting rid of a goat, getting rid of Lyle and Banzai, which might therefore suggest Gabriel looking to go for that Ursula Deceiver on turn 2.
Yeah,
and try and discard the 1 jump ahead, which can really slow Aaron's deck down.
Yeah, and also a lot more ink in Gabriel's opening hand from getting rid of a couple of those uninkables. I think you're right, like there's a good argument to have kept the Banzai, but if you're committed that you're going to play Ursula on 2, which makes sense because you'll snipe the 1 jump ahead if they're holding it, then yeah, I think that's a pretty respectable mulligan. We're going to pass over to the opponent, a cut, and we move into game 2 with over 30 minutes remaining. That 5th Spirit Elsa is going to become ink, and do we have a 1 drop from Gabriel? We do not.
No turn 1 play. We saw in the previous game a 1 cost Clarabelle, which managed to quest for 1 or 2 and then was removed. Not the biggest deal for Gabriel that they've missed it, but against Ruby Sapphire, that is the kind of matchup you want your 1 drop on turn 1.
That 1 lore could make all the difference. We are going to see the Fox inks. Down comes the
Big moment. Is the 1 jump there? It is there, Baker!
That's pretty big.
Huge decision making there from Gabriel, mulliganing away the Banzai for this exact reason. Ursula discarding 1 jump is such a powerful tool you can only do on the play against Ruby Sapphire, and it's worked an absolute treat here.
Yeah, and I'd be interested to know if Aaron kept that 1 jump in the opening hand under the hope that Gabriel would miss the Ursula, or perhaps if they drew into it after the mulligan and just couldn't do anything about it. But yeah, that's a great hit for Ursula, not only -1, but taking away some of that some of those ramp options. Obviously that Tipo has already hit the board and inked something, but he could have sung 1 jump ahead, so this does slow Aaron down by a turn, which could make all the difference.
Yep, also 1 card less in Aaron's hand as well. Ruby Sapphire tends to dump quite a lot of cards from hand early on, and then draws many later on with Flavisham. So that 1 less card in hand is also a pretty big deal. Aaron currently, though, at 3 ink, thanks to that Tipo. Could, of course, ink this turn and go to 4, but no items down on the board. So Flavisham would often be the ideal turn 4 play. Instead, it's going to be a Fishbone Quill for 3. And of course, if Aaron inks with the Fishbone and inks naturally, they could get up to 5 ink for the next turn. That's exactly what they're going to do. Tamatoa inked from hand and a card tucked away by the Fishbone.
The Flavisham was the secret ink, and now we're going to play little deck malfunction there. We're going to play Vision of the Future, look at the top 5 cards, see if we can find something else to help us push the board. What do we see? There's a Dime, a Tamatoa, an Ice Cube, a Grand Martala, and a Fishbone Quill are our 5 cards to choose from.
Tricky one. The Lucky Dime is very uninkable, so that might be difficult to justify. Flavisham, as you just mentioned, tucked away by Aaron with the Fishbone, so that Ice Block's not looking that tempting. Tamatoa, pretty expensive. It's going to be Grand Martala, which isn't often what you'd be picking, but it just shows you the flexibility of Vision of the Future. That Grand Martala can be the best option here, and Aaron's just going to try and keep adding more cards to their hand. Gabriel with Sir Hiss and Ursula down on the board, which quest for 1 each, but it's currently 1 lore apiece. Go into the Inkwell, Baker.
That's quite big. We know how important Merlin Goat can be in closing out games, but sometimes you just got to play the hand you've got, and if that's the best thing to ink, then that's what it be.
4 ink still available. 2 of that ink is going to be spent on a Madam Mim Snake. 2 of it's going to be spent on replaying Ursula. Gabriel was hoping to find another song, but it not rewarded this time. Inking that goat, Baker.
Yeah, it's
definitely could
controversial.
be a decision, which comes back to haunt Gabriel. We'll have to track that one.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Aaron throwing down that Grand Martala that he took off a Vision of the Future to apply a body and help us find key pieces. And I'm not sure if maybe Aaron is running cards like How Far I'll Go, which could be sung by Grand Martala. We're looking at a Brawl and a Sisu. So that Sisu going to be interesting as a way to combat the board, and it is what we keep. We've also got Maleficent, a very high cost hand here, but very powerful.
Absolutely.
We're going to ink the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon.
Yeah, I think that might have been via Fishbone Quill, so it wasn't revealed to Gabriel.
Right.
Epo's going to quest, and Aaron is now on 2 lore, Gabriel at 3, but I have to say, Baker, this previous turn from Gabriel, it's very slow. And in game 1, a big reason they were able to get that victory was the questing power of Banzai, questing for 2 a turn. Despite them going first this game, they just haven't managed to develop a character which quests for 2 as of yet. And I think Aaron's going to be really happy about that.
Yeah, no, there was definitely an argument to have perhaps kept that Bonsai, but Gabriel took a different line, and hey, it could still absolutely pay off for him, but you're absolutely right. This is a bit of a slower start compared to last time. We're going to pay 3 for Friends. There's a Bonsai and a 5th Spirit. Going to be ink. And down comes that Bonsai, so we're now applying that board pressure, Joe.
Yep, manages to quest for 3 as well. So Gabriel up to 6 lore now. Banzai down on the board is not bad either, but again, in the previous game, they were able to sing Friends at will with Lyle and Rabbits. This time, having to spend 3 ink this early on in the game to draw some cards is not really what you want to be doing. You want to be singing Friends and using your ink to develop some more questing power.
It's so tense. You can tell these players, it means so much to them. Round 5, you got to think they are here to day 2. They're here to win the whole thing. Just confirming that Sir Hiss there. What is we holding?
Evasive. So just both players wanting to make sure they're aware. Of course, evasive cards can only be challenged by other evasive cards.
Absolutely right. Our Grand Martala is going to make that trade into Snake. The Daring Visitor is going to come down and remove that Ursa Deceiver. And not only doing that, but threatening a shift line for that big Sisu on a subsequent turn.
Yep, and of course, the human Sisu here is evasive itself. So Hiss with that 3-1 stat line could be traded out very easily by the 1-1 Sisu. It is going to be Sir Hiss and Banzai continuing to quest. Banzai gaining 2 lore for its troubles, so Gabriel up to 9 now.
And you can see how quickly that lore total has jumped up since this Bonsai hit the board, to be fair. So maybe you're right. Like, maybe this was the all-star. We haven't seen a Lyle either from Gabriel, which did put in a lot of work in the previous game. We're going to see Sir Hiss coming down. Pegasus hitting the inkwell and passing back over. But this is looking a little bit better for Aaron. Again, Gabriel's at 9 and a bit of a board, but at least, like, 9's a lot better than the position he was in last turn. At least we have some removal options in hand. Still a long way to go, though, only sitting at 3 lore.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gabriel with the Sir Hiss, the Fox, and the Banzai, all with 3 strength or more. So Sisu, while it enters the board and can remove the Banzai, it's not going to remove any characters with its very powerful ability. So I think Gabriel going to be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, for sure. I took out the Bonsai and was able to survive it, but now Gabriel, you got to think, is going to be interested in just trading out this Sisu with either the Sir Hiss, or maybe we've got another Rush character to come down.
Yeah, I believe Clarabelle just entered the board there. No, it didn't, forgive me. It does now, and it is the option on Clarabelle is you can spend that 2 ink extra to banish an item. And really cool, we've actually got the artist here of this 1-cost Clarabelle in the building here at Disney Lorcana Challenge Birmingham.
Yeah, no, I still need to go get my play sets of their cards signed. I will make the time for that over the weekend. The Sisu going to be questing for, maybe not? Maybe we haven't re-readied yet. Ah, I see. We are going to see the dreaded Be Prepared. We've sung it once today. I know you were bracing yourself for it as soon as it came down. But yeah, nice card, leveling the board. But now Gabriel can respond with this Merlin Goat along with a Bonsai. Maybe this was what Gabriel was waiting for this Be Prep to come out so that he can just re-extend again. Both these characters are out of range of another Sisu, so it would take a Be Prepared. But instead, we're going to ink the Shield of Virtue. Down comes the Tamatoa, probably finding us another Porpsicle, I dare say, or an Ice Block.
Aaron spends all 8 ink on that Tamatoa, and in comes another Banzai, as well as a Crab, and Gabriel continuing to quest. They've got a pretty good read. There's no more heavy removal in Aaron's hand, but of course, there's always the chance to draw some more when you're playing Ruby and Sapphire. Aaron's hand is a Fishbone Quill and a Flavisham, but there's currently no items available for Aaron to banish. Tamatoa could do something about that though, but it might be forced to challenge instead. Gabriel 6 lore away and can currently quest for 6 with a goat in play as well.
Yep, that's an awful lot. So Aaron absolutely has to interact with this field. Going to trade into the Bonsai. So that takes 2 lore off. We do get the Flavisham, who's going to banish that Fishbone Quill. Let's draw a couple of cards. But that's all they wrote. Back over to Gabrielle. As you said, there are 4 lore on board. That's going to take us to 18. As soon as the goat leaves the board, that represents another. So if we see a bounce card or a goat here, I think this is game.
It is just 1 card off the top, and it's going to be Lyle Tiberius Rourke. It's giving Reckless to Flavisham, so Flavisham unable to quest this turn and must challenge if able. Of course, that could disrupt the card draw. We see Aaron grabbing the card on the table, and they extend the handshake. Gabriel with the 2-0 victory, getting 7 points. Emerald Amethyst takes down Ruby Sapphire 2-0.
What a match, Joe. 2-0ing what has been touted as probably the best deck in the format. Definitely the one with the most success rate in set 5 meta so far. But a 2-0 there from EA Tempo. Is that what the sort of result you'd expect from this matchup?
I would definitely expect Emerald Amethyst to do pretty well when going first. I think the really big one was that game 1 where the Banzai quested for 6 despite going second. The Lyle play as well. I would definitely expect Emerald Amethyst to take it when going first, but I think the one where Emerald Amethyst is going second,
play draw dependent,
a little bit more close. But if I had to have predicted it, I probably would have gone for the 2-0. I think if you're playing Emerald Amethyst, one of the big reasons to play Emerald is you should have pretty good matchups and opportunities into Ruby Sapphire quite often.
Yeah, and again, just the potential to snipe things like the 1 jump ahead or the be prepared can be absolutely huge. But also what I think is a bit of a shame is that, like, we saw a turn where that Sisu came down, didn't hit anything. They all had 3 strength, so didn't see that ice block enough. It was down a couple of times, but more often than not, it had to be immediately removed for Flavisham. I think we saw one time where it did it on the snake, so that was included in the board wipe, but other than that, just wasn't able to see the combo enough. So Sisu couldn't deal with the board, and the EA Tempo player able to take this one 2-0. Very exciting.
Yeah, it's my first time seeing Emerald and Amethyst in action this weekend, and you just saw, I think, that the card draw potential there with Lyle, Singing Friends. As soon as you get a couple of friends together, you can suddenly have an abundance of cards. And what I loved in game 2, they only had 1 card left in hand a lot of the time. Lyle, they used all their resources available to them. They didn't put too many cards in the inkwell. I think that's often a mistake you can see some players make. They over-ink. But in this case, every resource that they had was used, and that was the key to success.
I think that's a really good point that I do want to echo there. Like, again, a lot of players will always be, no, you ink every turn if you can, but I do think that there are situations where I would prefer to not ink just to know that I've got those extra cards in my hand to reapply. But we are going to jump over to a little player interview over in the lounge. Don't go anywhere, we've got more Lorcana.
I mean, if they went anywhere, they would not be back in time for the interview. Thank you very much, Baker. I am here, of course, with Gabrielle. A convincing 2-0 victory. How are you feeling right now? Where's your confidence level?
I'm a little bit nervous. It's my second challenge, and I didn't think I had 4 wins and 1 tie. Wow.
That's a pretty good start.
Yeah.
So that's what, 31 points already? In 5 rounds. That's
wow. Yes.
That's pretty good going. That's pretty good going. So the deck you've chosen,
yes,
Amethyst Emerald,
yes,
not the best deck out there, not the most popular deck out there. Why did you bring it?
I started play Lorcana with this deck.
Oh, nice.
Yes, with set 3 with Ursula, of course. And I love that. I played that in my league at Pisa because I'm from Italy.
Of course.
Yes. And I tested a lot. And next week in Bologna, there was the summer rig.
Nice.
And this deck, not mine, won that league. different wrist, but it works very well. Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. So the deck did well. You saw other people doing well with it, and you went, you know what? I should play that deck. And I think it's doing very, very well. So in terms of the new set, Shimmering Sky, set 5, what's that added to the deck? Has it made the deck a lot better?
Yes, Carabella is really strong.
Yeah, it is.
I only opened 2 Carabella, but with my boxes I opened 3 boxes.
Okay, nice.
And I bought the other one.
That sounds very nice to me. Well,
really strong card.
it's such a strong card, it really is.
Yes.
Well, congratulations on your start so far. It's going fantastically. And good luck for your next couple of games.
Thank you very much.
And hopefully we see you back tomorrow.
I hope so. We see on Twitch. So.
Hey, that sounds good to me. But only after you've done a bit more winning, all right?
Okay.
All right, well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be going to a quick video, but don't go anywhere. You're allowed to go and grab a nice cold beverage. That's fine. You're not allowed to go very far, though, because we have got the next round coming very shortly indeed. So don't go far, eh?
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge live from Birmingham. Now, you know, you've basically seen that we have tried to fill as much time as we can between these rounds because sometimes things take a little bit longer to get you a feature match. So we've been trying some pack battles, and the only person who hasn't had a chance to open their pack is Ross.
I've done a pack battle.
Yes, but you haven't.
Other free casters have been opening packs. I haven't yet, so we're going to do a turbo pack, and then we're going to have an actual pack battle between Baker and Spessy, because of course, you know, I did get to. I mean, the word is trounce you in a pack battle.
Hey, it was close, okay? But also, it was ridiculously fun. Okay, let's have a look.
It was a lot of fun. So, we've got the knock. We've got ourselves, that is Took. We've got ourselves, ever as before. That is your Taffeta Mutton Fudge. Love Taffeta Mutton Fudge.
Duck for Cover, Robin Hood.
Oh, there we
everything.
go. Do we need to sing that one?
Bashful.
I like Bashful. Doc, though. Doc is the best of the dwarves in here.
Sherwood Forest, We Know the Way.
And a foil Banzai, which if you watch that last game, you'll know that, you know, very nice, very good, very relevant card in the meta game this weekend. So, we have got ourselves a lot of fun to be had here, but we're going to have a pack battle between Baker and Spessy. So remember how it worked last time. You get to open 2 packs, you put your what we call the marketing cards, the gateway cards. They go into the
Inkwell.
Into the Inkwell. I think we're going to have a.
Oh, they did an arm wrestle to decide who goes first, but it looks like Baker threw.
Indeed. So you start off with your 2 marketing cards as ink, and then you mash your packs together. You draw an opening hand of 5 cards, and you play like normal, with the 2 differences being an opening hand of 5 cards, and the fact that you play to 15 lore rather than playing to the usual 20. But of course, do remember that there's also no restriction on ink, because, and here's the weird thing, right? We don't actually know what the cards are. So you're drawing, and the card you draw could be literally any card in Shimmering Skies.
It kind of makes mulliganing almost pointless, because you're not searching for anything. It's not like when you've built your deck and you know you're trying to get those low ink costs so that you can, you know, quickly kick off the early part of the game. You could just be drawing into anything. I'm sure a lot of them are going to be around 3 or 4
cards. You're looking for the curve at that point.
Exactly.
If you've got a bunch of 4 and 5 cost cards, you're looking for 2 and 3. It also makes 1 cost cards a lot worse, because you start off essentially free ink on turn 1, so it means your early cards are, shall we say, not as good. Now, or your Lulo cards. Here's the thing though, I'm very, very good with all the cards from set 5 that are seeing play right now.
Yes.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure I can recognize every single solitary card from set 5, because some of them I've looked at and gone, I'll worry about that later. Oh, I see a Tippo in Joe's hand.
And a Daisy in...
Oh my word! Is that foil? No, it's regular. Oh my word. I need some Daisy for my aggro deck.
We've seen a Scar there as well.
Oh my goodness. Joe's won this.
We're looking immediately at Baker's as well. We've got Basil.
I tell you, I said 1 costs aren't as good. Yeah, being able to play Daisy and a 1 or 2 cost turn 1. Is that Tippo in both of their hands?
Yes, it is.
Oh, Tippo's a good card. And we got Ralph. Oh, not Ralph, sorry. That is no, it is Wreck-It Ralph. That is the Ralph. That's the one whereby you gain extra cheeky lore. So, looks like we are off and rolling here. And I think Baker's going to be going first. We're adding another ink to the pile. And we are going to be playing, it is our boy Wreck-It Ralph.
Immediately in with a fist bump there from Baker, because he's ready to wreck Joe.
When you're ready, you gain 1 lore for each damage on him. So that means that Joe kind of has to 1-hit banish, or you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. I feel pretty confident Daisy's coming down turn 1. Because that's a redonk. There we go. Daisy Tuck, turn 1. The reaction from Baker.
Another fist bump there. It's very good. This is one of those cards that is seeing so much play at the moment. So actually to be able to pull it and use it in a pack battle, very, very useful. Don't mind the law. And time counters right now. We're going to play until we're ready. And the guys can keep track with a dice.
And a Tippo as well. So there's 4 lore available for Joe from turn 1. Which, I mean, Tippo Daisy turn 1 is just redonkulous. Even in a sealed battle like this. So we are paying free here. Looks, is that an Ana we're playing down here? That is an Ana. That is Eager Acolyte. Each opponent chooses and exerts one of their ready characters. Yeah, well, Joe, it doesn't matter. They've both just been played, so they're ready at the start of the turn, and it will be fine. See, I'm going to be honest with you. That is a card that was not on my radar coming in this weekend. Ralph, Daisy, Tippo, I'm good with all of them. Ana, Eager Acolyte, Ana, Diplomatic Queen, we can have a good chat about. That is a great card from this set.
And that's one that we saw in our mirror match in the last round that we were commentating together, Ross.
Honestly, if I don't know if I want to quest with Ralph here. I want to challenge, because I challenge Daisy. I take 1 damage, and then at the start of when I'm ready, I gain lore for each damage.
True.
So I kind of want to have a damaged Ralph there, just gaining lore at the start of every turn.
Are you saying Baker misplayed with a car he's owned for maybe 6 seconds?
No, I'm just saying that there was an alternate line of play that I think I would personally have preferred. Plus, then you get to use the fact that you exerted Daisy Duck using Ana, so you get to use both of your cards together.
Good point.
So it does look like we've got. Who's playing that card?
That was that Baker just showing it to him?
I think
it was, yeah.
Might have just been showing someone off.
Goodness, these two are not adhering to any sort of board etiquette. It's hard to see.
We do have a Prince John in Joe's hand. I think I had that one in my pack battle, actually.
You did. You certainly did.
Didn't actually use it. I think I ended up inking in. But it's still, it was nice to use the thing. Oh, and Joe agrees with me.
Scar.
Inking it away, and Scar comes down. And now, that is the Scar... was it Scar Betrayer? You may banish a chosen Mufasa character, which of course isn't a thing, because there isn't one out there, but it's still 6 strength, quest for 2, very good stat line on Scar here.
And we're just trying to make sure that we've got the correct lore values for the players.
Yeah, we do have a location coming down here. It is Elsa's Ice Palace. When you play it, choose an exerted character. While this location is in play, that character cannot ready at the start of their turn. I'm going to go ahead and assume he chose Daisy Duck, because I would have chosen Daisy Duck,
honestly. You think it would make sense, wouldn't you?
And that could turn Daisy Duck off until that location goes away. We do see a challenge here taking out that Tipo. And that was from, why am I forgetting his name? King Candy. Or it's actually Turbo. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen Wreck-It Ralph.
Are you ruining Disney films for us during Disney Lorcana Challenge?
I'm afraid these cards do have some spoilers on there, and I don't feel bad about repeating them.
Okay, so at the moment, both of our players are at 3 lore, and anything could happen. Do you know what? I didn't expect to have just as much fun as I did when we did our pack battle. It is so exciting, and the cards in this set are a lot of fun to be able to do this with. And basically, whilst I'm having fun casting for this, I can't wait for us to play another game. I cannot wait to do the next pack battle. This is such a fun little format. Highly recommend if you guys do get your hands on Shimmering Skies and you may be opening it with some friends, definitely try a pack battle. This is definitely a fun format.
It looks like we've got the lore counter sorted out now. So Joe is at 5, Baker is at 3. And of course, we are using Scar there, challenging into Elsa's Ice Palace to get rid of it. Because, yeah, that was, I mean, it must have been turning off Daisy. That's just brutal, that card, when it comes down at the right time. But Baker's got Ana and Ralph and Turbo. Now, they all only quest for 1, but I want to get some damage on that Ralph if I'm Baker.
We can see that Simba in hand as well, both ready. Joe, a raised eyebrow from Joe there. Pretty surprised to see it come down. He's just reading it just to be sure. Which of the hyenas is that?
Well, it's not Ed and it's not Banzai.
That is true. It might be the other one.
I don't know what the other one's called.
Either. I'm blanking on it. Hyena. Oh, there it is. Shenzi.
Yeah, it gets +1 for each other hyena, +1 strength. And when one of your hyena challenges a damaged character, gain 2 lore. It is one of your hyenas, not one of your other hyenas. Now, Ralph is unfortunately gone. That was going to be a bit of an issue. Scar went right at. Scar's putting in a lot of work for Joe here.
Absolutely.
Taking out Ralph, taking out the location. Scars, that 6 strength is really coming in clutch for Joe here. And honestly, I don't know how Joe's done this from 2 packs, but having Daisy Duck, having Scar,
even having Tipo as well, just to be able to get some of that extra ink right near the beginning. This has basically been very useful.
There's even a chance that, could you deck Baker out by making him draw an extra card each turn with Daisy?
Possibly.
I think that you probably end up giving them too many cards before they do that, but still, it's a fun idea to think about.
Just having a quick look at the hand that we can see from Baker right now. He's giving them a quick shuffle over and over again. Anxiously shuffling those cards around. We see one come down into the inkwell. Ready those up, use those. Exerted.
And we do see, oh, that's one of, that's one of the fairy cards. I had it, I believe that was in my pack battle as well. We are talking about...
No, I don't think it was, because that's one of the amber
not.
ones. The fairies are all emeralds.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct.
I can't recognize it from here on our small preview monitor. But already, Joe racing ahead with 9. He's only 6 lore points away.
It is Maid Marian, of course.
Oh, Maid Marian!
Yeah, it gives one of your opponent's characters -5 strength, and of course, lets you quest for 2.
That's a brilliant card.
Yeah, it's not great in standard, but in a format like this, it is
perfect.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So we see more questing with Daisy from Joe, which honestly at this stage looks like it might carry him all the way to victory. It is going beautifully for Joe. Not just getting Daisy from 2 packs, that alone is pretty good. Starting it in your opening hand. There's even an argument here to just really aggressively mulligan, just in the hope that you might have a really good card.
We've just seen the Chromicon come down as well for Joe, and a little bit of a sigh of relief from Baker. Oh, we see duplicates there. Which of them is that? Happy? He's got 2 Happies in hand and a Simba. I think it's Happy. They're having 2 in hand. Oh, there's the concede.
And Joe wins, and there were some fun things, but Scar and Daisy. That was a real story of Joe's game there. It was Scar and Daisy. Daisy going ahead and questing for 2 every turn. Scar giving an answer to Elsa's Ice Palace, which of course was the answer to Daisy. So that was nice having that. And that was the thing. If Elsa's Ice Palace had stuck a little bit longer and Daisy had been turned off, Baker could have got back into that game. But Scar with 6 strength taking it out was absolutely lovely. Now, what other cards did they pull that we have yet to see?
Okay, here we go.
We've got another turbo there. Rantis Fluggenutter, I want to say.
The mini, then there's the Turtle Merlin.
Lots of racers from Wreck-It Ralph. We've got...
The Foil Maleficent?
Might be... Oh, and of course the Daisy Duck.
Yeah, the Daisy is the biggest hit there.
Fix-It Felix, we've got Maleficent. Oh, there we go, that's a very nice card. And a foil Wreck-It Ralph to go with a regular Wreck-It Ralph. The Knock from Frozen 2. Oh, more racers from Wreck-It Ralph. Hey,
he's very pleased.
And the final card is another Tipo. Okay, so Joe definitely won in terms of getting the Daisy Duck, and Joe also definitely won in terms of getting to 15 lore when Baker was unfortunately still miles away.
So he won in terms of winning the game, yeah.
I mean, honestly there, like I say, Joe, very good player, very accomplished player, but if you're playing a back battle and you start Daisy Duck and then hit Scar pretty quickly...
What else do you expect?
I do feel like... all the cards are going to have some utility. In a sealed format like this, they're all going to have something about them which makes them good. And yeah, starting with those 2 and then making the most of whatever else you've got, huge. I'm a little bit sad in our pack, but I actually had 2 Mickey and 1 Mini.
You did. It was a really good one.
But I only had, I kind of had 1 turn of both of them, but that could have been better. I had both the Archimedes, the regular and the shift version. So there were some nice little combos there, and you discover stuff in pack battles that you don't discover in standard format. So
it is a great way to learn the cards actually for the new set, you're right, and it's just a fun format to do. So like we said, highly recommend that you guys do try this if you're opening a pack with friends. Oh, here he is.
I lost.
Yeah, we know
you lost.
Mate. We know, we watched the whole thing. In fact, we were commentating it as it happened, so we're sorry. Bye, Baker. Bye-bye.
Anyway, close. Sorry, Baker.
We're going to have to let him have a little bit of a rest. We're going to go calm him down, but we'll be right back with more of your Disney Lorcana Challenge live from Birmingham.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge from the lovely city of Birmingham in the UK. It's quite convenient for most people. Apparently, 75% of the UK population live within a 3-hour drive of the NEC where we are. I'm in the minority. I am a 6-hour train ride away, and shall we say, it took a long time, but I made it. And this round, I'm joined by Ed. How you doing,
Certainly
Ed?
are. I'm doing all right. And boy, have we heard a lot about the 6-hour commute that it took for Ross. But he's here. He's only had one pack to open. We've obviously just watched a pack battle. We've had a pack battle. So it's only fair that whilst we just wait for the last couple of rounds to finish before we get into our next feature match, that we let Ross open some more packs. And I'm going to join him as well. So Ross, grab yourself some packs, mate. I'm going to open one of these Maui ones. What are you opening? I'm going to let you do the first one.
I'll open a Maui one as well. I will say the pack art selection in this set, Vanellope and Donald Duck and Maui, the best 3 Disney films, as far as I am concerned, are Wreck-It Ralph, Zootropolis, and Moana, with a special mention for Big Hero 6. Hey, it's a hero, and it's from Wreck-It Ralph. So, yeah, excited to see Big Hero 6 appearing in the Azurite Sea. Invited to the ball. I feel like we might have revealed that on a previous EU stream.
Stitch, I had that in my pack battle.
Love that Stitch. Very, very fringe card, but is seeing a bit of play.
Shenzi.
We got Shenzi. We've got Pete. And Vision of the Future. Very nice card. You are going to see this pop up all weekend in Sapphire decks. Get the best card from your top 5.
Okay, so now it's my turn. So I'm going to kick this off. Right now, I'm going to start with Fauna. We got Cogsworth. That's very good. Very
Love that
versatile, very
Cogsworth.
useful right now. Said this before, but this is very, very good with that synergy with the Genie, making things exerted, stopping them ready. We got Vanellope. We got the Queen. We got, oh gosh, I've got to Francis Fluggerbutter. We got Mickey Mouse. We got Emerald Chromicon. We got a lovely Sven there.
In a lot of play all around. That card is everywhere right now.
Revive, which you managed to use during the pack battle.
Mickey came out.
Sword releases, and let's have a look. What's my holo? Ooh, Yzma. Very nice. 4-cost Yzma. So this one says, during your turn, whenever one of your characters banishes a character in a challenge, you may deal 1 damage to chosen character. So something like this combined with something like Super Goof, that could be pretty good in terms of gaining lore, but also, you know, taking away some of your opponent's abilities to respond. Right, what have you got next?
Sounds nice to me. What have we got? The Arda that we just saw appearing in that pack battle. Vanellope von Schweetz. Seriously, all the Wreck-It Ralph stuff in this set makes me incredibly happy. Ratigan, which makes Baker very happy. Dopey, still not as good as Doc, but still a cool card. Clarabelle, we like Clarabelle in this set. Sven, you get to ready one of your characters, and they can't challenge or quest, but they can exert, for instance. 7 Dwarfs Mine. We've got ourselves Plate Armor. Oh, we've got Scroop. Lovely little super rare there. And Prince John Foil, super rare. I will take that. And of course, there's another version of this card that exists that I definitely did not pick up when I was on a lovely day out with my family last weekend.
Okay, well now it's my turn. So we're kicking off with a Robin Hood there. We've got a Maleficent. Got ourselves a Fix-It Felix Jr. Merlin. Oh gosh, I'm taking 2 at once there. We've got Pete. I had that before. Sneezy, also had that in my pack battle. Mother Gothel. I've only ever seen this written down. Alana Dale or Alan Adale?
Alana
or
Dale.
Delayle?
Nah,
or delay, because it's oodle-lally, golly, what a day.
All I tell you is you play a song, you gain a lore. That's a really nice card.
Very nice. I wish I'd had that earlier in the pack battle, but that's fine.
In Amber Steel, in Steel Song decks.
More Chromicons, always nice. Another Shenzi. Madam Mim Elephant, that's very useful. I'm going to need that for my Ruby Amethyst deck. And a Hideaway Hollow there. Ooh. Put chosen item or location into its player's inkwell face down and exerted. Probably actually quite good in a mirror matchup against other Sapphire decks to maybe take away some of their resources.
It is seeing a bunch of play in Sapphire decks. And fun fact, there is a Kuzco in the set that does exactly the same thing, which is also seeing a bunch of play. And when you've got when you've got an action card and a character card that do the same thing, and they are both seeing play, that's good. Okay, I need old Cogsy for I'm building a rush deck. I'm building a very aggressive deck. I'm going to put that one to one side. That is going straight in a sleeve, straight into my deck. We got Chaka there. We got When Will My Life Begin? I've heard that song so many times in the car with my children. Taverton Mutton Fudge. This is one of my favorite cards in the set. One day someone's going to make it great, and I'm going to be there to enjoy it.
Bruni.
I mean, it's 4-cost Inkable Quest for 2 with Evasive, and when it's banished, you draw a card. It's a bit higher up, but I might be popping this in some aggro decks as well. Queen Sensicore. Oh, that's a nice Minnie Mouse. Ooh. We like this Minnie Mouse. And then we've got a Simba as
foil
well.
Simba, lovely.
Yeah, and look, when you shift into it, or when you play it, you can banish a chosen item or location. It is a card that not enough people are playing, in my opinion. I think it's a card where the perception is going to change over time.
I agree, but also I think it's got gorgeous artwork on it as well. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Going to kick it off with Rancis Fluggerbutter, Zazu. We've got Merlin Turtle, which is always useful. We've got Rut, one of the moose. We have Minnie Mouse. We have Happy.
Still not Doc.
We've got Minnie Mouse. This is one of the ones that you were seeing earlier in the pack battle.
Loved it.
We've got Merlin's Cottage.
Very nice card, like it.
Oh, Monstro. Very nice. Quite happy to have that, actually. Another Yzma, which I had foil earlier. We Know the Way. And Try Everything, which I've got in hollow. Character cost of 4 or more can sing it, remove up to 3 damage from chosen character, and ready them. They can't quest for the rest of the turn. So actually, that's quite nice. It just keeps your characters safe and secure and rested up a little bit. That would actually probably do quite well in some of the decks that we've been talking about today, Amber Steel Song and things, just to take away a little bit of the damage that you're going to be going. You're straight into another one of your packs as well, aren't you?
Strong contender for best song in any Disney film. And when I'm in the mood to watch Zootropolis, I'll be driving around with my kids, I'll put Zootropolis, I'll put Try Everything on in the car, and then I'll wait for the song to finish, and I'll go, oh, what film do you fancy watching tonight, kids? And they go, oh, let's watch Zootropolis, and they think they decided it all by themselves.
You're incepting your kids by just playing it in the car.
Absolutely, and it's got about a 90% success rate.
Glimmer versus Glimmer, gorgeous art on that card.
And it worked nicely in our pack battle. Amethyst Chromicon, another card I need for my aggro deck. Let's put that to one side, letting you draw cards. Very nice indeed. Royal Tantrum, got to keep that under control. And there's a foil Monstro.
That is gorgeous. Monstro, another very good one to have. Okay, right, let's see what I've got here. So, kicking it off with a Mickey Mouse, always quite nice. Got ourselves a Fauna there. Archimedes. Now, I got one of these earlier, so actually combining a couple of those in a quick aggro deck going to be nice. Vanellope von Schwitz. We've got Prince John. Royal Guard. I've been turned into a cow. Can I go home?
No.
Arthur. Oh, I like that one. I like the bird Arthur. That's a very, very nice bit of art there. King Candy, seeing a bit of play this weekend. Maleficent as well. Oh, Coda. This is the one that you needed earlier during our pack battle.
Coda would have helped, frankly.
And he's a cute little bear.
Well, I'm in that too. Sugar Rush Speedway, I still love this card. I really think there's some potential there. Move to it for free. Move your characters to other locations. One day, it's going to be great.
And then lastly, Healing Touch. So this is basically Rapunzel. So remove up to 4 damage from a chosen character and draw a card. Obviously Rapunzel, you draw per bit of damage that you actually heal off it, but that's still pretty useful. Healing for 4, very, very good. And you get to draw off a card. I'm actually quite pleased with that. 3 Inkable. Definitely going to be utilising that somewhere.
And sometimes you just need that little bit of healing. Like Baker, evil comes prepared. You got Banzai. Gale, another card I very much like. 3-cost Inkable. Quest for 2. But when it's banished in a challenge, it goes back to your hand, either to be replayed or used as ink. Do not sleep on Gale. Vision of the Future, that great card in Sapphire decks, lets you grab the best from the top 5. Shout out to Ben, big Hey fam. Ratigan's Party. We've got Patcha. We've got the Library, phenomenal card. When a character is banished, say you draw a card, you will see this in basically every Amethyst deck at the moment. It's that good. Louisa Madrigal, juggling donkeys, as she tends to do. Robin Hood, running away, as he tends to do. -1 cost for every damage on your opponent's character, and it quests for 4. Lovely card. And Mother Gothel, another card we are seeing popping up. partly as a shift target, and partly because it can bump a character to your opponent's hand.
Always nice. Well, now it's my turn to try another pack, and we'll see exactly what I can get here. Kicking us off with a rather lovely Zazu there. I've always been a big fan of Zazu's design, even from the ground up. We have the Ana that we were talking about earlier. We have Healing Decanter. Basil from Basil the Great Mouse Detective. Wonderful movie. Shoanna Rainbow. Rudy. Shenzi. Amber Chromicons. We have
Great
got
card.
most of the Chromicons, I think, by now. This one, remove up to 1 damage from each of your characters. Very useful. We've got Arthur there. We've got Sheriff of Nottingham. That's a very good one to have.
Seen that already this weekend. We might see more.
We've got Minnie Mouse here. And, ooh, a nice hollow Earth Giant there. Very, very pleased with that because I very much like the design of this card. I think it looks gorgeous. Do you think we have time for one more?
I'm going to say we have time for one more. We don't have time for one more.
Okay. Okay. Well, in that case, I guess we're going to have to just open packs later, Ross.
Feels like we need to watch more people play Lorcana. It's almost like people have travelled from all over Europe, descended on Birmingham to play some Lorcana. So go grab a nice cold beverage while we get our players into place, and then we'll come back with some lovely Lorcana action.
and welcome back to more of your coverage here at Disney Lorcana Challenge, live from sunny Birmingham. So, we've obviously...
Sunny?
Well, I was trying to be upbeat about it, but no, you're right, it has been kind of grey and raining. But we're inside, and all the passion is in here as everyone is trying to make their way to that top cut in the second day here at Disney Lorcana Challenge. I'm joined wonderfully by Joe. And Joe, it's always nice to be able to sit here with you and just talk about a bit of Lorcana. So we're just waiting for our next feature match to come up.
They're getting sat down, almost ready.
Oh, they are. So
I haven't got the headphones on yet, but...
No. That's how you know. That's how you know they're not quite ready.
Yeah.
Once those headphones go on, it's action time. But something that's worth talking about, we aren't quite 100% aware of what they're going to be playing yet. Oh, that's not true. In fact, on our handy-dandy technology that's just come through, we have been getting our first glimpses of what's going on. So I can tell you first, one of them is a... Ooh, it's one of the bounce decks, so that's a Ruby... Is it Ruby?
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's actually a really exciting one. It's actually going to be... We're going to just wait until the players have got their headphones on to talk about the deck, but it is exciting. Very much looking forward to seeing these decks in action. Players are sat down, getting their headphones on. It's quite an interesting little position when you've got those headphones on. You get a bit of white noise going on when you're at the player table.
It feels like you're on a plane.
Yeah,
with that
it does.
That's exactly how it sounds on you over there. Even when we're playing our pack battles, and also you can hear the judges talking. So sometimes when we had Tim on here, you were talking to us and almost giving judge calls into the headsets.
I was being a stickler for the rules.
Absolutely. And that is why we're here, because we've got to make sure that everything is done by the books. And honestly, I've said this with a lot of the guys, but I haven't yet talked about it with you. I really enjoy how much of a diverse meta that we're in at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've seen some really interesting decks that I kind of wasn't expecting. So even in one of the last couple of rounds that we've had, we had a Amber Emerald mirror match, which whilst obviously it's a deck that people are playing, it's one that's less represented. You expect, you definitely your Ruby Sapphire, your Ruby Amethyst, your Steel Song, maybe even some of your hyper aggros like your Amber Amethyst, but I wasn't expecting necessarily to see some of those sing together decks go in a mirror match.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think in previous meta, where we had in set 4 Ursula's Return, there wasn't that many top decks. I think the Emerald Steel deck kind of limited a lot of the decks that could really come into the meta. And I think therefore people are kind of seeing some of the tournament results, seeing Sapphire and Ruby do really well, see Amber Steel Songs do really well, and they're like, oh, they're the best decks, I have to play them. And therefore those decks are really heavily represented. But then if I was a player coming into this weekend, I would be thinking, what decks can I play that beat those heavily represented decks? And I think Amber Emerald, it was the deck I've actually picked as my prediction to win it, is a really good example of that. Those heavy discard lines can really disrupt a lot of those very, very strong decks. Prince John, my favorite card in the game, of course, questing for 2 with Ward, but whenever your opponent discards a card, you draw that many. So you play Prince John on turn 3, and then on turn 4, you have forgotten me, a first chapter card, your opponent discards 2 cards. And another thing you can do is you can even sing a Sudden Chill or a Bare Necessities while you're at it to potentially discard 3 cards in a single swoop while drawing 3, and often that could discard every single card from your opponent's hand.
Interestingly, because you did mention that compared to what a lot of you expect maybe the top 3 decks to be, that one's sort of slightly lower down the list. One of the ones that I do find is really competing with something especially like Ruby Sapphire is that hyper aggro deck I mentioned earlier. Amethyst Amber is very, very good. I playtested that a lot over this week, and it's just... because of the way a lot of, especially Sapphire decks work, where it's a little bit slower to ramp up, but once it hits, it just goes off a cliff and everything happens really quickly. Because you can just keep playing and playing and playing, and especially if you have something like Chernobog as well.
Yeah, oh yeah.
When you've just got it filled with all these, 1 and 2 and 3 cost characters, it just really changes the game. And that has been one of the things that sort of undercut some of the meta. So part of me is hoping that in one of these feature matches for the remainder of the day, we have 3 left. We're about to have our round 6, then 7, then 8, wait, then 9.
4.
Wow. Good, I'm glad I could do maths. It's really, really helpful. But that's very exciting because I really hope we can get to see it in action, because it is very speedy and the way it deals with some of the meta is actually pretty remarkable.
Yeah, and I've just been eyeballing it when you pulled it up. I haven't got the deck list in front of me to my left, but I did eyeball one of the decks, and it looks like we're going to be seeing Amethyst Steel, which can be built in many different ways. We talked about that earlier with Baker. You could go down the Jafar route. You could go down quite a slow mid-range route. Alternatively, you could try and be a little bit more quick, and I wonder what kind of build we're going to be seeing. Looks like it might be this kind of mid-range approach here, which is going to be a really, really interesting deck to see. It's a deck I played quite a lot in the previous set, and it's a deck which, if you can get the right tech cards in your deck, it could be really, really strong. So Benja would be great up against Sapphire, but Benja's not going to be great up against something like Emerald. So it's finding that balance to have enough good cards in every single matchup without sacrificing power elsewhere.
You're absolutely right. We do have some very, very interesting cards in some of these decks, and seeing, you know, the green Amethyst is one of them, and then also we're then seeing, Steel. I believe that's then Steel Amethyst as well. So yeah, very interesting seeing these two. Jonathan versus Jordan here. Both of our players ready. The headphones are on, Joe. We said that.
Yeah.
And that's how you know things are really ramping up here in Birmingham. And both of them are soon going to be kicking off right now. They are just figuring out their mulligans, and we will be heading over soon. But we are going to be seeing the different ways that Amethyst can interact with those other ink colors. So we are going to see how Emerald can react with the Amethyst, and also how Steel. But Steel obviously featuring cards like Pete right now. Very, very useful, stopping some of the actions.
Yeah, absolutely. Jonathan on Amethyst Emerald. We did see it in action a couple, in fact, in the previous round, taking down Ruby Sapphire, but it's going to be a little bit more of a slow match here. Jonathan, again, we saw the Amethyst Emerald player against Ruby Sapphire being quite quick with the questing, but in a matchup like this, it's going to be a real battle of the Amethyst cards. It could be quite a long, drawn-out game, and that's the beautiful thing about both of these decks. They have the flexibility to go for a different game plan, and we are going to see Jordan kicking things off here. Elsa into the Inkwell, Chernobog's followers down on the board, and I would have to say, Ed, these are my two picks for kind of like most what I would call mid-range decks in the game, where they're so flexible, they can be quite quick, and I think it's going to be a really, really high skill level game we're about to see, as Clarabelle is the first card on the board for Jonathan.
You're absolutely right. Seeing some of these early plays right now with the one costs, knowing that we're definitely going to be seeing Clarabelle later on coming in and being a very dominant presence. That's one of those set 5 cards that people have very much been enjoying, and by the looks of it, we're going to be seeing that coming in this match from Jonathan. We see the Snake come down there for Jordan, bouncing back the Chernobog, and then we go straight back over to Jonathan there, who's then going to quest.
Yeah, one law each. One law apiece. Of course, Jonathan could do something similar. If they have the Snake in hand, they could ink and play a Snake of their own, and then it would start to feel a little bit like a mirror match. But of course, both players on Amethyst, but Emerald for Jonathan and Steel for Jordan, but it is going to be the mirror. Jordan questing with that Chernobog's followers, bouncing it back. Jonathan questing with that Clarabelle and bouncing it back, and it's back on over to Jordan. Of course, can ink this turn, getting them up to 3 ink on turn 3. It's going to be a Magic Broom into the Inkwell, and out comes the Library.
Aha, one of those set 5 cards that we are seeing played by pretty much every Amethyst player right now. A very, very useful location, and we know it's definitely going to start seeing more and more play throughout the weekend. That combined with some of the other locations like Queen's Castle, pretty lethal.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Jordan decides not to quest with the Madam Mim Snake here either, perhaps wanting to move it into the library next turn. And therefore, if Jonathan was to quest with their Snake, Jordan could just spend 1 ink, move their Snake into the library, and then take the trade, but draw a card for their trouble. But in comes Merlin Crab, and suddenly 6 damage can be dealt by the Madam Mim Snake. But Jordan now readies up. And will we be seeing this Snake move over into the library, taking that challenge to draw a card, essentially spending 1 ink to draw 1 card? That is pretty efficient. Bell Accomplished Mystic could be a really tasty card in this matchup, and Jordan's just drawn into it.
When it comes to Amethyst, what would you say is the spiciest card that you've seen played so far? What's the unexpected card in an Amethyst combo that you think can actually give you the advantage?
It could be this Bell. I think in this game, Jordan's just drawn into it. It's, of course, closed deck list. It's not a card you tend to play around. And we did see someone earlier using Bell to move 1 damage counter from their own card to remove a Mother Gothel, and that was huge. And we are going to see the Chernobog followers move into, go into the inkwell, and that 1 ink spent on the Madam Mim Snake, moving to the library. Another card drawn for Jordan, really utilizing the power of the library there.
We can see we've got a Baboom in hand there for Jordan as well. So Pete being on the board there, just making sure that no actions get played. And still quite a good amount. Like you say, we've got the bell in hand, and we do have the Madam Mim Fox ready to go at any point with Jordan. And then if we see there on screen right now, Jonathan's hand, we do see the Mim, we see the Clarabelles.
Yeah, Jordan's Pete's given Jonathan's actions the red card for this turn, but Jonathan doesn't even have any actions available. So not getting the best possible value out of Pete, but of course being that 3-cost character, it could be an ideal target to sing Friends on the other side down the line.
Absolutely, and also in something like this, it's best just to try and stop them. You may not know that they definitely have them in hand, but sometimes it's not worth that risk. Sometimes you just have to maybe quote-unquote waste the Pete just to try and make sure that you've got that little bit of security.
Yeah, Jonathan spends 4 ink on a Merlin Goat. So they've got a Merlin Crab down on the board, which quested for 1, and that Merlin Goat, in fact, sorry, it traded into the library, but Jonathan now on 2 lore, as is Jordan. So 2 lore each as it stands. I think the player's just double checking everything's okay with that. And it's going to pass back on over to Jordan, who of course went first in this game. So when you're the player going first in game 1, you really don't want to start off with a loss, because then you're really going to be in danger of losing this one 2-0. And if you're Jonathan, if you can get the win in game 1 here, then you've got the opportunity to go first in game 2 to potentially get that bonus point. So really, really high stakes. Every point matters at this stage. You're looking to get around 45 points over the 9 rounds of Swiss. So a win here would put each player within touching distance of that top cut. Guaranteed almost for day 2.
Absolutely, and you know that a lot of these people have in their mind as they make their way towards those top cuts that they might have their chance to represent at the Euros later this year. And you know that everyone is trying their hardest to get that. Not just trying to get their hands on some wonderful prize cards, and boy are there some wonderful prize cards. I think a lot of people are wanting to be part of that Euros experience.
You do see the Madam Mim Fox on the board now for Jordan. Another card which could sing Friends on the other side down the line. The hand currently for Jordan is the Bell Accomplished Mystic, that Baboom, as well as a Queen's Castle. And Queen's Castle, when paired with Steel, Queen's Castle was considered one of the best cards in the game. We just haven't seen it that much today. A little bit overshadowed by the library. Well, Jordan's got both the library and Queen's Castle in their deck. And I think with the control of Steel, that could be a really good way for this mid-range Amethyst Steel deck to really build into and try and protect those locations with big control cards like the Fox, the Babooms, the Bells. It seems like an interesting way to build the deck from Jordan. I like it, what I'm seeing so far.
Absolutely, and you're right in that we haven't really seen an awful lot of Queen's Castle, despite how really quite strong it is in this current lineup, but it is very easy to misplay that card, played at the wrong time, where your opponent has a lot of ways to get rid of it. For instance, you know, Madam Mim Snake has 3 strength, so that's already doing almost half of the damage. So if your opponent has too many cards in hand, too many cards on their board, it's actually just not a smart idea to do. We're now seeing Jonathan get some more ink in there, and then we got straight into Merlin Crab.
Yeah, Clarabelle going into the inkwell. Clarabelle, a card I find quite an interesting inclusion in Amethyst Emerald, because while it can pop off in a big way, I think it's fair to say that Amethyst has plenty of card draw, even without that Clarabelle. But the fact that it's a nice inkable option just gives Jonathan that luxury of putting it into the inkwell, despite being a rather valuable legendary card. Jordan, of course, having gone first, is going to have the slight advantage in ink if they continue to ink each turn. But in comes a rabbit for 4 ink, draws into a snake. And I do believe they're still able to ink this turn. Could see that Baboom being tucked away, bounce the rabbit back. And these Amethyst mirror matchups can often be a bit of a battle of the rabbits. How many times can you bounce that rabbit back and forth and start gaining the advantage in card draw? And Jordan with that rabbit now starting to really gain an advantage in terms of cards in hand.
Absolutely, and this is where hopefully Jonathan can start ramping into that Clarabelle light on her hooves, because that's the sort of thing that you're assuming he's he's playing that if he's going straight in with, you know, the one-cost one. But that's exactly what you need to make sure that card advantage that is gathered by some of those Amethyst cards actually becomes kind of immaterial.
Yeah.
Because you'll get all of those back at the end of your turn.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point because I think Clarabelle as a card is probably most strong against Amethyst. Amethyst doesn't really have a way of keeping its card count low. For example, Sapphire, to counter Clarabelle, you can use your Fishbone Quill, tuck all your cards away, and then draw with Flaversham during your turn and disrupt the Clarabelle. But Amethyst just draws lots of cards. Jonathan did ink that Clarabelle in the previous turn, and maybe they're living to regret it after seeing Jordan play a rabbit shortly thereafter.
That's very true. And you can see in a lot of these matches, because the pressure is on, you've got lights, cameras with the knowledge that you're being watched by hundreds, if not thousands of people. And that's definitely adding some of the pressure. And you cannot misplay in these feature games. You should not do that. Not only because of how it'll make you feel, but because you have to think very far ahead, especially when you're actually playing two similar colors.
Yep.
You need to be sure, because you'll know the sort of plays they're going to do, because you know the cards as well as they do, hopefully. You've got to think ahead.
First time I'm seeing this Mother Gothel card played on the main stage here. It's a new Emerald Floodborn character, and Jordan is going to have to bounce a card back to their hand. Jordan gets to choose and does decide to bounce back. I believe it was a snake into their hand, keeping that Manamim Fox ready and waiting on the board.
Again, you can just always making sure that there's time there. I think they were just double checking something. And now we move straight back into Jordan, who's going to ready those up and move into the draw. And what is that we've got? I'm trying to see if I can see on our screen. Cannot make it out. But we will find out in mere moments, I'm sure. It wasn't Strength of a Raging Fire, was it?
Yeah, I'm not certain either, but that rabbit is back in the hand after bouncing it back. And Jordan could go for the rabbit, but they are running into that risk, as you mentioned, of that Clarabelle. Clarabelle could really punish Jordan here. While Jordan is spending all their ink drawing cards, Jonathan could just spend 7 ink in a single swoop with the Clarabelle and draw up to 6 or 7 at once. It really can be that impressive when Clarabelle works. Now, Bell considered to be inked by Jordan, but it's such a nice trump card to have up your sleeve and just catch your opponent off guard. So I wonder if Jordan's just wanting to hold on to it for that reason, but does decide to get rid of it. And now Jonathan knows there is maybe the threat of more Bells in Jordan's deck, having seen that first copy. Chunderbox bounced back into hand by Jordan instead of bouncing the rabbit, perhaps fearing that Clarabelle.
Oh, it was Strength for
It was Strength. 3 damage is going to be dealt to the crab. The crab removed from the board. And it was sung by the Fox as well, so not spending any ink at all, but being able to remove your opponent's character is a really, really strong play.
The strength of a raging fire.
Very nice.
I can't compete with Baker. I'm not even going to try.
I haven't got that in my locker, I have to say. Jonathan's got a Banzai and a Goat in hand, which both could come down. I believe 6 ink exactly available. Goat and Banzai would cost 6. There is one more card tucked away into the left of the hand. It looks like a Lyle Tiberius Rourke as well.
Which is a very good card to be having right now.
Yeah, do you know what? That could be a bit of a game changer in this matchup.
Hugely.
Definitely one of the big advantages Emerald might have over Steel is the power of Lyle. Jordan could have removed the Lyle with Strength of a Raging Fire perhaps, but that Strength of a Raging Fire is of course now in the discard pile, so Lyle could be nice and safe right now. It is going to be the Goat for Jonathan for 4 ink. 2 ink remains. Banzai and Lyle are the cards in hand, both uninkable of course.
Yes, that's a slightly worse situation to be in, not having anything to just add to those resources, but we are going to see it come down there.
Yeah, Banzai with that 3-2 stat line, quest for 2. Jordan has a very similar card in Steel, of course, which is going to be Mr. Smee, but Mr. Smee is inkable.
Yes, Monsieur Mouche, famously inkable.
Mother Gothel questing for 2. Jonathan's making a really nice start here, starting to creep ahead in terms of lore. Jordan did look like they started to have that card advantage. But it's not only a fight for the amount of cards in hand, but also fight for board control. But that is a great card for Jordan. One of the best tools in these Amethyst Steel decks is the ability to sing with a rabbit. And then along came Zeus, and there it was. damaging the Mother Gothel, but she still remains on the board. It's also going to take the Madam Mim Snake to clean up the Mother Gothel.
I will say something that we are seeing in quite a lot of these feature matches is a lot of a battle of attrition for control of the board.
Yep.
And that is important, don't get me wrong. But we have seen a couple of these feature matches, but as a result of focusing on the board, nobody is questing.
Yeah.
Nobody is making any leeway when it comes to trying to actually win the game. So right now, seeing Jonathan actually start to creep ahead and increase that gap is probably one of the things that's going to help. Jordan is doing a great job of getting rid of Gothel and things like that. But right now, the focus for Jordan should probably be on trying to make quite a substantial board, not only that's pretty defensive, but one that's actually going to be able to close the gap. And we are going to see Lyle Tiberius Rourke come down, which obviously probably quite useful right now because we want to make sure that the opponent is losing lore when you're this far ahead. That's going to be quite good. But it's definitely going to discourage Jordan from using any of those songs. I don't know if Jordan has in their deck anything like Grab Your Sword, something that's just going to sweep a bunch of them at once, but something like that would be quite useful.
Well, funny you should say that, Ed, because Jordan has not drawn into a song, but the Tinkerbell has just been drawn by Jordan. That could start to put the board control back in their favor. Jonathan also had the option of playing the Ursula Deceiver alongside the Lyle, but instead deciding to add it into the Inkwell. It's going to be the Rabbit for Jordan for 4 ink, of course allowing you to draw a card as well.
Was that another Madam Mim Fox that came to hand from the draw? I think it was. Oh, back-to-back, another draw. Very good.
This rabbit has bounced back and forth for Jordan, and the Madam Mim, one is going to remove a goat, the other is going to remove a Banzai.
But that's going to lose him both of his lore there.
Yeah, 2 lore lost thanks to Lyle Tiberius Rourke, and that is the power of Lyle in a longer game. But the Mr. Smee also comes down. Jonathan, while in a strong position in terms of lore, only has a single card in hand and a single card on the board. But imagine if it's Clarabelle. It's going to be Ursula Deceiver, and it's going to miss. It's a Tink and a Rabbit.
But at least now Jonathan has the advantage of knowing what's going to happen, and at this point should just try and, you know, utilize Rourke as much as possible. Just get some extra lore, knowing that because of that move that Jordan just did, that Jonathan now has an even bigger gap. There is an 11 lore gap now. At first it was just about 6 or 7, but it has really moved because not only did Jonathan gain lore, Jordan lost it, all because of Rourke. And I actually do think Rourke is a card that some people are sort of sleeping on actually in this format. I do think it's a really, really versatile card. You want to do something to really, you know, affect the player who is focusing too hard on maybe dominating the board. You want to try and punish them for that by taking their lore away. And
there's the Tinkerbell, and the Smee could also challenge into Lyle.
There it is.
And Lyle has been removed. Jonathan took that quest for 1 and has been punished by that Tinkerbell, which they did know was in hand. Still top deck mode though. A Clarabelle right about now would be tremendous, but it's a Banzai. Ed, I want to go back to one of the biggest decisions in this game. It was around turn 5. Jonathan put that Clarabelle into the Inkwell. And ever since then, it was the turn after Jordan went for that Rabbit.
We've not seen it since, have we?
And Clarabelle has just not been drawn by Jonathan ever since. And it's going to be really tricky to gain enough cards in hand. Tinkerbell removes the Ursula, removes the Banzai. Jonathan, no cards on the board, no cards in hand. Jordan is 20 lore away. But suddenly...
Oh, here we go. Now we're talking.
Double Lawrence, double Rabbit, and a Tinkerbell.
That's a board. That's a board right there. The double...
There's the Clarabelle!
We were waiting for this! It's taken 20 minutes to find that Clarabelle, but there it is!
But Jordan played round at the perfect moment. They just emptied their hand in the previous turn. No cards in hand, no cards drawn by Clarabelle. She arrived at the absolute worst moment to the party.
This is just... as you were saying it, that was obviously the moment that they drew it, but it's not enough. Look at that. Look at this gap closing right now.
Jonathan was 12 lore to 0, but suddenly Jordan questing for a total
of 8. That's great. That's a great round there for Jordan. So, Clarabelle is now there, and that's all good, but like you say, it might just be a little bit too late.
Jonathan's drawn into another card which draws them, which is friends on the other side, has the option, of course, of singing it with Clarabelle. But in this position, Jonathan might want to just start trying to remove some of Jordan's questing power. They might want to quest on their own, but of course also has the option of singing with Clarabelle. So 3 real options here. You could challenge, you could quest, or you could sing.
Who would you go for if you were currently in Jonathan's position? What would you try and take down? Would you go for Tink, or would you go for... Okay.
I'd go for the Tink, I think. And that is what Jonathan goes for. I think the Tinkerbell just posing too much of a threat. The fact that Clarabelle remains on the board after that is good. Spends 3 ink on friends. So still has 4 ink to play with, and finds a set championships, if I'm not mistaken, Ursula Sea Witch Queen. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it is. Certainly is, and there it is, displayed in all its glory. Thank you for that, Jonathan. It's almost like you can hear us. Oh, and it's been inked.
It's going to be Mother Gothel. It's a 2-cost card, but you can spend 3 ink extra to bounce a card back into your opponent's hand, and it's going to bounce the Lawrence into Jordan's hand. And of course, 1 card in hand for Jordan means an extra card drawn off Clarabelle. Jordan currently 2 cards in hand, I believe. So Jonathan going to draw 2 cards thanks to their Clarabelle.
That's very, very useful for Jonathan, and actually quite well navigated there. I will say Lawrence is a pretty lethal card to have when it's got no damage. Does it gain 3?
2 law it is, but it gains 4 strength.
Sorry, yes, that's what I meant in terms of its strength. So yeah, it's a 2 law,
which puts it
for 2,
even out the range of Medusa, which is just tremendous.
It's just crazy, and that's when it's undamaged. So if you can find a way, even if you were to tink it in another one, you'd still be able to take that away. But it's just so lethal.
Jonathan is still ahead, 12 law to 9. Had a really good turn, just slowing Jordan down previously. But Jordan still with that library on the board, and 3 characters as well, can rack up law very, very quickly.
With the Elsa in hand as well.
It's going to be Lawrence. Not only can Lawrence quest for 2, but they can also sing Friends on the other side. 2 more cards drawn. It's a go, and another Tinkerbell. And this Clarabelle, already damaged.
Do you sacrifice a rabbit for it? Yep, that's exactly what you do, and you get a draw off it as well. Clarabelle can no longer activate that effect, which means Jonathan is now going to be deprived of resources. Jordan can happily fill up their hand here with cards, and we can see exactly what's going on. Another Lawrence. The Lawrence that was bounced back to the hand in that previous turn comes straight back down.
Yeah, we also saw the rabbit drawing that extra card because it was in the library, and in comes a foil goat.
Is that what that is? It's very dark on our little screen.
It absolutely is, but that's going to be another law gain for Jordan. Jonathan's still in the lead, 12 law to 10, but for how much longer? Well, the answer is not much longer at all, as Jordan continues to quest. 12 law to 11 as it stands.
Can we take a moment to just acknowledge that this went from a 0 to 12 or 0 to 10 game, now an 11 to 12 game in a matter of turns. That is how quickly this stuff can change. A lot of people get very discouraged if they're in a position of 0 to 10 or 0 to 12, but just look at this. This is why you should never ever worry about it, because anything can happen. You can slow down your opponent, but right now, actually, look at Jordan's board compared to Jonathan's. Jonathan does not have, whilst he is 1 ahead right now, the amount on display. Let me just do a quick bit of mental arithmetic. 2, 4, 6, 7 law right now.
I don't think it's mental if you say it out loud.
It's still mental. I counted it without using my fingers.
Okay, we'll take it. That's fair.
So there's 7 right there. 7 are able to be quested once we get into the next game.
Yeah, and remember, Jordan did go first in this one, and it does look like that's going to be the end of game 1.
Yep.
Jordan takes it on Amethyst Steel, 1-0 up against the Amethyst Emerald. Really, really interesting first game, but of course the roles will now be reversed. The player who went first in game 1 will now be going second. And it was Amethyst Steel that went first in game 1, so it's now going to be the time of Amethyst Emerald to go first.
Of all the Amethyst combos that we are likely to see throughout this entire weekend, and in fact in this meta, which would you say is the most mainstay? Obviously Baker would say Amethyst Ruby.
Yes.
But, and frankly, for a long time that's been a very consistent deck, but obviously we're seeing 2 different kinds of Amethyst combos here. Which would you say is most likely to have the staying power?
Good question. I would say probably Amethyst Emerald, because I do think that deck fell off quite a bit in set 4 due to Bucky. But I think now that Bucky's not around, it's just been such a good deck for so long. And I think it's probably one of the most represented decks here this weekend. Ruby Amethyst has always been great, but if you look at the new additions it's had this set, and even in the previous set, there's not that much. Whereas something like this Amethyst Emerald deck is making so much use of new cards. I think the Banzai, the Mother Gothel, the Clarabelle.
Clarabelle's the big one.
Really did get a lot of extra juice. Right, let's have a look at the mulligans. I can see, remember, it's Jonathan going first, and I can see a Banzai, which would be an interesting option on turn 2. Jordan has one of my favorite new cards, the Mickey Mouse Food Fighter, with the best flavor text in Disney Lorcana. That's right, the best flavor text in the whole of Disney Lorcana.
This is your hill, I see, okay.
The Mickey Mouse flavor text is underestimating him is a recipe for disaster.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes.
Okay, exquisitely done. I can see why you like it so much. I am also noticing Ursula as well in Jonathan's hand, which, again, something like Steel, probably quite useful. Well, it's probably something that you can use, but I think you're right. Banzai's probably a good one to throw in turn 2.
Yeah, and
easily get some of those lore on the board.
Jordan could mulligan away their songs. Now that it's game 2, they know what Jonathan's playing. And therefore, Jonathan might be less interested in holding on to that Ursula. But Ursula's a good card to just hold on to regardless. Whether you ink it or you play it a little bit later on to try and discard something, it could be a big deal. Jonathan just inking 2 cards, not a huge deal. Jordan did just wait for Jonathan to announce how many cards they're mulliganing. The player going second does have the right to wait for the player going first to mulligan. You get a tiny little bit of extra information. It's these kinds of small things which can definitely make a big difference at the very highest level.
You're absolutely right, and that is something that you learn the more and more you watch things like Disney Lorcana Challenge and see some of these quite top-tier players, ones who have been working their way through some of their locals and other kind of competitions and even other Disney Lorcana challenges. It's very interesting to see the different levels of play that you see at this game. And bear in mind, we have thousands of players taking part in this Disney Lorcana Challenge this weekend in Birmingham, and that's not all. We've also got Las Vegas that's kicking off today as well. So this is one heck of a weekend to be watching Disney Lorcana.
Clarabelle into the inkwell, Clarabelle onto the board. It's a great start for Jonathan. Of course, this card's not a spectacular 1-drop, but it is representing the potential to shift onto for just 5 ink to get that Clarabelle in nice and early. That legendary Clarabelle, often the start of the show for Jonathan.
Absolutely, and it's something that we did see a slight, I wouldn't say blunder, but just maybe misfortune in the previous game where we didn't get to see that Clarabelle. Perhaps Jonathan can keep their card out just a little bit longer on this one. We see another Banzai come down there as well for the second turn.
Yep, Jonathan with the first lore of the game, up to 1 lore. It's back on over to Jordan now with that Chernobog's followers already down. While Jordan doesn't have Banzai, they do have Mr. Smee, which is quite a similar card. It goes into the inkwell and onto the board. Chernobog's followers, Chernobog's followers removes the Clarabelle from the board instead of questing and drawing a card. So Jordan really respecting the threat of that Clarabelle shift, wanting to get rid of it as quickly as possible.
You can even tell no matter what stage of the game you're at, it might be the first handful of turns, it might be the mid-game, it might be the late game. These players at this level really have to consider everything they're going through. And there is that Ursula, which I said was likely to happen. And there goes Strength of a Raging Fire off the effect. So actually a very good use of Ursula there by Jonathan, just to get rid of one more extra little bit of spot removal.
Yeah, you're always really happy when you play Ursula and it hits, and really sad if you play Ursula and it misses. So I often say the worst amount of songs to have in your hand against an Ursula is 1. Because if you've got 2, you maybe get to hold on to 1. But if you've only got 1, it's of course getting discarded. So Jordan, a little bit unfortunate. They did ink a Smee on the previous turn, having seen Jonathan ink an Ursula Deceiver. I wonder if Jordan should perhaps have just been a little bit more safe, certainly with hindsight, and inked that Strength of a Raging Fire instead.
Probably would have been sensible, but I guess we now see what happens here as we see Broomstick go down, and then Monsieur Mouche is going to quest for 2.
Yeah, 2 lore on the Mr. Smee.
Now already Jordan's trying a slightly different tact than they seem to do last time, which Jordan spent more time focusing on the board rather than on the lore.
Yep.
Less lore, more bore. It's not quite, it doesn't quite work, but I'm still working on it.
It is going to be the Madam bouncing that Smee back into hand and rushing in to remove the Banzai. So it's only Ursula left on the board for Jonathan. 3 ink to play with, but of course can ink a card, ink spell to go up to 4. And I wonder what it's going to be. Well, it's a rabbit. No surprises there. One of the most powerful 4-cost characters in Disney Lorcana as Ursula quests, meaning Jonathan does have a slight early lead, 4 lore to 2.
We only have 18 minutes on the clock at this point, which can show you just how long a single game in a 2-game Swiss can take, especially if you're trying to be cerebral, trying to control that board, instead of just having quite an aggro deck. Sometimes these things can take a little bit of time. What was drawn off that rabbit? Did we get a chance to see?
I did not see just yet, but it is going to be Smee and the Mickey Mouse. Remember, underestimating him is a recipe for disaster. I'm sure Jonathan will not underestimate the Mickey Mouse, but we'll have to wait and see. It is back on over to Jonathan. I think they just need to ready their Ursula still. There's a rabbit in hand, there's a Clarabelle, there's a Madam Mim Snake and a Madam Mim Fox. So lots of card draw options for Jonathan.
These are the moments we talk about, these moments where you sort of feel the calm before the storm, where you have to be cerebral, got to think about each and every moment. There comes another rabbit, so we're going to get another draw. And what did we get?
Crab on this occasion.
Crab on the draw, okay. And we do have the Clarabelle light on her hooves in hand. But admittedly, we don't have some of those lower cost Clarabelle either in the hand or on the field. So that's going to be less of a useful thing right now, but it will happen at some point. Just, I guess now it's figuring out which cards to utilize in the Inkwell.
I think it's a really interesting decision. We saw Jonathan in the last game ink Clarabelle, maybe regret it a turn or two later. Right now, it looks like Clarabelle's not going to do much of anything, but I think just having that option in hand could be valuable. Having said that, the snake's great, being able to draw cards off the rabbit. But Jonathan this time, perhaps learning from the previous game, decides to hold on to this Clarabelle for a little bit longer, and just in case it comes in useful.
So right now we see in hand for Jordan is a crab. That's going straight into the Inkwell, and we do have, I believe that's a library.
Yep, 3 ink for the library, 2 ink to move both Mickey and Smee into the library.
Very good.
Both characters quest, and suddenly Jordan takes the lead, 5 lore to 4.
We are seeing a very different approach from Jordan this time. He's realized there that the last round was spend way too much time on the board. So now it's just about get some cards out, get some defense up. And at this point, whilst you are trying to quest, the fact that you've got library on the board means that it's really going to divide some of the attention of Jonathan's cards, which is going to make things a bit better. We've just seen Jonathan there singing Friends on the Other Side with the Merlin Rabbit, drawing 2 more, and we are seeing a Mother Gothel there.
Yep, the 2 cost and the Floodborn, so 2 ways of bouncing cards back to draw Jordan's hand. This library with 8 willpower is not easy to deal with. There is a Fox in hand, which can rush in and deal 4, but you would still need 4 more damage in order to remove it. So it was an option for Jonathan to challenge with both rabbits and the Fox, but that is no longer an option as one of the rabbits has already sung Friends.
What about the Ursula? How much?
Just 1 damage on Ursula, so you'd only
no
sink in a total of 7. Crabs and things like that could help out, but I do wonder, Jonathan, if they could have considered, certainly a different option was challenging that Queen's Castle with the rabbit instead of singing Friends.
Yeah,
Yep, going to draw another card. It's going to be a goat this time off the rabbit.
Now, is Jonathan going to try and go for the library with the cards on board right now? How much ink does Jonathan have left over?
Looks like 2 ink remaining.
Well, now 3.
Yep. It's going to be the Floodborn Mother Gothel into the Inkwell. And it's going to be a crab. Okay, suddenly I've eaten my words.
Oh!
That is how you do it.
Wow, very
No
good.
need to challenge with the rabbit when you've got a Merlin crab ready and waiting to go.
Now, do you try and use that rabbit to just get rid of Smee here? Yes, you do. That's exactly what's going to happen. You'll get a card off that and remove something that can quest for 2 each turn. So actually, quite useful. Just enough to slow Jordan down a bit and also give Jonathan a small card advantage. So actually a very good move there from Jonathan.
Yep, 3 ink spent on Friends on the other side for Jordan. They're going to draw a couple of cards. Crab, Baboom. Is it 2 Babooms and a crab in hand?
Because of the constant flicking,
Yes.
I actually can't tell. No, it's Smee.
Okay.
Mr. Smee, Monsieur Mouche.
So Mickey Mouse staying ready and waiting. Of course, ready characters can't be challenged, but I think this turn from Jonathan with the crab removing the library was a pivotal moment. Jordan a little bit starved of card draw. We talked about it being often a rabbit battle. Well, Jordan has not got a rabbit anywhere to be seen just yet, but that can all change very, very quickly indeed. Speaking of rabbits, it's a rabbit of Jonathan's own.
And we've got a goat off the draw. There was a moment where there was some consideration about playing the Gothel there because Jonathan does have, I believe that's 6 or maybe 7 lore ink, pardon. And that as a result means, there we go. And there's no
songs.
There is a baboom, and at this point, that does give Jonathan, even though no targets were hit by that, it does give you an idea of what's going on in the hand. It's essentially Diablo there.
Yep.
You do get to just see what's happening in the hand.
Yeah, and that also maybe helps Jonathan make a more informed decision over what to quest with, what to ink. So information definitely vital. It's going to be a quest with the crab, a quest with the fox as well for a total of 2. Jonathan back in the lead now, 6 lore to 5, I do believe.
And right now, the positions have been sort of reversed here because now Jonathan has quite a formidable looking board here, whereas Jordan is still with a Mr. Shmee and a recipe for disaster.
I have to say, it's a pretty good draw for Jordan. They found the Tink off the top. It is a 6-cost character. I believe only 5 ink in the inkwell for Jordan right now, but does have a couple, I think, a couple of baboons in hand. Maybe it's just one. It is really hard to track Jordan's hand.
It is so hard. I feel like I'm playing Find the Lady. It's really hard.
I think it's 2 baboons. But they fooled me before.
Is it not crab?
Yeah, you might be right. There's certainly a baboon and a Tinkerbell, and there's one other card tucked away at the back.
Might see it. We might get, more than a frame to glimpse it at some point.
But the Tinkerbell for Jordan, while it's not removing anything immediately, it just puts the game in a very interesting state where Jonathan suddenly might not be that keen to quest, as Tinkerbell can remove 2 threats at once. Mr. Smee's going to start things off. It can quest for 2, but instead of questing for 2, it removes the fox from the board, which only quests for 1. In comes a crab. Underestimating him is a recipe for disaster. It's going to be Mickey, who does trade the crab, gets removed itself. But I enjoyed the Mickey. It was a pretty good performance from Mickey overall.
And then inking the baboom there. So now 6 ink there for Jordan, setting them up next turn for that Tink.
Yep.
And now we head back over to Jonathan, who I believe has 7 ink available. So we could start seeing Clarabelle, although kind of pointless at this point because of the card advantage.
Yeah, Jordan with 1 card in hand, Jonathan with 5. It might even be a point where Clarabelle could be, but no, Clarabelle's still going to enter the board for 7. And here's the thing. Clarabelle, mainly we talk about her ability to draw cards, but she's still got an incredible stat line, 5 strength and 6 willpower, questing for 2. That is not a bad card at all to be able to drop at this point in the game.
You're right. I suppose it does just help with the board presence, but obviously the main effect that people remember Clarabelle for is definitely not going to be applicable here. But as you said, doesn't matter at this point. That is quite a now ever-expanding gap between the 2 laws and a much bigger presence on the board for Jonathan here. So Jordan, despite having won game 1, now has to try and really pull some things together. However, we know that the Tink is in hand, and now we've also got a Pete in hand for Jordan, but only one of those get played. So there's the Pete, just going to help things a little bit. Going to get rid of the rabbit there with the crab.
It's another card drawn for Jonathan when that crab, when the rabbit is removed. So Jonathan draws from the rabbit.
See what it was just yet, but we might.
And it looks like it might be back on over to Jonathan. So Jordan could have played the Tinkerbell, but instead deciding to go for that Pete, maybe hoping to find like a friends on the other side off the top.
There's another crab. That was what Jonathan just drew.
There is a couple of goats in hand for Jonathan as well as a fox. So Jonathan's going to start getting to that point. They're 11 lore away currently, where those goats can end the game before Jordan might expect it to happen.
Okay, so this is going to be interesting. Is there a Madam Mim Fox in hand? Yes,
Yep.
there is. So there could be a lot of bouncing going on here.
Ursula is going to challenge the Merlin Crab. Both cards are removed. Pete is given the Challenger, which is not going to matter. Both players just give it a little smile. It is a trigger, which says, it doesn't say you may, it just says when this card leaves the board, something gains Challenger.
True.
So good to see both players following the rules closely, even when it has no impact on the game in this particular instance, because there are some scenarios that can matter. Always good to follow the rules as closely as possible.
Right now, Jonathan is in a very good position because Jordan only has that one card in hand, and we know it is a Tink, which is actually going to do fairly little against things like Clarabelle and Banzai.
Yep. 2 ink spent on Banzai, a card which can quest for 2. Jonathan looking to get as much lore questing potential down on the board as possible. Just questing for 1 with Ursula.
Are we going to try and see a Madam Mim Fox come down? Surely not. Surely you'd want to get the goat down and then bounce with the fox on the next turn.
Still a lot of ink to play with.
Oh, it was okay. That's the thing I thought that they were going to try and do. I would have personally tried to get the goat down just to try and get more lore. But let's trust Jonathan here. They might have a plan. Okay, there's the Tink.
We, of course, know the Tinkerbell's in hand. I suppose Jonathan doesn't have quite that same luxury.
No.
Just wanting to be really safe at this point. I kind of like it from Jonathan. I think it's not the best play in this position, but it's the safest.
It is true.
And I think that Jonathan is just feeling very, very comfortable at this moment in time that they can afford, instead of going for that goat
another
bounce,
Tink!
Okay, double Tink. And let's not forget, you can shift Tink onto Tink, which could, in the turn that follows this, be an option for Jordan. It's not something you see very often.
But it could be the only play at this point with only those 2 cards in hand for Jordan.
Yep.
And we'll look at that ever-widening gap, 5 to 12. There it is.
Jordan decides to play Tink. The other option was Tink. So I think it was probably not the trickiest decision of the day. 1 damage onto each of Jonathan's characters. And now the decision for Jordan is, will they quest with Pete? And they decide to do so, getting their first lore for a good old while. Jonathan at 12 lore, Jordan at 6. 2 goats in hand for Jonathan. So that 12 can turn to 20 very, very quickly. It's going to be a quest of Banzai, a quest of Clarabelle. That's 16 lore now for Jonathan. Do they have enough ink to play both goats as the Madam Mim quests up to 17?
I can see Jordan getting ready to maybe just extend that fist bump.
It's the Ursula shift to take the game.
There it is! Wow, what a game.
Set Championships, Ursula finishes it in style. Jonathan shows the 2 goats as well. Wow, what a way to finish the series.
Who doesn't want to see an Enchanted be the final card you play as you take a feature match here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge? Very exciting and always good to see some of the expert displays from these players showing off exactly what their decks can do. And whilst we did say there were maybe some moves that we wouldn't have made, actually it doesn't matter. This is why you don't always judge what you think the obvious move is, because sometimes some of these people are playing 4D chess.
Absolutely.
They are way ahead of you. They're in another astral plane when it comes to the sort of moves you'd make. So, I mean, we really did see Jonathan there do an amazing job, but obviously that is 1 game each in this 2-game Swiss that we've had there. Very exciting, and I'm quite glad that we got to see that matchup. Actually.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I think it was great to see that battle of rabbits in many ways, Emerald versus Steel in many ways, both players, of course, on Amethyst, and both players with a really strong record. Of course, you want those 7 points, you want the bonus point, but at this stage, I think they were both at 31 points to begin, up to now 34 points with 3 rounds to go. You're looking at getting another 2-0 and another 1-1, and you've probably just about made it, and that's not bad going at all.
No, you're right. And actually, I think even what we just watched in that was actually quite an interesting display of the way that one thinks about these games. So, for instance, let's talk about those Clarabelle moments.
Yes.
Because a lot of people focus on Clarabelle for its effect about the sort of, getting the cards back at the end of the turn compared to what your opponent has in the hand. But actually, like you said, Joe, it's actually not always about that. Sometimes it's more about the fact that actually it's got a really strong stat line, and that can help generate board presence. Sometimes you hold off on those things, waiting for the optimal situation, and actually that situation might just never come up. And you shouldn't do that. You should be trying to make sure that you have a dominant presence as well as trying to get those effects off. But you have to remember about the pacing of the game that you're watching, and so we did actually get to see that in this match. I think it's something that we can all learn from.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the game 1 ink decision, and I think what's fascinating about Lorcana is often you think mostly about the cards on the board, but some of the most difficult decisions are the decisions on what to ink. And I think in game 1, that Clarabelle ink decision was maybe in hindsight an error, but who knows if there was even anything better. But we do have an interview. Maybe we can find out a little bit more, as we do have Baker doing an interview for us. Take it away, Baker.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yes, I am back, and I am joined by Jordan, who we just watched take 1 victory out of those 2 games. First of all, congratulations on what seems to be a really good run for you today so far. Could you just tell us a little bit about what got you into Lorcana and what events like DLCs you've done so far this year?
So when I just decided I wanted to try another card game. I played other card games in the past, and I wanted to take one competitively, so I started Lorcana with set 1. I've been to the 2 other DLCs. I was in Birmingham and I was in Bologna. Didn't do too well there, but this is a better run than both of them combined.
Yeah, you seem like you're doing pretty well, and I want to ask you about your deck. We're in set 5 format now, so you brought along some Amethyst Steel, which is a deck that crops up every now and then. It's like very low to the ground. It seems to be quite consistent. What is it you like about that deck?
I like,
hold this a little higher.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
It's very versatile. It was a kind of last-minute choice. I was playing Emerald Steel, and then I swapped deck with someone else. With 3 minutes to go.
What, just for a laugh, or it was a genuine decision?
A genuine decision. They wanted to play the other deck, and I said, sure, I'll play the other one.
Wow. So have you been testing with a different deck all this time?
Yes. I may have completely read the deck list for the first time 3 minutes before the event started. So it's a lucky run, shall we say.
Have you ever played Amethyst Steel before?
Yeah.
So you're somewhat familiar with it?
I mean, most of the...
Okay, so what is it that you think that Amethyst Steel is doing well? Like maybe a couple of the key cards in the deck that take your fancy?
I think it's got some of the best draw in the game, so you can easily just take advantage of the board, and you go out early, you flood the board, and then with the addition of the library, it gives you so many good matchups, because if they want to trade down, okay, you can trade attack, you can challenge all my characters, or I gain a lot of cards when you take them out. So it gives so much versatility, and you've got all the removal and steel, which is great.
Yeah, the library seemed to be putting in every time I looked at the screen, it seemed that there was a library there somewhere with characters having a party, wanting to draw some cards. Are there any particular set 5 cards besides the library that you think are really good additions from Shimmering Skies?
Shimmering Skies for set 5, I always just go back to the Old Faithful. I'm not huge. I love the set. I love what it's done with the meta and changed out how many different decks we've got are great. Personally, I'm a red player at heart, and I love the big Gaston.
The Pure Paragon, the new one.
Yes, it's going to do well eventually, but yeah.
Eventually.
And the new Maximus, I like that as well.
Oh, okay, so maybe you're interested in trying out some Amber Ruby, something like that one day?
Maybe we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Very cool. I assume you're here, you're competitive, you want to win. The qualifying for the European Championships, I've got to imagine, is a big role for you?
At the start today, it wasn't even on my mind. I was just coming here enjoying my time, and they came down with like 25 people from the Glasgow area, so just wanted to come and enjoy ourselves, and I've kind of wanted a good run, so...
that's a great attitude. You've just come with friends, you've come to enjoy yourself, and if you can do well, then that's even better. One last thing I want to ask you about, and it's kind of to do with the mentality of the game. That first game, you were so behind. It was like 12 lore to 0, I believe, before you started gaining lore. And Ed, one of the commentators, made the point of saying there are players that would mentally give up in this situation. Because I don't think you had many cards either. It was looking pretty rocky, but you kept your focus, you managed to claw it all the way back. Is there any advice you can give towards players that maybe are dealing with that mentality, beating themselves up a bit?
Yeah, I deal with that a lot myself, but I think it's just if you know your deck and you know what cards are able to happen, and if you're playing Amethyst, anything can come off the top. If you're playing Ruby, there's a lot of good matchups and a lot of good cards in all the sets, all the different colours, and just know the cards and just play it out. Even if you know you're going to lose, play it out and just think of other lines that you could have possibly done later in the game, reverse and go back on the game and then go, okay, I did that wrong, learn from it.
I was just going to say, you almost treat, even when you've lost, you kind of treat those last few turns as like, okay, let's see what I can learn about this matchup, or even if it's just seeing a few more of the opponent's cards and get a bit more information. Amazing. Once again, congratulations on a really good run. I wish you the best of luck. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to? Any thank yous, anything like that?
Thank you. Good luck to all the rest of the people that are playing from Glasgow today. Hope you are all doing well. See you later.
Let's hear it for Glasgow. Jordan, it's been an absolute pleasure. I wish you the best of luck, mate. We'll see you soon. Yep. We're going to head over to a little break and then back to our casters. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Disney Lorcana. Hello Hello, friends on the other side, and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Birmingham. And for the first time today, I am joined by Ross. It's good to see you, mate.
It's nice to be back, man. This is nice. I've had a game with Spessy. I've had a game with Ed. I've not been able to sit next to you yet, so it's
my pleasure.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. How was your pack battle? I watched that a minute ago.
So I do want to clear something up because I know some people were judging me when I challenged into his 6-3 Scar with 2 of my characters. I thought it traded, and then I put them in the discard, and he was like, "Okay, cool. I'm on 1 willpower." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that doesn't trade, does it?" But it was. I didn't want to take it back. I was like, "It's just a pack battle. Just go with it."
No.
So until then, it was going quite well. I quite enjoyed the Elsa's Palace that came down.
That was a great play into that Daisy Duck. That was wonderful. I was like, you know what, this is going to work. And then Scar came down, and I'm like, it's not going to work for much longer.
Yeah. And then I mapped wrong, and it all went wrong. But pack battle was a good fun, and like give you a chance. Like it was great to get to cast with Tim when you were having your game with Ed, and just talk about like it's great to use some of these cards that you don't normally get the opportunity to use in competitive play.
Did you point out that I got so excited about Glimmer versus Glimmer, I forgot to quest with the character I banished before I banished?
I actually missed it. I'll be honest. I could have just been like, "Oh yeah," but no, I actually missed that.
No, unfortunately, I was kind of like, banish that, and I just hear Joe come over the mic going, "Ha, you forgot to quest."
Well, if we're not here to take the Mickey Mouse out of each other, then why are we here, Ross?
Exactly that.
So we're going to be going very shortly into round 7, I believe. Is it round 7?
Round 7.
Time flies when you're having fun, don't it, Ross?
Yeah, right.
But before then, we've got a little bit of time to kill. So what we're going to do is we're going to open a couple of packs each, not too long, and then we're going to jump into one of my favourite sections of Lorcana streams, some Guess That Flavor Text. And you guys, of course, are going to be playing at home. We're going to read out a flavor text and see if you can guess the character. See how we do. But first of all, let's open a couple of packs, Ross. I'm keen. I want this. What's your chase card in this set?
My chase card in this set is... right now, I need Daisy Duck. I need Daisy Duck for my aggro deck, but I really like the Enchanted Badanon.
Yeah.
It's a phenomenal card.
I mean, as a fan of villains, I approve your choice.
Yeah. I think that for me right now... Oh, and the Enchanted You're Welcome. That one as well. Those are the 3 cards right now I'm really keeping my eyes open
the
for.
Scar for me. The Emerald Scar.
Of course it is.
Of course it is. Right, come on, let's crack down into opening some packs. We are starting off with another Daisy Duck.
Not that one.
Not the super powerful one, but hey, she's pretty good.
Oh, yes.
She's pretty well. We've got Obscurosphere. Say that 10 times fast. Anna, she put in a little bit of work for me against Joe. We've got Vanellope von Schweetz, the glitch in the house. Basil, I'm a big fan of Basil. And again, I just want to point out Olivia Flavisham. She's coming to the game, Ross.
Gonna happen.
Did you watch Basil, by the way?
Yes.
Good, you're lying. We've got Simba. We've got the Arthur. This is quite interesting. It's uninkable as a 1 cost, but 2/3 is a pretty respectable stat line.
Oh, yeah.
We got King Candy, the glitch. Oh, yeah, have some candy. Finders Keepers. Love the art on this.
We revealed that on stream.
Yes, we did in Bologna. Or was it Bochum? One or the other. We've got the Queen. I'm very interested in building this Queen Sapphire Amber deck. How good is it going to be? Don't know. Am I going to have a lot of fun doing it? Absolutely. We've got Luisa Madrigal, and the final foil. Well, the final card is a foil. It's Anna. I would absolutely take that. It's a beautiful artwork on that.
It's a very nice artwork, and you did good work with that Daisy Duck. Well, again, with that against Daisy Duck in your pack battle.
I mean, it didn't win, but it was a good turn.
Seriously, anyone out there who hasn't tried pack battling, highly recommend. What I would say is maybe try and... You can't look at the cards. It ruins it if you look at the cards. Maybe cheekily sleeve them without looking before you get going.
Maybe.
There's your White Rabbit. There's your Healing Touch. We've got Tanaka. Oh, that Donald Duck. I was having fun with that one. We've got Kronk. Emerald Chromicon. We've got Nala, nice little 1 cost 4 willpower. We got ourselves Arthur there. Oh,
he's happy.
I'm happy, boy. I want me some Daisy Ducks.
Oh,
and Maleficent as well. Oh, and I do love me some Wreck-It Ralph. So Fix It Felix Jr. with Bodyguard. I will take that. That is not bad.
That was a pretty good pack, Ross. And you got your Daisy Duck.
I got my Daisy Duck.
You were saying to me earlier that he was considering going to the vendors and buying some, but didn't want to do that and then potentially open some. So yeah, I know my man's happy. Let's open one more each, and then we're going to do some Guess That Flavor Text. If you're just joining us, first of all, thank you for joining us. We appreciate having you. We hope you're enjoying the production of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Let's jump in to another pack. This is Merryweather. She's the based good fairy. She's the realest of them all. I love the bit in Sleeping Beauty, I watched it recently, where Maleficent comes in, she's like, oh, well, thanks for the invite. And where most people will be like, oh, yeah, awkward, Merryweather just goes, no one wanted you here. She's so very real. We love it. Okay, so there's Merryweather. We've got the Earth Giant. Me and Joe both think this is a bit of a sleeper. Gazelle, nice singer 3. We've got King Candy. Hypnotic Deduction. Love this little story with Basil being hypnotized by Jafar. When Will My Life Begin? A card that you used in your pack battle.
Oh, yes.
Little John, a beautiful artwork here. Shout out to John Lauren, a really classic Disney artist, worked on the official films as well.
That matches the Robin Hood as well, which we had on deck box and sleeves, which I very much like.
Very, very cool. Yeah, John Lauren, every piece of art that they lend their talent to is always beautiful. We've got Maid Marian. This was another pretty good card in my match with Spessy. We've got Simba. Seeing a little bit of play to get rid of those locations.
I love
items.
that card.
I think Hale's a bit to Kuzco though. I'd rather put it in the Inkwell. Yes, I'm giving you resources, but then you can't use that lucky dime again. So that's the way I feel about it. We've got Magicka Dispel. This is an interesting one. During your opponent's turn while she's on the board, whenever you would discard a card, you don't discard. So you have Forgotten Me, or Sudden Chill, A Whole New World. Stops you discarding from that. So pretty cool. Yes! I got a Jafar legendary. And look at that foiling, Ross. Look at it. Look at it. Hypnotic, tyrannical hypnotist. Absolutely beautiful. And our foil is going to be Duck for Cover. Not bad at all.
I wasn't supposed to do another pack, but I've already opened it. So I'm going to do this really quickly and hope the production are not very mad at me. Sorry.
Yep, he's going to go quick and then we're going to go into flavor text.
Yeah, we're going to get some flavor text, but I'd already opened it and I don't want to ruin it.
No, you got to do it. King of Hearts.
There's your Coda, the Sword Release, and Break Free. Let's break free from some pack openings and guess some flavor text.
Let's absolutely do it. Well happy with this Jafar. But yes, we're going to play some Guess That Flavor Text very shortly. We will have a quote on the board, on the screen, which is a direct lift of a flavor text for a card from Lorcana. Now, it's not guaranteed to be Shimmering Skies, but potentially. So we've got Step to It. Time is of the essence. Oh, so we've got a very impatient person here. Perhaps someone talking to a servant or some sort of minion.
No, I'm thinking more along the lines of there is something dramatic happening and there is a time limit on it. Okay. I'm kind of, could this be Alice in Wonderland?
There is a chance that is the case.
That was my first reaction here.
Yeah, they are very much in a hurry over there.
That's what I'm thinking.
So I'm not certain this is Shimmering Skies, but I'm going to guess it probably is. They tend to like to pick our production team. Shout out to the production team doing a fantastic job. They do like to pick the more recent meta. So I'm going to guess it's something a little bit more recent. But while I do consider myself quite good at these normally, Ross. Just humble brag. I ain't got a clue.
There is a White Rabbit in the set we opened a minute ago, so
there is.
Maybe it's White Rabbit.
That's a pretty good guess. I think that's probably the best guess we've got. Guys in the chat, let us know if you've got any ideas. We've just had something said in our ear, and that's confirmed something. But if you let us know in chat if you've got any ideas about who you think this should be, we'll leave it another few seconds.
Could it be a Merlin?
White Rabbit is a good idea. Merlin, there are a couple of Merlins in Shimmering Skies.
A Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom?
No, I think that quote is a lot more serene, shall we say. I think it's about discovering secret magic.
That makes sense.
I think it's a bit more to it. So yeah, I think the White Rabbit is a very good guess. Who else could this possibly be from Shimmering Skies? It's racking my brains.
I don't think it's Wreck-It. Despite all the racers in Wreck-It Ralph, I'm not sure.
I don't think they'd say Step to It.
No, and I also don't think there's not real rush like that. Like by the time they realise that the Cybugs are out, it's kind of a little bit too late. So I don't think it's a Wreck-It Ralph quote. It's definitely not a Moana quote or anything along those lines. It's definitely not the couple Zootropolis cards in Shimmering Skies.
Small part of me wondering if it's Basil. It kind of sounds like a Basil quote. He's always very, well, you know what Sherlock Holmes is like, very high maintenance and go, solve. So there's a potential this is a Basil quote. There are a couple of Basils in the new set. So I'll tell you what, I'll go for the I'll be different. I think you're probably more likely to be right, but I'll be different. I'll be Basil, and are you going for the White Rabbit, are you?
I'll go for something along the White Rabbit
Wonderland.
or related. Yes,
Wonderland. Like, you get to pick a film, do you? Okay, I picked Basil the Great Mouse Detective. He picks Alice in Wonderland.
I don't think we got it.
Are we close? No, probably not. Hopefully people in chat have got it. Production, are we ready to reveal this first Guess That Flavor text? I needs to see it. I wants to see it. I'm buzzing for it. Bring it to us.
I'm excited.
Here it comes. Cogsworth.
It's Cogsworth.
Okay, yeah. I know it's really easy to say, that makes sense once you know it. But it does,
literal clock.
And he gives Rush. So it's very on theme as well.
Very on theme.
Did you get that in the chat? You definitely did a better job than me or Ross. Never mind, but we are going to move along to another sir. Give me some more quotes. I wish for
got
them.
that one.
We definitely should have got that one. Always feel a little bit ashamed. Some say he's easily distracted. They're not wrong. Apparently it's both of us, say the production team.
I'm only distracted when there's cards around, thank you very much.
Some say he's easily distracted. They're not wrong. Goodness me.
So it said about... Oh, could it be one of the hyenas?
It could be. I don't think it is, but you could be right. I've been wrong before, I'll be wrong again.
I'm thinking hey hey potentially, but I don't remember that quote from Moana. But it does feel like
But bear in mind, and revealed by Ryan Mills not too long ago, if you look at certain cards, the line over the top of the flavor text, it resembles different shapes based on if it is a direct quote from the film, if it is from a song, or if it is from a unique from the world of Lorcana.
This is from a song, and it's got a little stave there. It's kind of showing us off.
There you go. So it might not necessarily be a direct quote. So yeah, hey hey is a good choice. There is the Bodyguard, the 5-cost one. I think it's a 4/5. Can't remember the questing, but that is a good option.
Yep.
Definitely sounds like hey hey. I've heard rumours about. Apparently people are talking about, they keep seeing hey hey. I don't know what they're talking about.
Some people see all sorts on there. It's probably just a dot on their telly at home, honestly.
Yeah, some people say hey hey in the sleep. But yeah, that's a pretty good guess. Who else could this be? Some say he's easily distracted. They're not wrong. Which characters are easily distracted in Disney? Obviously, hey hey is a really good choice. But who else gets easily distracted? Kronk is a possibility. He is in this set. I don't know if it's Kronk-like quote, but it sounds like Kronk, right?
Yeah, okay, I could see Kronk, and there is a Kronk in the set. I inked it in our pack battle. There was a steel one in this set.
And in the story trailer, Ross, he and Sleepy are both guarding the entrance to the half-hex world crown.
Well, that's not going to help.
No, probably not. But then when Basil and Martin are down finding the Amber Chromicon, Kronk's sneaking up on him, and he's looking and he's checking on him. So maybe he got distracted from his duty by what was going on, and that's how someone's going to steal the Hexwell crown. I've solved it.
You might have solved it. I mean, you said Basil last time. You're going a bit detective-y now. I'm not sure it's always about detectives.
No, you're probably right, Ross.
You might be right. I'm still upset I didn't get Cogsworth. I've been looking for that card all weekend. I'm up to 3. I need 1 more, and then I got my play set for my deck, and I'm ready to go.
He's ready to go.
Oh, it needs to be done. It's such a good card in Rush. You know, in these decks, you draw a couple of cards, and you're like, oh, I've got this, and I got 1 ink left. Oh, it's I've got Cogsworth in hand. Give Rush to any of your characters. I'm a fan of it, Baker. It makes me happy.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. I'm not.
I think your guess is far more likely than mine, but I need to be different.
I think it might be time to have a look at the card. Is it going to be
time.
hey hey? Is it going to be Kronk? Is it going to be one of the hyenas?
You could be right with the hyenas. Get your final predictions in chat for the reveal. Tuck. I don't know this character at all.
No,
I was never ever getting this. I'm sure some people in chat knew that this was Tuck. I'm very interested in the Ruby Tuck. To be fair, this is from Ursa's Return, but the one that moves to location.
Yes.
I think that card could have some legs on it.
Takes characters with it.
Do we have time for another one, production? Excuse me, sir, production. Do we have an... Oh, thank you, sir.
Please, sir. Can I have some more flavor text?
Oh, thank you. They're very kind to us, Ross. Okay, we've got one more coming up. Let's see it. A little rest and relaxation will do wonders for your health, boy. I know this one.
Do you know this one?
I know this one. So I'm going to be quiet for a minute.
It's clearly an evil character, stepmom witch style. I think it is. I'm thinking potentially Madam Mim Elephant, which I know is in this set, or it could be the Queen or something along those lines. mind. Why? What is it?
I'll give it another moment. I'll let the chat have their guesses first.
Okay.
But our players are just making their way to the player area. We'll give it another minute before we reveal this, and I talk about who I'm pretty sure it is. But our players are making their way in and to the table, so we've got some more Disney Lorcana coming very soon. Do not go anywhere. We've got a couple more rounds, and then, of course, tomorrow, Ross, the big one, the top 64 players from today will be competing best of 3 format, single elimination, open deck lists, qualify for the European Championship, win a Mickey. Sounds pretty good, right?
I mean, well, it depends. If you get to top 8 and get your qualification on the Mickey, it sounds great. But unfortunately, if you lose in top 64, I mean, look, you still got your Cinderella Stout-Hearted, you still got your Let It Go. There's some phenomenal promo cards.
And the prize.
And the pride, of course, the pride. That goes without saying. You know, and a whole heap of side event tickets as well. But yeah, it's you really, like I said, top 16. The 2 rounds you don't want to lose in are top 32 and top 16.
Yeah.
If you lose in top 32, you were so close to your Continentals invite, but you lose in top 16, you're so close to that. You know, the serial Mickey Mouse. So they're the 2 rounds where you desperately want to win, which does then add a lot more, that adds more nerves. Because you go into that round knowing that, and that is a bit of an issue. So I'm thinking potentially Madam Mim, I'm thinking Maleficent, I'm thinking the Queen, I'm thinking an evil stepmom / witch character pretending to look after a character but not really, or mockingly saying this. That's where I'm going.
I think it's a fantastic guess. So I'm going to look really, if I'm now wrong, I'm going to look really silly, but I'm okay with it.
I want you to be wrong so badly.
I'm okay with it.
So badly.
I will do the impression of who I'm pretty sure it is, and then we'll see if we can get you there, yeah? A little rest and relaxation will do wonders for your health, boy.
Is it Iago?
No. I thought that was pretty good
Zazu?
impression. No, not Zazu. Think older film.
You sound like
an older man.
You sound like Disney birds. Merlin? I think it's Merlin.
I'm 99% it's Merlin, and it is probably the Back from Bermuda Merlin, which I think is absolutely incredible. If I'm wrong, then I would... Hey!
There you go. That's a good one. No.
Thank goodness I don't have to look silly, except for what I'm doing now. Okay, very nice.
That way.
Yeah, fair enough. all right, Ross. Very good. How did you do? We've guessed that flavor text. Maybe we'll have time for some more later or tomorrow. We shall see. But we are not too far away now from our next match. So, Ross, of all the games that you've seen today, are there any decks that have really surprised you, that have done better than you thought, or just anything that's really stood out for you throughout the course of the day?
Amethyst Sapphire.
Okay.
Amethyst Sapphire is not a deck that was... Don't get me wrong, right? Like I say, we've both been digging through all the information, and it's been popping up. It's been topping tournaments. It's not an unknown deck. It's not a deck that wasn't on my radar, but it's a deck that I was looking at going, Like, I'm sure it's good, and I'm sure the right player can do well with it, but it wasn't a deck that I was really high on. And yeah, after watching it earlier, I just look back at it and I'm like, you know what? I think this has a lot more than we're giving it credit for. And the thing is, and I need to run a lot more numbers. This is a very off-the-cuff statement.
Yeah, of course.
I think Sapphire and Amethyst might be the 2 inks that have benefited the most from Shimmering Skies.
Wow.
I did a lot of work sitting down, going through deck lists, figuring out which new cards were seeing plays in which archetypes. And over again, Amethyst something decks were heavy on new Amethyst. Sapphire something decks were heavy on new Sapphire. And I think these 2 might have been the most buffed or boofed, if you want. Inks from... That's a callback if you saw the earlier in the stream.
I heard it, yes.
They're the most boofed inks from the new set, and I think it's not an ink pairing we saw in set 4. It was basically just not in the format, not in the meta. I think it might be legit now. I might have to go home and play around with that, and I'm telling you, the uninkable Scrooge McDuck, I think I'm in love.
You think you're in love. It does have some pretty good stats, the same as the Moana, but no, I think you're absolutely right. Blurple is a deck that people were using for fun in previous forms.
Oh, I saw it used for fun.
Yeah, of course, but like it is feeling like a much more of a contender now. As you said, also ran a lot of numbers for myself, and over the course of set 5 format, there's been 10 plus Blurple decks that have top cut at an event, and that's already a huge increase. And I actually think you're right. I think the ink color that has gained the most from set 5 is Sapphire.
Yes.
And I honestly think that so much of that is weighted behind 2 cards. Tipo vision of the future.
I mean, yeah.
I think these are the most impactful new Shimmering Skies meta cards to contribute towards a specific deck. So I absolutely agree with you. Sapphire is definitely one of the better cards that's benefited the most.
We don't see much real search in Disney Lorcana. Now, we do have the Merlin card now that will let you search for any
and
card.
we saw it today. It was played as well.
I was there. I wasn't casting, but I saw it. It happened.
Yeah, it was a blurple game.
But we usually see the top 3 or 4 cards grab a specific type of card. And what is Vision of the Future?
Yeah, so two cards look at the top 5.
But it's 5. And you get any card.
Big dig.
Exactly. It is a bigger dig than normal because it's 5. And you can get any kind of card. It's not a song you see from Ariel. It's not an item that you see from Scuttle. It's not a character that we see from a bunch of others. Any card from 5, both of those are different and big, and I agree with you. And Tipo as a 2 cost, allowing you to ink. We're seeing that all over the place in these Sapphire decks. You know, we've also got the new Donald Duck that lets you ink. That's a 5 cost, comes in a little bit later, but it is still, you know, and then you've already had Mickey, you already had Fishbone Crew, you already had Great Stone Dragon, you already had One Jump Ahead, you already had How Far I'll Go. Now we also get Tipo and Donald Duck as well. You've got so many options in Sapphire for putting extra ink into your inkwell.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. So yeah, Blurple definitely one to watch out for, and it'd be very interesting to see how many, if any, convert over to day 2, and could they go all the way. But our players are now have their headsets on. We do have the deck list in front of us. Again, we're not going to be telling you specific counts or anything until tomorrow. Tomorrow is open deck lists, and the players will get to see their opponent's deck list. So at that point, we will be a lot more in-depth going through specific cards and counts, but obviously we don't want to give anything away today. But what we can tell you, now that the players are headed up, we have the color combination rivalry that is a tale as old as time, Ross. We have some Steel Song, and we have Ruby Amethyst Control.
Of course we do. And I just had a little look over your shoulder. I can see 6 cards, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's clearly Steel Song. That's Amber Steel all day long. And yeah, Ruby Amethyst, obviously your favorite deck. I've played around with a bunch of that deck as well. I like building a little more aggro version nowadays, because between them, they've got lots of ways with Super Goof and Merlin Go. And you know, there's a lot of options here for getting lore without having to wait. Getting lore right now, which is very good. But traditionally, it's more of a bit of a slower deck, but you've got some decent early game, decent mid game, and then you build up to those bigger characters as well. It's a deck that you can build. Ruby Amethyst can be a lot of different things.
It can. They tend to be very similar, but I think you're absolutely right. There's a lot of room for individual expression.
Agreed. That's essentially where I'm going with this, because you're right. You know, you're not going to see one that doesn't have Maui, or you're not without the library or any of that, but it looks like we are in our mulligan phase. So we got Cyril and we've got Thomas here. Looks like Cyril is going to be mulliganing 3 cards and keeping hold of 4.
Yep, so again, this matchup, a tale as old as time, 2 of the best performing decks throughout in Lorcana's entire history, and one of the most important interactions that I want to focus on really, really early is obviously the Steel Song deck, 9 times out of 10, wants to utilize a whole new world, wants to sing it with Ariel, Robin Hood, things like that. There are other routes, you can go Rapunzel, but whole new world tends to be a standard game plan. As a Ruby Amethyst player, if I know you're building to a whole new world, I don't feel too great about playing a rabbit, bounce, rabbit, friends on the other side, because I'm just going to draw into cards that you're going to get rid of, and if I lose my B-Preps, my Tremaines, my Bedusas, things like that, then that could be super bad. So generally the Ruby Amethyst player against Steel Song, turn 4 they tend to go for more like a Merlin Goat as opposed to a rabbit, and think a bit more about getting some more bigger characters onto the board. So it'll be super interesting to see if that comes up in this game, but we are ready to start. Both players mulligan. I'm sure we'll find out very shortly who will be going first. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we can already see. Oh, it looks like we've got a Cinderella Stout-Hearted going into the ink for Thomas, but no other turn 1 player. We go straight over to Cyril here. We are going to be inking a Merlin Goat and playing a Chernabog's Followers. So what we've got here is just your classic turn 1 play. You play an ink, you get Chernabog's Followers down on the board, and then you can be questing and drawing cards and all next turn. We see Robin Hood into the ink and Ursula Vanessa, a very good singer, coming down as our turn 2 play there. So back over to Cyril. You had the Chernabog's turn 1. What can we get for turn 2?
Yep, no, a really nice start, and this Ursa Vanessa immediately threatening things like Along Came Zeus, Strength of Raging Fire, Storm Rage on, Bare Necessity. So yeah, a pretty nice start from both of our players. Moving into turn 2 now for Cyril, the Ruby Amethyst player. We're going to be inking a Kuzco. I'm a big fan of Kuzco. And down comes that snake to return the Chernobog followers to the hand.
Yeah, I was going to ask, obviously, every time you quest with Chernobog's followers, you can banish it to draw a card. But if you need something to bounce with Merlin Snake, got to keep it on the board. Oh, and here's another good singing option. It's Ariel.
Oh, I was going to say, are we going to miss? But we do find that Along Came Zeus, Ariel allowing us to look at the top 4 cards of our deck, pick a song to go to your hand, and the rest go to the bottom in any order. So very nice to get a hit there, and then we are going to immediately sing that Zeus to take out the Madam Mim Snake. Not a bad start at all. We move into Cyril's turn 3. We do have a Brawl there, which could be something that we want to use to offset the Ariel to stop her singing. That is what we're going to see. A quick Brawl with Ariel, kick her out of the Snuggly Duckling, and back under the sea. There we go. That's got to be at least 10 points in the pun competition.
Of course. And back over to Thomas. Yeah, I need to try a little bit harder with that. Thomas here. We've got a whole new world. We've got Cinderella. We've got my boy, Mr. Smee. Love that card, but Cinderella more useful for the moment. No, Mr. Smee, we've got enough ink for the pair of them. I love Mr. Smee.
Ross, both. Both is good.
Yeah, both is good.
Both providing very different utility here, though. Obviously, Smee so well statted, even though he takes a damage at the end of the turn if there's no other captain. No one really cares. He's just so good. And Borum Sensation Cinderella not only threatening songs, but a shift line.
I'm honestly fine with questing with Mr. Smee 3 times, getting 6 lore, and then it just gets banished from its own self-damage.
Yep.
If I'm playing 2 lore, 2 ink and getting 6 lore in the next 3 turns, I'm good.
I'm happy.
Do you see Sisu coming down here? That is going to punish Thomas for having extra cards in hand, and it becomes a very good option for removing characters that Thomas may have left on the field exerted.
And I do want to point out, Cyril could have played the Merlin Rabbit on that turn, opted not to, doesn't want to build that hand up too much. Of course, Thomas isn't necessarily in a position to sing a whole new world yet. We don't have a singer for it, but still just thinking about extending to the board a little bit more, getting these formidable threats, things like Sisu, perhaps a goat. But yeah, immediately, that point I made at the beginning, perhaps just this matchup changing how Cyril wants to play this game.
Yeah, agreed. It is something you always need to think about. You cannot just play the same way in every matchup. If you know your hand is going to be at risk, you need to not keep too much in your hand. We do see Rapunzel gifted with healing hitting the board. We see Along Came Zeus taking out the Sisu. And we do, of course, have what I believe is the non-foil prize wall version.
Indeed, and beautiful she is. And hey, if you were interested in getting one of these Rapunzels, hey, you can get a foil one if you make top 32.
That's a lot to ask.
That is a lot, but you can also get a non-foil version at the DLCs through your points that you can accumulate in either the main competition or the side events. And what a beautiful piece to add to your collection. We're going to see Cyril inking that library that a lot of players are really enjoying. Down comes that Elf of Fifth Spirit, another set 5 card that we've seen put in a lot of work today, Ross, and taking out that Cinderella.
Yeah, it's got Rush, it's got Evasive, and you exert a character when you play it, so you can immediately just exert the character you want to go after and then rush in to challenge them. It is a phenomenal card, and because it's so good, we've seen people playing the set 1 Elsa, because you're playing it anyway, you've got a good Elsa with Shift, why not?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong, Ross. I have seen a couple of Ruby Amethyst lists.
We've seen one on stream today.
There you go, exactly. Like, it does happen. If you're already running that 5th Spirit, then Spirit of Winter can be a really good addition to the deck. So yeah, a really well-made point.
There's a cheeky one of, we got Daisy in hand, we got Prince Naveen, we got some good Shimmering Skies card options there for Thomas. Of course, Daisy's far better on the first turn of the game. Actually 2 Daisy and 2 Naveen in hand, along with a Robin Hood, a Piglet Pooh, Pirate Captain. It's a lot of good cards there. Which ones do we want particularly now?
Well, this is a situation again where, Thomas doesn't feel like much of a need to play a whole new world anytime soon. He can just accumulate those cards. But Cyril is at a point here where maybe he does need to start playing these rabbits drawing cards, because yes, you do need to do it reservedly so that you're not just throwing away a whole hand when your opponent plays a whole new world. But at the same time, if you just continue to play passive and Thomas just continues to go wide like this, you're going to lose the game anyway. So Cyril, though, with quite a healthy hand, we've got a couple of Sisu, friends, so far from over. Player 1 already, though, at 9 lore.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. Like, is it worth just popping down those 2 Daisy on the board, forcing Cyril to deal with them, or else giving you 4 extra lore next turn? You're already up by 8, really just pressing advantage. You don't really need to, but it's certainly something I'd be thinking of. We're inking and we're playing. Ooh, it's another Sisu. We've got a pair of them.
Sisu. Yeah, no, you make a good point, Ross. Although if I was Thomas, I would worry about extending with 2 Daisies here because we are going into the dreaded Be Prepared turn. But maybe worth holding those Daisies for after the Be Prep so that we immediately have an extension. But you make a good point. Sometimes you just got to roll the dice, right?
Oh, I like it. I mean, it's my natural play style. I tend to go a little bit wide, a little bit early. Yeah, I like it. I need to stress in my play, not in my demeanour.
Yes.
I'm a cheery chap. I promise you, if you play me in Lorcana, I'm going to be a cheery chap, but I'm going to be playing lots of 1 costs at Quest for 2.
He does like to play an aggressive game plan. And hey, sometimes that can pay off. And like I mentioned it earlier, said by Zach Bivens, there comes a point in a day where you need to decide, did you come to play or did you come to win? And sometimes you got to take risks if you want to win. Nice board, though, for Cyril. And, of course, if he is playing that Floodborn Sisu, that could be huge into Thomas's board of Rapunzel and Ursula, Vanessa. And to be honest, a great deal of the Steel Song characters are removed by that Sisu empowered sibling. So Thomas has certainly got to be aware of that. But look at all these cards in his hand.
No, so that's what I'm more worried about. If I'm playing stuff like Daisy, I'm more worried about that. Because at least Be Prepared gets rid of like the Sisu and all of that.
Yep.
Whereas the Sisu just gets rid of yours, not your opponent's. Here comes Robin Hood. Here comes another Ink. Here comes Daisy Duck. Donald's date.
So we are seeing that extension that you talked about there. And to be honest, like you say, like give you credit. If Cyril does B prep here, it removes his whole board, and then Thomas gets to basically be the one to start re-establishing a board. And I think he's got more cards in his hands. So even if a B prep was to happen here, Thomas may not feel that bad about it.
And there's a little hedge here. You got 2 in hand. Play 1 now. Give yourself that extension for lore, but then keep the other one for after a potential Be Prepared.
Yep. When you write, you write. But, of course, this Sisu is really threatening the board here. The Robin Hood champion of Sherwood, of course, with 3 strength, will stay out of range of that. And this is a great character to have down. Means that at any point, Thomas can sing Grab Your Swords, A Whole New World, Along Came Zeus. Robin Hood very much a staple of Steel, well, in the vast majority of Steel decks since his release in Into the Inklands.
One of those cards that's so good, it doesn't matter what the other ink in the pairing is, you're probably going to be playing Robin Hood in there. It is that good a card. Can't say that about everyone.
No.
So, we're back over to Cyril here. Does look like there's a library in hand, which could end up being good for card draw. Instead, we're going Friends on the other side, being sung by Elsa, drawing an extra couple of cards here.
And let's not forget, Elsa has Evasive, so she's pretty safe, apart from, obviously, those songs that Thomas could play.
Yeah, Thomas does play a lot of those songs, though. They can get really annoying.
Who's in the name, right?
Yeah, mistimed grab your swords. The amount of times I've been ball wiped by grab your swords, it's not a fun feeling.
Yeah, and the Grab Your Sword is definitely one of those cards that helps better against the decks that want to go wide with smaller bodies. So, like Steel Song matchups, they can be very good, but against Ruby Sapphire with its bigger bodies like Tamatoa, not so good.
Maui comes in, takes out the Rapunzel, gifted with healing, only takes 1 damage back in return, and that is one of those big bodies. Maui again, if you're playing Ruby, you're probably playing Maui.
Yeah, I would expect so. 5 lore on the board for Thomas, well, as in on through characters.
Yes.
So would be able to jump up to 16 on the next turn. Cyril's going to get his first lore onto the board, jumping up to 5, courtesy of a couple of Sisus, and was it that Elsa as well? Maybe he was already on 1.
The Elsa was singing. The Elsa sung.
Yeah, I thought so. Yes, it must have already been on 1 then, and we're just gaining 4 through those Sisu.
Was already on 1. Yes, that's correct.
Go. But Thomas still with this huge hand, and you see a couple of those Prince Naveen's. That has been a really powerful addition to the deck. Just another really solid singer that you can put onto the board, and like you could think of it as having like a free use of Along Came Zeus or a free use of A Whole New World, which can be super good.
This is such a frustrating position for Thomas, because what you really want to do right now, play down your characters, go super wide and go, I only need 7 lore next turn. You can't take them all out, I win. The problem is you can take them all out because Be Prepared is a card.
And Sisu is a card.
Yep, so you've got to make sure that you keep enough. You know, you want to go wide enough to give yourself the win next turn while also preparing against them. Down goes Maui. Strength of a Raging Flaming Fire.
On Maui.
Very nice if you are playing a lot of characters. But we are going wider. We got Piglet, Pooh, Pirate Captain. We got Daisy Duck. Cyril needs Be Prepared this turn. If you don't, you will lose this game.
Or Sisu would do it, but we don't even know if it's in the deck. Is that Madam Elephant we just saw off the top? No, it was another Elsa. My mistake.
Oh my word! I'm not seeing anything in that hand, Baker, which is going to save Cyril here.
No, either am I. Unfortunately, it looks like how much lore on board? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, courtesy of the Piglet, as long as there's two other characters. So
even if we assume, let's assume all the exerted characters get challenged and banished. There's still, by my count, 7 lore, because 3 for the pirate, because you'd have 3 characters, so Piglet would go up to 3.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there's 7 and you only need 4.
This is Be Prep, Sisu or Bust, and unfortunately we do not have either of the aforementioned. So, yeah, I think this is probably over. But again, Cyril maybe will just play this out regardless for a couple of reasons. One, like, learn more. Like, just learn from your mistakes as you play out the rest of the game. But maybe also he can get a bit more information about Thomas's deck.
Well, there is a broom. Can you play a character to banish the broom?
That's true.
Draw a card. It's Madam Mim Snake.
I'm just not sure we have enough ink anymore is the problem.
No, I don't think we do either, but it was a Madam Mim Snake. It's a moot point, but...
Yeah, no, worth bringing up. But
always looking for that big finish, aren't we? Always looking for the big swing.
Of course. But yeah, with just 6 ink, now that we've played that Kuzco...
That is going to be the game. Yep. Cyril's picking up the cards, and we see that Steel Song takes game 1. Thomas Cavalier is up 1 game, and now, can he win a second? Because this next one is worth 4 points now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. If Thomas is able to win it, we'll get that bonus point. But yeah, Steel Song just showing its really aggressive style in that deck. It can go a lot wider. It's a lot faster than Ruby Amethyst. Ruby Amethyst really needs those turns to build to the B Prep, to build to the Medusa. We don't even know if the Sisu empowered sibling is in the deck.
We didn't see it.
We'll see. But again, I think the Steel Song player went first that game. So yeah, makes sense that they would be the aggressor. Can the Ruby Amethyst player mix it up now that they're on the play?
Yeah, it really is those key turns. If your opponent goes wide, you need to, and you've got answers. If you find those answers and clear your opponent's board, they really do end up in potentially in a very awkward situation of just not being able to rebuild their board. One of the things I really liked though there was that we saw that the hand was kept fresh.
Yes.
There were potential to put the cards down, go really wide. Even though the Be Prepared never came down, the Sisu never came down, constantly preparing just in case.
Yep, that's clues in the name, Be Prepared. Very intentionally chosen because, it sounds like I'm being cheesy, but that's very intentionally chosen because you do need to make sure that you are thoroughly equipped for that turn 7. You know. If
there's one thing we know, the card designers are very clearly thinking about the name and the theme of these cards. We saw the Chippendale card from Azurite Sea.
The new one, the duo.
It lowers by 3 damage. It lowers strength by 3, and there are exactly 3 acorns being dropped from the plane.
Oh, right,
because it's a -3. But there's little details like that. So no, I agree. Be prepared. It literally is saying, no, seriously, be prepared for this card. I'm gonna wipe your whole board.
Yeah, but you just got to love the detail that's gone into the Lorcana trading card game. Not just cool card design, not just a fantastic story, but incredibly deep gameplay, and the deck building, especially through our inking system, I genuinely think is second to none. And it's no surprise that trading card game veterans all around the world are turning their eye to the Mickey Mouse.
Oh yeah, Lorcana is not a secret anymore. Everybody knows that it is. You know, it's a card game which is growing exponentially. We've just had our first anniversary. Cheers for wearing the pin that I don't have yet.
You're very welcome.
That makes me feel good about myself.
Yep, no, you're very welcome, Ross.
It's all right. I'll put out some feelers. I think tomorrow on stream, I might be rocking that bad boy. So...
Oh, that's not the best start. We ain't got the library. We do miss the 1 drop. I'm not even sure how many. We know that there are Chernobogs and Brooms, so I'm going to assume there are 8 1 drops, 4 of each.
If you play, nowadays, if you're playing Amethyst, 4 Chernobogs, 4 Broom, 4 library, jobs are good, and that's just your starting 12. Oh, we don't get the turn 1 Daisy Duck, but we do get the turn 1 Robin Hood.
Yep, that's a little less quest pressure, but is establishing that character for a shift line to get to the Champion of Sherwood. We pass over, we're going to ink, and down comes that Kuzco, a nice, really nice character. You always feel comfortable putting a Kuzco on the board because he's always going to, well, always, unless he's sent to the Inkwell by Hades or something, but when banished, you're always going to replace the card. You can need combo really nice with Merlin Crab to trade up with the Kuzco, so it has fallen off a little bit in modern Ruby Amethyst Amethyst, but I'm a fan. On the other side, we see the Ursula Vanessa coming down, and then just a pass straight back. No point exerting and questing with that Robin Hood. Ross, is there?
Nah, keep it as a shift target. You're not getting enough out of it for the moment.
And the Fox could come down and just ruin its day.
I mean, yeah, that as well, now that Cyril's going to be on free ink. One of the cool things about Amethyst right now, there's a lot of cards that replace each other. The Kuzco you mentioned, Chernobog's followers, we've got Broom, and all of them, it's a banish. Kuzco is when banished, Broom and Chernobog give you an option to banish.
Sure.
But if you do it in the library, then each of those cards, you lose the one and you gain 2 cards in hand. It is consistency, which is huge, but that is a second library in the inkwell now as a Madam Fox does come down. Good job that Robin Hood isn't exerted.
It is a good job, and no, you're right. The library, definitely a location that has got a lot of people's attention, and especially with a build like this that Cyril's playing with Broom, Chernobogs, and the Kuzco, going to be lots of really cheap characters to be able to move into that library and hopefully draw some more cards. But yeah, that Fox coming down. Thankfully, the Robin Hood didn't exert past to Thomas, who's going to ink another of those alternate art foil of non-foil Rapunzels. Probably a playset in here, and down comes the Pooh Pirate Captain. I do like Piglet, Ross.
Oh, that Piglet is such a nice card. If you've got 2 other characters on board, you get to quest for free, and it's only 2 cost. It's inkable. I'm a big fan of this card. I mean, it's a target. A lot of the time you lose it before it does very much, but if you can keep it on the board, yeah, speaking of which, if you can keep it on the board, it is such a wonderful card. But Brawl, unfortunately, it's, you know, Piglet out the Snuggly Duckling, as you might tell us, and unfortunately, well, let's just hope that has given him a bit of protection.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I do want to make this point. Oh, okay, so I'll come back to it because we see the Naveen come down and immediately plays the whole new world. Discard it. Both players discarding their hands and drawing a fresh 7. So fresh resources for both our players.
Yeah, and Prince Naveen, of course, yes, it is a Singer 6. But when you play it, you get to play a 6-cost song with no downside, bare necessities.
We do, because it is any non-character card. So one of these Queen's Castles is a fantastic option.
Yeah, I think that's got to be. I think it's actually,
yeah, it's the only option.
They are the only options.
Yeah. Harken back to my previous point quickly, Ross, if you don't mind. Yeah, super interesting. While that brawl onto the Piglet was like kind of necessary to take the pressure off, super passive turn from Cyril. Like Thomas, I think, was quite happy to have that Piglet brawl, because yes, he lost the character, lost the potential for 3 lore, but Cyril just didn't do anything else. Inked, played the brawl, and then Thomas got a whole new turn. So yes, the brawl was a good response, but super passive, and Thomas again probably going to be quite happy with that. But both players with fresh hands now. Cyril is going to ink that Magic Broom, bringing them to 5 ink, and we're going to be very thankful that Thomas is only sitting at 2 lore while he's a bit close, while Cyril's a bit closer to the Medusa and the B-Prep turn. Elsa coming down to remove that Robin Hood. This is looking better, Ross.
Yeah, of course. It looks like it was played like an action card, but you play it, you get to exert a character, you choose Robin Hood, you've got Rush, you challenge right away. Robin Hood goes down immediately, and here comes your Ariel. Get to look at the top 4 cards and find a
Oh no,
song.
hold on. Was that strength at the top? Oh, it was. Sorry, the first card I thought was a character. I thought we'd missed. I've been on edge all day about Ariel missing, but yeah, that spectacular singer, so good. Finding a song, I think it was a strength, and then representing a singer 5.
Yeah, not too bad. We got singer 5, we got singer 6, we got singer, is Ursula singer 4?
Yeah, Ursula Vanessa is singer 4, Ariel singer 5, and Prince Naveen
singer 6.
There we go. A whole bunch of singers. Again, clues in the name.
General rule: your singer lets you sing a song 2 above what you usually would. So we see an inked Robin Hood, and we see double Daisy Duck Donald's date. And if I get any more D words in that, I totally would have done.
A really aggressive play, and probably prompted by the prior turn when Thomas sang Bare Necessities to scout out Cyril's hand, saw that there was no way to deal with this full board. Of course, Cyril could draw into a B prep, but he's still only going into his 6 ink turn. So yeah, Thomas really putting on the gas here and now.
Never underestimate the power of seeing your opponent's hand. Knowing what they do and don't have access to. And look, every time they draw a card, you get less and less information. They've got more than they had before. But just being able to go, unless you've drawn into it. Oh, and here we go. This is going to be a big questing turn.
It is.
Daisy alone is getting 4 lore here. And then, of course, we got 3 singers. So Yeah, if I'm Thomas, I wouldn't mind drawing about 5 cards right now, but otherwise this is going to be a fun turn. Has he got no cards in hand?
No, it's 3 cards in hand for Thomas. He's got the dice on it.
Ah, okay, he's popped them off to the side. Okay, now
Cyril
I see.
has done the same. Yeah, while I was just having a look at Cyril's hand, didn't see a Sisu. I don't even know if there's a Sisu in the deck, Ross, and it's kind of necessary at this point in time. B-Prep would also help, but Sisu would be a lot better not having to give up his Cyril's own board.
Yeah, wiping your opponent's board without wiping yours and leaving a very large body on the board at the same time is always a huge win. But right now, it's very much like we saw in the end game of game 1 just a little bit earlier. Cyril needs an option to Thomas's very wide board because, okay, fine, Thomas only at 4 lore now. He's going to start running away with this sooner rather than later.
Yeah, no, Cyril's got a lot of catching up to do. You got to think he's one of, if there is a big Sisu, that would be the target really to level the board and then start to accumulate some resources. But yeah, Thomas putting on a lot of pressure. 3 cards in hand as well if Cyril is able to do anything with this board. A little smile on Cyril's face, I think, just accepting that this is a bad position, but it's far from over. Thankfully, Thomas only at 4 lore, so we've got some time. Cyril can still pull this back.
He can. If Thomas can finish out this game, Thomas will go to 41 points. So that means that if he either gets 2 wins in his next round or the final round, or 1 win in each, he would then be at 47, 48 points, which should be safe for top cut. So going into those last 2 rounds, knowing a 2-0 or 2-1-1s get you in, that is going to be a good position. It's not day 2, but if Thomas wins this second game here, he is going to be in a very, very strong position for making it into day 2. Do we have a judge call or something going on right now, Baker? Because it seems to have stopped.
I think that Cyril is just really weighing up this turn. I think it's a super important one. The pace of play has been super good so far, Ross,
yeah.
so I think this is more than acceptable. Like, if you can have a good pace of play throughout the majority of the game, I think it's very understandable when you reach those really pinnacle turns. Give me a minute. Let me really weigh this up.
No, I'm not opposed to that. It is always, everyone went very quiet for a moment while I was talking about points and all of that. Now, we've seen, of course, 44 points often, sometimes enough. 45 generally is what you're aiming for the bubble. 46 should be safe,
look at the top
not
card.
a guarantee. It's Chernobox followers, goes into Cyril's hand.
Second one questing. We find a rabbit. Very nice. Of course, this could be counterproductive if Thomas builds to a whole new world, but you've got to play the game. Like, you can't just not ever draw cards because you're worried about a whole new world. Like, at the end of the day, even if you play the rabbits and the draw stuff, you make them have to play the whole new world.
Yes.
And then at least you've still got 7 cards. So while I still think there's something to be said about being maybe a little reserved and maybe prioritize Sisus and goats in the early game, at some point, you need to play the game.
Yeah, agreed entirely. Now,
Do what your deck does.
Does look like we've got a
Storm Rage on.
let the Storm Rage on, doing damage to Sisu and drawing a card. We have quested with both the Daisy Ducks going up to 8 lore, and we've still got Ursula and Prince Naveen ready to go.
Yeah, this is an aggressive looking field. Ursula Vanessa, I think, going to be singing. She does indeed sing, and then along came Zeus right at this Sisu. Well, one of them, the one that's not no damage so far. We're going to quest all the way up to 10. We're going to pay 5 for Robin Hood, champion of Sherwood, and passing over to Cyril. Can he find that Be Prepared? I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it, Ross. I'm seeing a Friends, which is going to come down, sung by the Sisu. He knows he's got to find it.
Yeah, if you find it, oh, it's in hand. He's got it.
He's got it.
It's right in the front of the hand.
Be prepared.
And I always need to remember when I'm talking about Be Prepared to stop for a second, let you do your thing. That was huge. There was so much on Thomas's board.
Yep.
Thomas could, I don't know if he had game on board next turn, but he wasn't far away. And here's the thing, because Thomas put so many cards down, there's so many fewer options now after the Be Prepared. We have an aerial down, we've hit a strength of a raging fire, but it's not looking phenomenal. Piglet, Pooh, Pirate Captain, though, but you will still need a third character character to activate the extra free lore.
Yeah, but I would have said, like, Thomas may well
extra
already
two.
have that other character and potentially could have even played it, but just doesn't want to extend yet into a potential another be prepared, because Thomas can just put down that third character on his next turn and then immediately trigger Piglet's 3 lore. But
Yes, agreed.
maybe he just doesn't have the character, though. But I think it's reasonable that you would maybe be a little reserved here. We're going to sing Friends on the other side. Draw 2 cards.
What did we
I'm
see?
seeing a Brawl, a Snake, a Chernabog, a Rabbit, a Fox, and Elsa 5th Spirit.
Yeah, no be prepared. Yeah, but drawing that off the friends on the other side was absolutely huge on that last turn. Elsa comes down again, takes out the Piglet. Of course, it always looks like an action card, but it's a very quick play. Exert, rush, challenge, gone.
Yeah, I mean, Elsa 5th Spirit in some ways kind of similar to Brawl, kind of fills that same sort of role a lot of the time. Obviously
Agreed.
not always, because obviously there are a lot of differentials here, but a lot of players may be going to a lower counter Brawl, finding that this Elsa kind of can do the work, remove that Piglet. It can also deal with Diablo as long as it's not at the Cove. So yeah, this 5th Spirit definitely finding a good place in the Ruby Amethyst deck.
Great card. We did see the Elsa taken down by Strength of a Raging Fire, and then Thomas played down that Mr. Smee and Cinderella. But Cyril here looks like we have gotten rid of the Aerial as well with a Brawl.
It's big.
And plays the Rabbit. Why is it so big?
It's big, Ross, because now we don't have a singer on the board. Well, we have Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation, but you can only sing as 3-cost songs. Yeah. So I think just shutting down this Aerial's ability to sing Along Came Zeus, Whole New World, Grab Your Swords, that puts Thomas in a much more restricted position. Cyril can hopefully start to build the momentum back. We do see a second Mr. Smee hit the board after a request from the first. The Rabbit is going to trade into the Bumbling Mates, taking them both out, drawing an extra card. So yeah, Cyril just really needs to do his best to keep Thomas at bay here and then hopefully climb all the way back up. We saw it not too long ago, Ross. The last match, I believe, that you were commentating, one player was at 0, one player was at 12. The player at 0 went on to win that game. So everything could change.
Oh, things can change in a heartbeat. We see more ink coming down here with that Sisu. We see a Madame Medusa coming down. Does get to banish a character. It's going to be the Cinderella. And the board wiping from Cyril here is working. This deck is supposed to be able to control the opponent's board. It's supposed to be able to take them all out. And it's working quite nicely, frankly.
This has changed.
Oh my goodness. We see an early concession there. And it looks like, has Cyril won with 2 lore on the board?
I'm super surprised. That does everything about that body language presented to me that Thomas was scooping that. He was topping, didn't have much on the board. I definitely think he could have played that out a couple more turns, because a Whole New World maybe, or an Aerial into a Whole New World could have made a big difference. Oh no, Thomas is being decided as the winner there.
Yeah, that was very, very quick at the end of that game. It happens sometimes in Disney Lorcana where you see both the players playing, and then one player, what they've essentially done is they've run through the next few turns in their head and they've gone, it's not happening, I'm out. And then they just concede and we go on. But that was a very quick ending in the middle of a turn there. And I'd be very interested to see what actually happened there at the end. I'd love a proper explanation from the players, because that was a very quick surprise concession.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to speculate too much until I can get some confirmation on that, because regardless, I feel like both players probably had a couple more turns.
I agree.
Like, regardless, to at least just see it out a little bit more. But hey, there we go, the end of round 7. And this Steel Song Ruby Amethyst matchup, I keep saying it's a tale as old as time. It's one of the biggest rivalries in Lorcana, both incredibly strong decks. And yeah, it looks like our Steel Song player is going even further. Can Steel Song take another dub? It's won one European Disney Lorcana challenge. Can it do another one?
I mean, it absolutely could. I remember rocking up in Bochum and saying, look, I'm not convinced by the Steel Song deck in the set 4 meta specifically. Prove me wrong. I'll tell you, we're here in Birmingham at the start of the set 5 meta. I am convinced.
Yep.
This, in Bochum, wasn't convinced here. I'm convinced. Now, it really depends, because I know you've done some maths and you've figured out that Ruby Sapphire, presumptive best deck in the format.
By result. results.
Yeah. Well, I've seen other results which I believe are less picky than yours.
Okay.
Which have put it as at least as kind of the best deck or the most played deck. But I know you're a little bit pickier in your results because when you analyse them, I believe you have a limit of 30 players, and anything below that you don't count.
Yeah, and then, hey, don't get me wrong, that's not to say that any events less than 30 players are not serious. Of course they are. But yeah, I really wanted to look at every bit of metadata in detail, and I thought if we're drawing from an event of at least 30 players, I think that just is a bit more reliable that those players that are making top 8 have gone through some tough games. They've proved both their skill and the power level of their deck. So yeah, I took exclusively events that were over 30 players since the beginning of the meta. I looked at the first 3 weeks and I looked at the second 3 weeks, because those first 3 weeks, Ross, as you know, a lot of players are jamming new stuff.
Yes.
They're playing with the new toys. They're seeing what works. But then the meta starts to settle a little bit. And yeah, as it has settled, Ruby Sapphire miles ahead of everything else. Steel Song following behind. Ruby Amethyst, a bit of a disappointing season, if I'm honest. It's still my pick.
It's still there.
It's my pick. It's still a good deck, but it has been a bit of a disappointing season, unfortunately, so far.
Well, there we go. Well, it's nice to talk about the meta. You know what else is nice to talk about?
Go on.
Winners. Winning. So let's go to an interview with Ed and a winner.
Thanks very much, guys. And yes, I heard you talk about Ruby Amethyst, but my prediction was Amber Steelsong, and I'm joined by Thomas, who's just won that feature match with Amber Steelsong. Thomas, can you just explain to us, so the people at home know, because obviously it was a decision that you guys made, what happened at the end there between you and your opponent?
I'm sorry, I didn't win.
Right, you didn't win?
No, it was 1-1.
Oh, I see. Okay, there was a bit of confusion then. Spoken to us right by
you were right. He is wrong.
Okay, so we had some confusion there with the production team. Okay, so you were one apiece.
It was clear enough, so it's my fault.
Right, okay, no, that's quite all right. Now we understand. So for those of you who maybe didn't get it, it was one apiece to our two opponents. But Thomas, talk to us a little bit about Amber Steelsong. It's a very popular deck right now, and actually we saw you pilot it expertly. It seemed like we were seeing, especially in game 1, we saw loads of really, really great plays. You had a very dominant board. Why do you like Amber Steelsong?
Amber Steel was not my first choice.
Okay.
Because I practiced a lot with the Prince John discard deck.
Okay, right.
But at the end, it felt a little bit too short. It was like it was winning a lot on the play and losing a lot on the draw. Okay. So I was like, I came here and make 9 draw, but that's not enough. So I had to decide very quickly between Ruby Sapphire and Amber Steel.
Okay.
And my choice was Amber Steel because it felt like you can play more games. Mm-hmm. I think Ruby Sapphire is a little bit more powerful, but with Amber Steel you can play more games, I think.
What have you gone up against so far in the Disney Lorcana Challenge? What other decks have you played against?
A very gentle bracket, if I'm honest.
Okay.
I played no mirror match, so no Amber Steel.
None? No mirror match?
No mirror match so far.
Okay.
Only one Ruby Sapphire.
Only one?
Only one, and I managed to get a draw against it.
Okay.
And then I played 3 kind of aggro deck.
Okay.
Deep green.
Amber Amethyst or?
No, green purple.
Oh, okay, right. So Emerald Amethyst
and
decks.
And the green Steel.
Right.
With the shift line and so, and it was a really good matchup also because you can remove everything they do in the first turn if you have a good end. So it was also a favorable matchup for me. So quite lucky until there.
Okay, well, thank you very much for talking to us. Best of luck in the rest of the games that you've got. Congratulations on winning one of those games as well. We're actually going to let you leave now because we've got our other competitor as well coming in. So you guys can swap places here. Come and join us. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Come and take a seat with us. How are you doing? So how was that for you, that match?
Very difficult. It's strange but good experience. The noise in the headset is a little distracting. But I made a big mistake on the first game.
Talk to us about that. What was the mistake you feel you made?
I have a chance to play Elsa to tap Piglet, I think. And I think of something else, play Maui to take out something I can already take out with my Sisus. But that doesn't change the game. It was an highway for him.
Okay, can you tell us also what just happened at the end of the second game as well? Because there was communication. We actually misunderstood what had happened out there. So tell us from your point of view, what was going on at the end where you guys decided on the result?
He doesn't have many lore at the start. He stopped 10 or something. Then I can go for B prep, and he has no song on his whole new world, so he can't clear my board, and then it was free for me. So he conceded.
It's quite a tough deck to go up against because, like game one, for instance, that was a very, very formidable board. Quite a lot of characters on there, and you were looking for that.
Prep,
yeah. But then there was a point where he whole new worlded you, and you had the be prepared, and that had to go. But in game two,
in my game.
Yeah, but that's the thing. In game two, we saw it. It came out. You drew it off the friends on the other side, and then you managed to get that down and clear the board.
Two Sisus to have a character to sing friends of the other side, because I know he can have one Zeus to take one out. The other play was to play Sisus and Fox to take out a singer, but this was not enough. So I go for two Sisus, hoping he can clear both. I can sing and find be prepared.
And it went very well. Now, let's talk about the meta right now, because we have quite a lot of different decks. It's a very diverse meta, we've been saying a lot. What have you gone up against so far in your tournament?
I play two Sapphire Ruby.
Okay.
I played again green Amethyst aggro.
Okay.
One Sapphire Steel. And one mirror match.
One mirror match.
Yeah.
And which one do you not like going up against the most with your current deck?
I don't like this matchup. Steel Song can be very random with Whole New World.
Okay.
We can have all key card in the discard, and they can draw good or not. Us the same, so it's really random in this matchup.
Would you like to see Ruby Amethyst go all the way? Take it to the championship?
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was the first deck I played in set one, and each time I come back to it.
It's your comfort one.
I like to play other color, but sometimes it miss a little something.
Just that little bit of
Ruby Amethyst
spice.
Is a solid deck.
It is. It's consistent as well.
Consistent,
like the build hasn't really changed that much in the last couple of sets, and I think people are realizing that it is a good. It's the same one I play as well.
Chapter 5 is the card I like the most is New Elsa.
Okay, perfect. Listen, we have to end it here, but congratulations
Thank you
on
for
getting one
having
of those
me.
games. That's all right. Thank you so much for joining us. You've been very, very fun to chat to. Guys, don't go anywhere, because we're going to have ourselves another feature match coming up very soon.
That was the trailer of Ursula's return, but now I'm Ross, and we've returned to the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Birmingham in the UK. You know who else has returned? It's Ed!
Hey,
hi, Ed.
It's me. How are you doing? Ross, I always like getting to do these with you. I feel like you're the person I've spent most of the time with on the desk this weekend, and I'm not upset about it one bit.
Sorry.
Although, the one thing that I know that you do want to do more than anything, and I don't know if we will do that, I know you want to give us an at least 10-minute TED Talk on Daisy Duck.
I suggested putting a 10-minute timer on the screen and just talking about why Daisy Duck is the best card in set 5. Apparently, there's a better use of our time than that.
That'd be ridiculous.
But I'm sure I can find another way to communicate that information in the future.
Well, we have some time to fill before we get into our next feature match, and so maybe not 10 minutes, but talk to us a little bit about some of this passion. You've got the card there. We're going to open some packs while we talk about this, but why not tell us a little bit about why you believe it is such a good card? Because, for instance, in that last feature match, we did have Amber Steel Song, and we did see this card do a lot of play. I think it's coming into frame now, but it is actually getting a lot of play right now, and it's very versatile. Tell us a little bit about that. I'm going to open a pack while you do that, okay?
It's a number 4 on the right-hand side. That's the big deal about this card. It's got 4 willpower. When I first saw the card, I liked it, and then I saw the 4 willpower, and I loved it. We got a bunch of 1-cost Quest for 2 cards. We've got Maleficent over in Amethyst. We've got Lilo in Amber as well. But this is different because it's got 4 willpower. It is so much more difficult to remove, and most decks, to get rid of Daisy Duck, they have to play something specific. It's why we see Befuddle coming back into Amethyst decks. It's why we see Challenger Merlin coming back into these decks. Playing cards to deal with Daisy, because if you do not deal with her, we even saw in the pack battle earlier, if you go first and play a Daisy Duck as your turn 1 play, you are probably going to get at least 4 lore just from that 1-cost card, and a 1-cost card that gets you 4 lore is absurdly good.
I'll tell you what else is absurdly good. Shimmering Skies as a whole, because I have a pack to open.
Nice.
Segue of the cinch. Okay, so let's see what we got here immediately. Potion of Might. Sometimes I'm just a sucker for the art on some of these cards. Night Howler Rage. The Knock. Fix-It Felix Jr. Merlin. Dopey. Scar.
We know that card's good.
King of Hearts. See, look at that. I love even just some of the sort of symmetry's not the right word, but just how straight and organized all of this is. It just looks amazing. Scar, obviously. Just getting ready to sing Be Prepared. Kronk. Goose Goes Poison. And then we have Kenai there, a nice hollow one. Always very exciting. I'm very happy to get to open these.
Yeah, always nice when we get to crack some packs on the stream. So, I'm hoping at some point, maybe tomorrow, we can do another pack battle. We've got Ed. Oh, I needed 1 more Cogsworth for my deck. That'll do nicely. There's your Fix-It Felix Jr. There's your Chaka. Oh no, I dropped one. What did I drop? I dropped Break Free, ironically. When Will My Life Begin? We've got Tropical Rainforest, not a location we see often, but it can be fun. Same thing with Rapunzel's Tower. We got Bashful. I feel like I've pulled every single dwarf here except for Doc, which is the best of them in this set. We've got Moana. I've watched that film so many times with my kids. I love it. We've got Kronk.
Okay.
Snap.
Goose Goes Poison.
And Hypnotic Deduction as a lovely hollow. Very nice.
Just nice. I'm glad that we're getting some Kronk characters. Kronk's one of my favorite Disney characters. Purely, I'd say, because of Patrick Warburton's performance, but it's always fun. So, we've got Merryweather here. Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather. Earth Giant, who I got hollow earlier. Gazelle, who actually did nothing to help me during the pack rush.
You tried everything.
Andy, I did. Potion of Might, which I absolutely love. When Will My Life Begin? Little John. Robin Hood and Little John. Try Everything.
And I did
Clarabelle. Very nice. It's not the 1-cost one, but I'm always happy to get a Clarabelle there.
Always.
Plate Armor. Banzai. And, the Minnie Mouse.
Foil Super Rare Minnie Mouse.
That is a beauty.
Yeah, we like that one. Minnie leading the band, leading the charge. Yeah, we've seen there's a lot of mini cards in Disney Lorcana, and a bunch of them have come out and appeared in decks here and there.
They certainly have, and it's always exciting to be able to just sort of see the brand new cards. And sometimes you see a card, maybe you don't think it's going to make its way into the meta, because I know a lot of people, we've even talked about this, I think, on the stream so far, a lot of people didn't think something like Mufasa was going to necessarily have the impact that it has. People were up and down about it, but look at it now. I mean, it's such a staple part. More cards.
You even see things like Scrooge McDuck, the vanilla card from this set, which has been doing rather well. At least we saw it on stream earlier. So we got Break Feed.
Hey,
that
Clarabelle.
is the 1-cost Clarabelle. That is your shift target. We've got Retro Sphere. We've got Healing Decanter. The Queen. Oh, Sneezy. It's got to be coming soon. That dock has got to be coming. Ratigan's Party, which I believe Baker is trying to get an invite to as we speak. Hideaway, great card we see for getting... It gets rid of an item or location into the Inkwell, and that can either be getting rid of your opponent's item or location, or getting rid of your own in order to build up your Inkwell. There's a double use going on. The library, I need another one of those. I'm very happy. Gaston, I know a lot of people like this card. You're -2 from the cost for every damage on your character, or each of your damaged characters. So it's very nice. And Rush, and there's my boy Doc. When you play this, you may discard your hand and draw 2. If you have 0 cards in hand, you discard your hand of 0 cards and draw 2. Doc is phenomenal. Love that card. Hey! And we've got ourselves a foil super rare Grumpy. Someone is telling me I need to make a 7 Dwarves deck.
I was going to say, have you pulled every single one?
I think I might actually now have pulled every single one.
Also got the dwarf box in there. Okay, right. So let's have a look and see what we've got in here. Starting off with this wonderful card right here, Snow
Anna Rainbow.
I really, again, like the art of this card. I'm a big fan of Basil the Great Mouse Detective. Hypnotic Deduction. Gathering knowledge and wisdom.
One of my favorite cards in the set. Just a 2-cost, gain 2 lore. I've pulled none of them so far. I need 4 for my deck, so cross your fingers for me, ladies and gentlemen. I need to get some of these soon.
Tanana. Gazelle again. You didn't help me. Kronk. Goose Girl's Poison. Taffeta Mutton Fudge is in there as well. Ludwig von Drake, that being able to quest for 3, always very exciting to see that number. Oh, I like Bruni. I'm glad I've got Bruni. Very, very nice. Oh, that's the wrong way up. So there it is, the Great Illuminary. That's characters with support get +1 lore and 2 willpower whilst here. So that's always very nice. And we still have a couple more. Prince Naveen!
That's a good card.
Wow, what a pull!
Yeah, that's a good card, mate.
Oh, that is fantastic.
Saw that coming up very nicely in the last round. It's a 4-cost, sing a 6, but when you play it, you get to play a 6-cost song for free, which is awesome.
Look at it catching the light.
Yeah, that's a new thing in set 5. We didn't have that in the first 4 sets. So there's new style of legendary cards where you've got that little foil-like effect on the legendaries. It's beautiful.
It's that raised texturing to it that I kind of like. So I've got legendary Prince Naveen. Legendary Prince Naveen. Okay, I'm very pleased with that. And finally, foil Mickey Mouse. Who doesn't love to see the original Disney mascot right there, you know? The classic, dancing away. Minnie, I know, being off on the other side as well.
Yeah, lovely double card.
These are very, very nice. Always like seeing a shared artwork like that. Oh, Prince Naveen. Prince Naveen. It's not the same song, but
it's
I'm happy,
not, but every time.
to sing it. Yeah.
Every time. Prince Ali's not bad either, mind you. Right, where we start off, we got our Robin Hood. We have a Maleficent. Fix It Felix Jr. If you've got a location in play, draw a card. I like that one. I think there is potential for it in the future. We've got ourselves Royal Guard. We've got Clarabelle, the free cost. We've got Rapunzel's Tower. Food Fight! Oh, Magica Dispel.
Love the design.
Prince John's Mirror. And a foil King Can. Andy.
Always nice.
I love Wreck-It Ralph. One of the best Disney films. I've made my thoughts on that film very clear. Seeing it get center stage in Shimmering Skies makes me extremely happy.
You're very pleased about it, but you've mostly drawn dwarves instead of that. But
there's a dwarf deck. So one day that dwarf deck's going to be amazing. I'm calling it.
You've got to see if you can find a perfect way of synergizing the dwarf deck with the Wreck-It Ralph deck.
One day.
Try and make them work. Okay, another one of the Basil Great Mouse Detective cards. Gale. Now, we were talking about not sleeping on Gale earlier because
don't sleep on Gale.
A very good card there. Another mini mouse there. Medal of Heroes. Evil comes prepared. Comes prepared. No, I'm not Baker. I can't. Duck for cover. Stitch, who helped me out earlier. Fix It Felix Jr.
Fast as you can.
Simba. I really like this sort of, leafing foliage armor. Olaf, wow, okay, that's a very, very nice one to have. The Queen, very nice. And, oh, there we go, nice foil Maleficent there. 2 costs, might be something worth actually putting in some of the more aggro-y Amethyst Amber decks, so glad I've got one of these as well.
If you can play a pack battle and get a few turns, that Olaf is an absolute beast in pack battles.
Let me just read it out for those of you who don't have it. For each exerted character opponents have in play, you pay 1 fewer to play this character, and it's got evasive as well.
6/6 evasive, quest for free.
Very good. That's got really good stats.
A really nice stat line. And if your opponent's got 2 or 3 exerted characters, you can make hay there. Right. Oh, finally!
Hey.
The card does exist. That makes me happy. We got Lilo. We got Vision of the Future. Card me and Baker had a big discussion about earlier. Just a phenomenal new card.
Simba.
Happy Simba. Shield of Arendelle.
Hey,
Ed.
Me.
We know how good Ed is. I'm talking about the card, just to be clear. Just to be clear.
Okay.
We got Fix It Felix Jr. We have Stitch. Oh, we got Prince Philip. And it's always nice when the first card, there's 2 rare slots in the pack, right? When the first one's a super rare, you know that the next one is,
Did you look at it right?
I think that means the next one's going to be
Genie!
Legendary Genie.
That's the really good one to have exerted by Cogsworth.
Yes. When the exerted characters do not ready at the start of their turn.
Wow.
And a foil Daisy Duck. Not the right Daisy Duck, but still a very cool
Still
Daisy
a good
Duck.
Daisy Duck.
It still counts.
I'm glad that you managed to pull one of those, though. Very nice to have that Genie. And now you've got most of your playset of Cogsworth as well.
I've got my Cogsworth now. I've got my library. I just need a couple gathering knowledge and wisdom, and I think maybe 1 Amethyst Chromicon. Okay. I'm getting close, mate.
Well, we've got to be able to pull one in here, so let's keep going and see what we can find. Trust me, we're going to come with you guys to the new feature match the second we are able, and the second our players are ready. In the meantime, let's see if we can get some really, really exciting legendary or enchanted cards from our packs here. Okay, starting us off, we have Pete, obviously. Robin Hood, always nice to see. Robin Hood, a general favourite, I think. Maleficent. Is it Duke? Duke. I keep wanting to say Duke, but I do like the brother bear Moose. It's one of the Moose, eh? Simba as well. Glimmer versus Glimmer, one of my favourite card arts from this set. I just think it's incredible. And we did see it animated as well in the trailer.
Yeah, we did.
Merlin's Carpet Bag. Finders Keepers. Kristoff, very nice. Another 9 cost, quest for 3. 3 and 7 on the stat line. For each card in your discard, you pay 1 less for this character. Of each song card, pardon me. So that's very good in some of those sort of amber steel things. So we have 2 more. So let's see what we get. Ooh, Denahi. Very nice. And then let's see what our foil is. Oh, it's Arthur. It's Bird Arthur.
We like that card. 2 free on a 1 cost is very nice. It's got Reckless, so it has to challenge and cannot, if it's able, and it cannot quest. But the stat line there is very, very good. If you're looking for an aggressive card, that can work very nicely indeed.
Oh, absolutely. One of those things we all look forward to. You going to open some more packs for us, Ross?
Yeah.
Good. That's what we want to hear.
We can open another pack. Now, last we heard, there was just a couple of games remaining. We are just waiting for those last couple of games to finish off. I promise you we'll get back to the action at the earliest possible opportunity. That is the main reason we're here, after all.
Certainly.
Gonna crown a Birmingham champion. Needs to be done. Oh, it looks like the table has been decided. We are just waiting to get them over here. So we're going to have the next round in just the next moment or two. Oh, we got Minnie Mouse. Is that a stack of pancakes? No, it's a bunch of cakes, but it's now made me want pancakes. We got Kronk. See if I can find some during the last round. Not next round. Next round, I'm busy. The Taffeta Mutton Fudge that I love. You get 2 lore when you move to a location. There's Scrooge McDuck. This is the one we saw on stream earlier. 5/5 quest for 2. It's a lovely card. Vanellope von Schweetz, which has popped up in a couple of decks here and there. And ooh, that Moana I saw earlier, but now with lovely foiling.
Excellent. Always nice to have a good foil version of those cards. Right, let's try and see what I've got in my pack. So starting with Night Owl or Rage, White Rabbit, Healing Touch, which I said is sort of a la Rapunzel, but separate.
Yeah.
Tanana, Donald Duck. We saw this in our pack rush earlier. Happy. I finally pulled one of those dwarves that you got. Ah, another Robin Hood. Excellent. I really like the art of this card. I love the whole, background going on.
And made Marion to go with Robin Hood.
Very beautiful. Really like that card. So far, actually, that's a very nice pack. Ah, Bashful. Ooh, Sir Ector. Getting some really interesting ones here. Oh, I really like that half Hexwell crown. That looks gorgeous. I'm a big sucker for some of these, I really think. But then, lastly, look, there's the foil. We've got Vanellope von Schweetz there. 4 cost, a nice foil. Quest for 2, 2/4 stat line. Always very nice. I might give that to my friend Chloe, who I know is a big fan of Vanellope. So that one's for you, Coco.
But can you remember the very first place we saw Vanellope von Schweetz? That card was not the first time we saw that card.
No, go on, you're going to have to tell me.
It was, of course, the D23 collection.
Oh, true.
Where there is the special version of that card. Same kind of art, but all full art and different foiling, etc. Because when the D23 collection was initially revealed, we had that and Oswald that were currently unrevealed cards. So there were new cards to dig into. It was that Vanellope and the Oswald from, well, what we now know is going to be Azurite Sea. And we still haven't... Oh, no, we did. We saw the regular Oswald. It was finally revealed the other day. So Oswald, I've been waiting for Oswald.
I wanted
Oswald.
You've said this before, yes.
So having Oswald in the game makes me rather happy indeed. You cannot tell the story of Disney without talking about Oswald.
True.
So there's your Fauna, there's your Archimedes, we've got Vanellope von Schweetz, we've got Prince John. Oh, I'm seeing movement. We got Hey Hey. What is the flavor text on that? Who's the boat snack now? Love it. Okay, I'll now know for the future. If we ever get that, I am going to be on it in the guess the flavor text. We've got Pride Lands. We've got Snow White to go with all my dwarves.
Wow, you have really had
a
great box of that.
And Merlin Turtle. The lesser played Merlin card, but your quest for 2, and you get to look at the top 2 cards. 1 on the top, 1 on the bottom. Little bit of a consistency boost combined with questing for 2. There is at least some potential there with Merlin Turtle.
Sort of reminiscent of some of the Sapphire effects, isn't it? There's a couple that sort of do something quite similar. So, Amethyst, Sapphire might really be having some consistencies. Okay, let's see, because I can see in the corner of my eye that we might have our players.
We have movement. Players are coming in.
So here's Taffeta Mutton Fudge, Merryweather, White Rabbit, Healing Touch, King Candy, Mickey Mouse, and we do know this. Underestimating him is a recipe for disaster. We know that that is Joe's favorite flavor text. Turbo. Tipo, very nice. That's very staple right now in those Sapphire decks. Archimedes, I do like purple as a color in general, so being able to see a purple Archimedes for this Amethyst card, very, very nice. Ooh, Iago pretending to be a flamingo. Excellent. Okay, Maximus.
Phenomenal card. Love that card.
And lastly, my holo there is Hypnotic Deduction.
And I do believe, I'm worried, I think we might be having to take a break from packs for the moment. We've got players, we've got deck lists. We can't say anything yet because both the players, unfortunately, do not yet have their headsets on. So we're not going to give away what they're playing. Frankly, that would be a little bit rude.
I'm going to have a look and not tell you, but you can gauge by my reaction, okay? That's how we're going to do this. Ooh. Ah.
Okay. So those are the decks which are being played in this next round. We'll have to see more about that in a moment. As soon as the players' headsets are on, we can tell you what ink combination they're playing. But of course, remember, in day one, we are playing with secret deck lists. Closed deck list, that's the phrase we're looking for. So we're not going to be talking about individual counts. That would be a little bit unfair. Only what we see on the screen. But when we hit tomorrow with our top 64 and beyond, it is going to be open deck list. Players can look at each other's deck list before the game begins. And that means that when we're casting here for you guys, we are going to be able to dig in on the exact counts of all of the cards and, you know, differences in lists and all of that, which I love doing. But in a closed deck list, it just seems rude, frankly.
I think, and obviously I'm not going to say what they are, but I think we've got some quite fresh ones that we've not had on the stream yet. So that's exciting. Maybe we've had one of them. But either way, it's nice. We get to really explore in some of these feature matches what this meta is like. And we've said this countless times, and some of you are probably tired of hearing it, but this is such a diverse meta right now, and that is exciting. I like that we have such a great range of decks that are all perfectly viable. Ruby Sapphire, Amber Steel Song. We have so many different things that can compete with those two top decks. I mean, we've talked briefly about Amethyst Amber and some of their aggro plays. We've seen a lot of Emerald combos as well, so there's quite a lot of options at the moment to sort of maybe make its way into that top cut, and I'll be very excited to see what the top cut will consist of.
I mean, that one you've got on the screen right there, we have definitely had that on stream.
Okay, well, I did say maybe one of them.
Yeah, that one we have 100% had on stream, and I'll tell you why I know that for a fact in a second. The other one, though, you're right, the other one is looking a little bit fresh.
Yeah.
As soon as headsets are on, we will let you know all about it. But there's some cards here that I'm excited about, some cards we've not seen very much on stream yet today, and I mean, I'm going to say this quietly so the players don't hear us. Do you think they know we had a mirror match of that on stream earlier today?
They may or they may not.
I think they probably don't.
No, I'd imagine they don't. They're too busy taking part in the Disney Lorcana Challenge, Ross.
But I said that nice and quietly so they can't hear me. I'm quite loud normally, so I had to quiet down for that bit. So I'm not giving
Baker didn't say it, let's put it that way. The whole of the hall would have heard it and he would have sung it.
It is a weird thing not being the loudest person in the room. I am used to that being my title.
Yeah.
And then I rock up with Baker and I'm like, you know, we've only had one round together today. And I'm like, is that because we're too loud? Like the pair of us.
I'm the same as you. I think I'm usually the loudest person in the room in the people I know. So I think both of us are thrown into this whole thing where we go, oh, okay, I can be a bit quieter now.
You might be scraping top free here.
Yeah, okay, that's the thing. Because at least Joe is a bit more of the more quiet, reserved one. So we definitely just have 3/4 of this coverage team are very loud men.
Right, we can be loud now because players have headsets on. So we do have a... We have a Sing Together deck. Of course, Joe and I did. No, it wasn't Joe and I. It was maybe. I mean, you and I did.
It could well have been. It's been such a whirlwind, Ross. It's hard to keep track of it all. But the deck that we've got that was a bit of a shake-up, I think. I'm right in saying that. Sorry, guys. We do so many of these, and we have to do interviews, and we've watched so many that I've started to lose track.
Tell them the deck.
It's Emerald Ruby.
I know, right?
I don't think we've had that yet. We've certainly had some good combos, but looking at this deck list, very interesting. A lot of things I wasn't expecting, some things you are expecting. Obviously, not going to talk too clearly about it because we're not allowed to do that. This is not open deck lists yet, but we're now going to go straight over to this feature match and get ready while we continue talking about this as the players get ready. They've just shuffled each other's decks, and that means it's time for us to kick into this feature match.
Yeah, Emerald Ruby, that is not an ink combination we used to see, and I'm just going to put that one out there. It is not an ink combination we see very much. It was not one of the top picks coming into this metagame, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I like things where we end up with a little bit weirder, a little bit unexpected, so to speak.
Unconventional.
And there is a card which was not on my radar in one of the decks. I hope it comes out. I hope we get to talk about it. There is a card which was just not on my radar at all that we might get to actually see here. And I think it is a card we're not going to see in many games on stream this weekend, frankly.
I can tell you by looking at the deck list and having you shown me the card that you're talking about, I don't believe it's here.
You're looking at the wrong deck list, mate.
I looked at both just to be sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, I looked at the wrong one, but there's still one which isn't seen very often, so we're going to be okay. Point is, there are some weirder cards in here, and that makes me very, very happy. So, Right now, we have the mulligan phase. Both players look at their hand. They can put as many cards as they like back. They draw that number of cards and then shuffle up. It's a way to essentially dig towards. And it means we have better starts in Lorcana than in a lot of card games. We don't generally get, oh, I had nothing and couldn't do anything. Well, if your opening hand was terrible, you should have had an aggressive mulligan. And if it's still terrible, which does happen, sorry.
Sometimes it's just the luck of the draw. Looking at this, though, we can already see a couple of the moves that are likely to be made by our players. Fairly certain I saw a Clarabelle there, so that means already going to get straight into the 1-cost Clarabelle. Turn 2, possibly going to see Flynn Rider. So already we can see the direction that at least one of the players will be taking. Did also spot some Diablo as well in the other hand. So there is definitely going to be some of those lines that are going to be played. I think I've just spotted Super Goof.
Yeah, you have. Super Goof is in there. That's one of the cards. And there is a card in here I've never seen on stream. Now, maybe it came up while I wasn't looking, but there is a card here which I was not on my radar for this tournament at all. I think David's going to surprise us a little bit here. So, we have an Ink, we have a Pegasus. Very nice turn 1 play. The very first card revealed from that particular set, which I believe was Ursula's Return. And now we're over to Leopold. Oh!
Diablo comes straight down, so we're going to get an immediate look at that hand. And then that means that Leopold is going to have a much clearer idea of where the next couple of turns are going to go. I thought I was going to see Clarabelle first, but I suppose getting Pegasus down makes sense because of evasive. It's going to be very difficult to get a hold of. But now, right now, you can see exactly how Leopold is trying to figure out how the next few turns will go. And I did notice him point at the Super Goof, and that is definitely something to be aware of. Super Goof can be pretty lethal.
Yeah, I think Clarabelle, it's a good shift target, but it's a little bit early in the game necessarily to shift it up. So that's one reason why you would potentially hold that and play it a little later if you've got Pegasus as an option. Your Welcome comes down into the Ink, and we see Flynn Rider hit the board. And if Leopold does not play a 2-strength character on his next turn, Flynn is going to get free law for doing literally nothing at the start of David's next turn, which is why you play Flynn Rider. It's kind of ridiculous when it works, which isn't as often as I'd like it to be sometimes.
No, sometimes I think people try too hard when they play it to make it hit the effect that it's going for. And actually, if you end up focusing too hard on that, you end up missing a lot of the key plays that you should be doing. It is quite a situational card, but it's not an effect to get hung up on. Yes, it is a very good way of gaining lore very quickly, but unless you have Sisu's on field and things that are definitely going to work, then that's not going to be so good. We've seen Ursula come down there, going to have a quick look, and he's going to take away...
Yeah.
What card is that?
No, that's the Rush Queen of Hearts. Oh, that's Queen of Hearts. Is it the Rush Queen of Hearts? I'm just going to double check that quickly so I don't seem too silly. Another one of these cards which we do not see very often at all. But it's not a target from Ursula. It was just, hang on a second.
It is, yeah.
I need to have a look at that one. It's actually not. It is Queen of Hearts Sensing Weakness, I believe.
Okay.
Which is whenever one of your characters challenges another character, you may draw a card. Yes, just confirmed it is that Queen of Hearts. Came around in set 2, not one we see very often at all.
Is this the card that you were talking about?
No.
Oh, okay, so there's even more excitement to come.
Even less played than that, but we do have the Diablo down for Leopold here, and that means that we are actually able to take out the Pegasus because, of course, Diablo has evasive.
Certainly does, and now we're going to start seeing a little bit more of the plays that we expect. We've got another Ursula, and I think there's a We Don't Talk About Bruno and a Bare Necessities in hand, so actually, right now, Ursula would be a good call just to deprive Leopold of some of their resources in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a decision being made here. Lots of shuffling around. What are we doing? We got 2 Ink available. We've got an Ink which can be put down this turn. Flynn Rider, wait, did Flynn Rider activate? No, because Diablo came down as a 2-strength, which matched Flynn Rider. And for Flynn Rider, you have to have the most powerful character in terms of strength, not the joint most powerful.
Absolutely. And right now, you're starting to look at some of the cards in hand for both of these players, and you can sort of roughly figure out the next few turns. Obviously, there'll be draws each turn that will change that a little bit, but generally you can see the direction that they're going in.
Looks like we're thinking about inking Queen of Hearts, but it can be a very useful card. Just sitting there as a little bit of a draw engine. It's always fun, but it's a 5 cost. So he goes into the ink for the time being, and we play it's your Clarabelle. But it's the 3-cost Clarabelle, not the 1-cost, which I actually really like.
We don't see it as often as the 1 or the 7.
No, absolutely. It is a lesser played of them, but if your opponent has more cards in hand than you when you play it, you get to draw a card. And it's got decent stats, it's inkable. There are absolutely reasons to play that one.
Certain.
So here comes another ink. It is the Roses card. An Ariel comes down. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. Find the song. Put it in your hand. And it is a 3-cost Singer 5. And it looks like Sudden Chill is the option here.
Yes, quite a couple of different targets actually off that Ariel effect. And that's definitely meaning that some of those songs have now made their way back to the bottom of the deck. I hope that hasn't deprived Leopold of too many of their options when it comes to their songs.
Sudden Chill being played. Lady Tremaine, Madame Medusa hits the discard pile there. They're both ladies in red. Easy to confuse them. Oh, and another Sudden Chill comes down. Double Sudden Chill gets rid of Ursula as well. And this is what this Emerald deck likes to do. Lots of songs that make you discard, and it really is going after your hand here.
Okay, we're starting to see more cards.
It's our friend Banzai.
Certainly is one of those hyenas. One of those no-good hyenas that comes down and ruins the Pridelands.
It just quests for 2. It's got decent stats. It quests for 2. It's not terribly exciting in that regard, but
it's effective.
Yeah, basically.
Simple but effective.
It works very nicely. It doesn't have a scaleless vanilla card, but it's a 2-cost free 2 that quests for 2. It's a good stat line, and that's what we see from vanilla cards. And a lot of the time when they've got them, it is very much worth playing them. Free strength, quest for 2. It's an early game quester or an early game challenger. It works beautifully as either.
We've got the We Don't Talk About Bruno in hand, neatly signed there as well.
Yeah, fun fact, signed Lorcana cards are absolutely legal for play.
Which is a very nice touch, actually. Because even if you come to these Disney Lorcana challenges, there are artists sometimes here signing as well. So more incentive for you guys to come down, take part. Maybe we'll see you guys in the next season.
Bruno. Okay, so what we had here, we don't talk about Bruno makes your opponent pick up a character and then discard a card at random from their hand. But if you can catch your opponent with a 0-card hand, like Leopold just did to David, you basically just discard a character. But it's not banishing them, so they don't get any skills that activate when banished. It just discards them. And Leopold's going wide here and building up a very tasty board. King John is out there. So every time David discards, Leopold draws a card.
We've just seen the bare necessities get inked there.
Oh, and it does.
To read here.
What have we played down there? So that is your... I
can't see it.
I cannot make out the card. We are there, unfortunately.
Am I being a fool? Oh, there it is. Prince Eric.
Oh, it's Prince Eric. Of course, it's Prince Eric. That's not actually a particular... Yeah, that's a pretty widely played card. When it gets banished, you get to banish one of your opponent's characters. So it quests for 2, but if your opponent takes it out, you get to take out one of theirs as well. Silly blank from me there. That Prince Eric is a great card. I'm a big fan of that card.
Expert helmsman.
Yeah, not one we've never seen before. It's not a stable in every Ruby deck, let's be clear, but it does see a sizable amount of play here and there.
We've seen that Kida now come down, and you guys have seen this one before. Kida has a very, very big effect that affects everything on the field with making...
Yeah, -3 strength to all characters on the board, regardless of whether they're yours or your opponent's. So not much challenging coming down here, but we do have Arthur, expert swordsman. Anyone seen this one before? Because it's not a card you're going to see very often at all.
Arthur, trained swordsman.
Trained swordsman, sorry. Yeah, basically a quest for 2. It's got decent stat line, vanilla card. I've never seen this on stream before. Please correct me if I'm wrong about this, but it's inkable 4 strength quest for 2.
I'm going to have a look back through some of the decks that we've seen and see if anyone has played this, because I think you're right. You know, I have seen.
I saw this card in 0 Emerald decks since the beginning of the set 5 meta, and I've looked at hundreds of deck lists. I saw none playing this Arthur skilled swordsman. So it's not a card I'd expect much. I wouldn't expect David to be playing 4 of them or anything like that. But again, there is space in decks for good statted vanilla cards, especially if they're inkable. So if the worst case comes to the worst, you can just ink them. So decisions to be made from Leopold here. Got a nice little board there with the Muses, with Prince John, with Kida, with Diablo, and with Ariel down. Only sitting at 6 lore for now, but a definite chance to, I think, build it up quickly would be. Oh, we got is that a second copy of Ariel there? I believe we might have a second copy of Ariel. Or at least we've got another character coming down. No, it's not Ariel. Oh, it's Sir Hiss. Well, I don't know what it is about Sir Hiss today. It keeps tripping me up.
It's tripped me up as well because I thought it was the Muses in the last game that we did together. I think there's something about its silhouette that I think is similar to the sky in that card. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I'm just losing my eyesight as I get older. I think that might be it.
We do have Sir Hiss. It's an evasive. It's got free strength. It is fantastic for taking out some of these evasive characters like Diablo, for instance, because it's got decent strength. It's a cheap card. It's inkable, and it's got evasive. You put all that together. There's not very much going on. The last kind of couple of minutes, it's been quite slow from the players. They're really trying to have a think. What is the best way forward? That Flint Rider, always something you've got to think about. Do not let the turn pass to David with the most powerful, the highest strength character being on his side of the board. That will activate free lore for doing nothing at that point. It's something you've always got to bear in mind if you're Leopold right now.
You're absolutely right. And like we said, sometimes people worry too much about it as being a situational card, but despite that, it is very effective. And right now, with only a 2 lore gap, that sort of extra boost is really quite helpful and might be the thing that separates the two even further.
Yeah, Arthur there taking out Ariel, showing why it gets included in the deck. Nothing too fancy about it. It's decent at challenging, it's decent at questing, and that is frankly enough to earn it a spot in David's deck. And David's at 37 points going into round 8, so probably knows what he's doing at this point.
Ursula there just tried to hit David's hand there, but no target. However, it did obviously give Leopold a little bit more information on what that one card in the hand is. So it never hurts to have too much information about what your opponent is currently utilizing.
Yeah, Leopold goes up to 10 lore gained at this point. There's a fair bit on the field, but you've got characters you don't really want to exert, you know, Prince John, unless you have to. Now here, it's a case of, I'm close, I'm doing it, because that's 6 lore you're going to gain straight off the back, and that's good enough. Generally, Prince John, you've got ward, so if you don't exert it, it is phenomenally difficult to get off the board, and it draws a card whenever your opponent discards a card. Actually, having said that, Leopold played a second Prince John, and here's the deal. 4 lore remaining, there is 9 on the board. David's got a lot to pull off right now. A Be Prepared. I mean, it's a Ruby deck. I don't know if Be Prepared is in this deck or not, but if it is, now would be an excellent time for it. Or a Sisu, but no, it looks like David has said, I cannot bridge that gap. You've got too many characters, and it looks like Leopold is going to win game 1.
I mean, if there was going to be a Be Prepared, I mean, it would maybe be unlikely to come out, but if it did, it might have been the one thing that stopped that entire thing. However, you know, at this point of the game, all it takes is just a couple of well-placed cards, and you only have to make up 4 lore to win. I think that was tough. So actually, I think, you know, letting Leopold take that round, probably the smart thing. Give yourself plenty of time in the second game of Swiss, just to make sure that you are ready to go, and you can give it the most thought, the most time, and take your time, because there's nothing worse than having to rush right near the end of time on the round. I think it's very, very nerve-wracking being in a feature match at the best of times, let alone when you're having to play quicker than you'd like.
And if we have a look at the points quickly, both of these players come in on 37 points. Let's assume it ends in a 1-1 game. Not saying it will, let's just assume. That leaves both players on 40 points, which is actually kind of a nice amount of points to be at. If you win 1 out of 2 games in your final round, you finish on 43, you're not making top cut. We've seen 44, 45 is generally the bubble. Yes. 43, well, that would be weird. 2,000 odd people, you're not making top cut. 47 with a 2-0 victory, you are making it. And sometimes it's quite nice to go into the final round going, it's 2-0 or bust. Now, I don't mean bust because top 128 you still get your Let It Go promo, but I mean in terms of making top 64, if you finish on 40 points with 1 round remaining, it's simple. 2-0, you get in. 1-1, you miss.
Get in, win 2, get out, go to day 2.
Yeah, that. Okay, so it does look like we're in the mulligan phase right now. Leopold putting back 5 cards out of the 7. Is that 4 or 5?
4.
4 cards. 4. Looked like 5 for a minute. I'm colorblind. I get an exception.
I think that's entirely reasonable then.
Yay. Seriously, sometimes Emerald and Amber cards look a little bit too familiar in the wrong light. Same thing with Sapphire and Amethyst. It's why I need to learn all the cards. But I do, and that's good. I mostly just use it as an excuse for if I see the card wrong. Can't blame me for it.
That's clever. I need to figure my version of that out. I need to figure out my clever excuse as to why I can't see things.
Right.
Excited.
Yeah, so we do have the mulligan there resolved from Leopold. I believe I saw a Diablo coming out as an extra card post-mulligan. So, were we going to have any good turn 1 options here? Of course, with a lot of Emerald decks, you want Diablo turn 1, and then Ursula turn 2. That tends to be what they're going for, but we'll have to see how it works out in the end, of course. I don't think, did we see Daisy Duck from Leopold? It's not a staple. It's not in every deck. It is turn 1, Diablo from Leopold. Gets a look at the hand. Daisy Duck we see in a lot of Steel Song decks, but I don't believe it's in all of them. There are builds without it. What have you seen?
I've not seen Daisy Duck, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, we haven't seen it yet so far, and honestly, we saw a lot of Leopold's deck, so if it was there, then I'd expect to see it. Of course, to be clear, this is not Steel Song, this is Amber Emerald, it's generally called Sing Together. Daisy Duck will fit in here, but do you have room with everything else you need? We'll have to wait and see. So far, not seen it. And you know me, I'm going to play Daisy Duck in every deck I can.
Now, we've already seen Clarabelle light on her hooves in that opening hand, and that's quite a high ink, but it is inkable. So I suppose you then have to make the decision, do you hold on to it for later when you really need the card advantage, or do you just ink it straight away as soon as you can just to get into some of that early ramping of character and song plays?
Well, right now, we actually inked the 1-cost Pegasus and played nothing, which basically, and what 1-cost Pegasus is a good turn 1 play, so David really didn't want to ink the other cards in his hand, because if there was an easy inkable card, you'd have inked it and played the Pegasus. We do see the Sir Hiss coming down, definitely Sir Hiss. I'm 100% on this one. I'm not making that mistake again. But now we see an ink of, what are we inking here?
So Flim Rider's going to come out, but there's 2 Boom.
Oh, it is a Clarabelle getting inked. Could have inked Clarabelle last turn and played the Pegasus, so probably not something David really wanted to do, but you need to get something on the board. And right now, Flynn Rider, of course, is being checked by Sir Hiss, which is a free strength character.
Now we've got 2 brawls there.
Yeah, we've got Bare Necessities coming down. You can get a non-character card, and we're reading some more of these cards. David's deck is playing some stuff we generally do not expect to see. What are we reading here? Oh, it is that Queen of Hearts. Again, just really double-checking what that one does. So it looks like Brawl is going to be the option.
It's sort of the only thing.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's a 50-50 chance of picking a Brawl. Or a 100% chance, I suppose.
Indeed, it is. So we're drawing for turn. It is... Was that Shift Diablo? Yeah, it was Shift Diablo we picked up there. The really nice draw engine, but there was no Diablo turn 1. I get the feeling David's hand is not what he wants here. Feels like the inkable options are not necessarily what you want to be inking. But there's not much we can do about that right now, unfortunately. So we have... Wait, is that inking a second Clarabelle?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the other Clarabelle.
Yeah, so we've seen the rank 1, well, the cost 1, and then we've also seen the cost 7. Both go into that inkwell.
And Sisu comes down, +1 strength for every card in your opponent's hand. And of course, great combo with Flynn Rider, because it means if Leopold holds too many cards in hand, it buffs Sisu up to be the most powerful character on the board, which activates Flynn Rider and gives the law. So sometimes when you have this combo down, your opponent literally has to drop cards from their hand to lower Sisu's power to stop Flynn Rider activating, which always amuses me. You Have Forgotten Me forces a double discard from David.
We've got that Under the Sea there ready to be played later. That's going to be important, especially if it can be combined with Kida. We've seen what that can do. It can wipe an entire board from your opponent if played properly. In fact, earlier during the mirror match, we even saw it played by one player and then Under the Sea utilized by the other player to completely wipe the board, and it was absolutely outstanding. But will we see Leopold do that themselves? I believe we're getting a judge call right now because they both looked away for a moment, so I'm guessing there's been some quick conversation with the judges.
We've got judges down on the table. Anything that needs to be fixed is going to be fixed nice and quickly. So over on Leopold's side, we've got ourselves Sir Hiss, who's also really good. And that's the other thing, that Shift Diablo we saw with David, well, seems like Sir Hiss can be a very, very good option for taking that out if it ever does actually come along and hit the board here. So we've got Sir Hiss, we've got Diablo, we've also got ourselves a Prince John, which is down on the board now. And that's great. If your opponent discards a card, you get to draw a card. And we know that there are a lot of discard cards that Leopold plays in this Under the Sea Sing Together deck. David, we've got Clarabelle, we've got Sisu, we've got Flynn Rider. Do we have something else that can come out here? Well, right now, we're just using Sisu. And it looks like, yeah, we're just getting a little bit of extra Lords. Cheeky quest with Sisu.
It's always a reliable combo. The Sisu and Flynn Rider duo, magnificent.
Yeah, we love it. And we are inking an Ursula, it looks like. No, we're changing our mind. David really has got some awkward situations here. You look at the body language, you look at the decision making, you look at not playing the Pegasus turn 1 and then inking the really good Clarabelle on turn 2. Almost inking the Ursula but changing the mind, but then inking it anyway and not even playing anything afterwards. David's hand is not where he wants it to be. He is ahead on lore,
yes,
but his hand is not playing nicely right now.
No, we noticed this right from the beginning because there were some calls that I don't think we were considering making while watching this, because you obviously, when you're casting these, you sort of try and figure out the line that someone will go down. So when you go for what you think is quite obvious and the player doesn't go for it, you have to wonder what they've got planned. However, I think what David was maybe hoping would happen or maybe had planned simply hasn't resolved at the moment, and so at the moment is trying his hardest. But at this point, like you mentioned, Ross, is a bit further ahead on lore, so it's not the end of the world just yet.
There's a chance for Leopold to get some really good draw going on here. The combination of Prince John and Diablo can you draw when your opponent draws and you draw when your opponent discards. But we need that Shift Diablo coming out first. And I'll be honest with you, even Leopold's not looking delighted here. Seems like there's awkward decisions to be made all round. We've kind of slowed down a lot in this game too. We've still got 22 minutes remaining. We're not under any real-time pressure here at all. But it just goes to show the decisions of players having to make. So we are using free ink. What are we using it for?
Cove.
Ooh.
Is that Cove?
That is Cove and moving 2 characters. 1 to play the Cove, 2 to move the characters. And then using Sir Hiss to take out Sisu. And essentially, getting that extra strength was what you needed to get over the hump there.
Very smart, a very good play there. Just more things to be able to take away David's resources. How many cards do we have in hand for David? It's at the bottom and the dice is covering it, so we cannot actually see what the dice call.
I don't have an angle on the die, I'm afraid.
But we'll figure that out. We'll see it in a sec. I have a feeling it's 1 or maybe 2. It's a single card, so now there's only 2 cards in hand. One of them is the Shift Diablo. And what is that? Oh, there is the Shift Diablo. So now we'll see what the last one had. Oh, it's the Queen of Hearts.
Queen of Hearts, the question is, do you want to ink it? You've only got 4 ink. You don't really want to stop inking for the turn, but you kind of want to play it next turn, but you kind of need to ink it as well. So we do ink it, but it's clearly a reticent inking. You don't want to do it, but you can't. Gonna have to do it. Passing over to Leopold here and just kind of hoping something comes out. Big thing here for David. You've got 5 lore and Leopold has none.
Okay, so now we're seeing the aerial come down, which means the effect will resolve, and we'll be able to get a choice out of these 4 cards off the top of the deck and take one song. The rest go back to the bottom of the deck in any order. The order is relatively immaterial, frankly, so just throw them all down there. But now we've got We Don't Talk About Bruno straight into the hand, and one that Ariel might be able to even sing next turn.
Yeah, it's always a nice option for being able to get rid of one of your opponent's characters, forcing a discard, and of course, that will mean Prince John draws as well. The problem is, we actually see Ariel moving into the Cove as well. Everyone is chilling in the Cove. Leopold really wants that Shift Diablo there. Devoted Herald, that you draw a card every time your opponent does. But unfortunately, right now, it's not happening. It's not coming out. We've got some cards in hand, but none are really doing a huge amount. It's a lot of songs. We pass back over to David. Still only 5 lore between the 2 players, and we see a shaking of the head from David.
Oh, it's a Sisu. Well, at the moment, I believe Leopold's got 4 cards in hand. So I don't know how useful that really is, unless you just want to get rid of Cove.
Well, you can't do much until the ink is dry next turn. So it's getting it down. It's getting bodies on the board. It is inkable, so there's always that question of, do you ink it? But at this stage, when you're playing top deck, you really need to be playing the cards that come out. Diablo attacks into the Cove. Of course, you need Diablo to be exerted to activate the draw ability.
Which at this point, boy, does David need some cards, because at the moment, it's just relying on that hard draw at the start of every turn. And I don't think that's going to be enough. But there we see Cove is now gone. All of those characters are exerted. And now we're going to see if we can get any of those cards going.
We do have an aerial there that can be played. We've got a couple of songs in hand as well. You Have Forgotten Me, I believe, is there. You Don't Talk About Bruno. We Don't Talk About Bruno. Take Sisu. And of course, like we said, it makes you put a character, you choose a character to go to hand, and then your opponent discards at random. So Sisu is in hand. We pick at random. We are discarding Madame Medusa.
Ooh, okay, well, that would have been good for removal. But at the moment, I believe David only has 5 ink, so actually you wouldn't have been able to summon Medusa without getting rid of the Sisu that's now in hand as well, which frankly is probably a little more useful at this point. I don't really know.
If you discard the Sisu there, you would have had to hope you draw an inkable card and ink whatever it was, which is not ideal. But Under the Sea comes out, and all of those 2 costs go under the deck.
Wow.
So Under the Sea and Under the Deck, if you're counting for some kind of pun competition. I don't know who would do that, but if anybody is, perchance, add one to my tally.
If it so happens to be, it's gone from 1 to 2 with a 100% tally.
But that Under the Sea, it is a huge card. It's a big trick from these Sing Together decks. It is an 8 cost, but you can combine characters to sing it. It gets rid of all the 2 strength or less characters. Go to the bottom of the deck. And that means that in decks where you're playing against that have a lot of low strength characters, it really does act as a very nice board wipe. And it literally wiped the board. Sisu comes back, but it's all that David's got right now. But Leopold still hasn't managed to get more than 1 lore right now.
Okay, so Ariel's come down. There are a couple of songs in there, or at least there's Roses. Does Roses count as a song, or is it just an action?
It is a song, I believe.
Okay, so, that's not the one that was chosen, though. I'm trying to see what that one is. Oh, it's Be Our Guest. Okay, Be Our Guest was chosen.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Look at the top 4 cards. Find a character card. It is a nice one to go and have a look at. So, yeah, it's just getting rid of a little bit of that extra consistency. And especially when you know your opponent is searching for that Shift Diablo, that can be nice. Speaking of which, hey, look, it's a Shift Diablo. Now it comes down.
Easy. David's really... I think it's when you don't have any cards in hand and you have to wait for your opponent to do things, you are relying on whatever your deck will give you at the start of that turn. So let's see what this is. Oh, Prince Eric. Okay.
And Prince Eric's nice, you quest for 2, and if he gets banished, you get to banish an opponent's character. And it's actually, sometimes it's a little bit annoying, like for Leopold here, you want to be able to play your discard cards. You want to be able to draw with, you know, Prince John when you play them. It can actually get really annoying sometimes if your opponent has a 0-card hand. And sometimes the best thing to do against these discard decks is to play with a 0-card hand, but it depends what deck you've got, and it depends what board setup you've got when you go to there. David does not look like you're quite there at the moment, but I'll tell you what, Prince Eric, not a bad card if you can keep it on the field for a turn or 2.
Right now, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, because there's a pretty easy way using what we've got here to just clear most of David's field. And without any resources, that's actually going to be very tough for him to do anything. And Leopold, whilst he's a little bit behind on lore, David can't really do much more to ramp it up. So actually, Leopold could come from behind here and just keep pushing on through.
Yeah, absolutely could. We do have the Muses down here as well.
The Muses.
Yeah, Muses is quite nice. So, we've got Diablo Exerted. That's going to be a very nice draw engine. We've got Prince John. If David Apple gets out in hand to this card, that's going to be a nice draw engine. We've only got 3 lore. Leopold has hit that point now. You know, you've got your opponent's hand down to 0 cards. You've got some draw engines established. Now go and get some lore. You need to start building up because you are still behind. Prince Eric, of course, unfortunately is gone. So Madame Medusa here. No. Is that Lady Tremaine? Yes, that is Lady Tremaine, which gets rid of, now it's your opponent's choice. They get to choose which character goes away here.
What would you choose here?
Probably the Muses, honestly. It's awkward. The Muses is really nice because you play a song, get rid of a 2-strength character, right? So that's good, but you've got draw engines, and drawing cards gives you more options as you go through the game. So I think there is probably an argument that is in fact the better option. None of those cards you really want to lose, I'll be honest with you.
Right now, we're looking at what's in the hand here. We can see the Muses. There's a Cricky as well. That's just made its way to the front of the hand. Got a couple more different things in the hand that might be usable, but you can see just by looking at both of the player cams that we've got on screen, these two are having to take their time and really think through absolutely every move, because everything counts at this point. It's very delicate balance. Cricky has then made it on to the board. And now we're going to see Sisu go a trade there with Prince John. Oh, Roses was almost played there.
Yeah.
To reconsider.
So many. This is, you know, we're in game 2, we're in round 8, we've got 13 minutes remaining. Leopold desperate to get those extra 4 points, knowing that that could actually already put him on the bubble, or would mean that 1-1 in his final round would guarantee day 2. David desperately trying to cling on and get 3 points, because of course a 2-0 victory for Leopold here could leave David excluded from day 2. 44 points might be the bubble, and even if it is the bubble, you might not be on it. So this is a very big game in terms of, and that's why we see these players taking a little bit of extra time here, having a bit of a think, because this second game is so important to the tournament as a whole.
Sometimes why it's more important in game 1. If you're very aware that there's no way of winning, don't waste the time and see what may or may not come up. It's just easier to scoop, get into that second game, and utilize the time as fully as you can, which both of these players have been doing.
Yeah, Prince Eric comes back down. I don't think we mentioned it earlier, but of course Muses, because Prince Eric has 2 strength, the Muses can bounce it back to hand when they play a song, but of course it only goes to hand, so it can come back. Speaking of which, Ariel, but it's a whiff on Ariel. No songs coming out from the top 4 cards of the deck.
Diablo getting inked there. Oh, the Muses come down. That's exactly what you were talking about. So now we just have to wait for a song, and then we'll start seeing some bouncing.
Yeah, Prince Eric getting rid of is good, and of course Prince Eric banishes a character when it's banished, but if it gets bounced back to the hand, that is not the same. Okay, so we are lowering the power here with Paint the Roses Red.
Interesting. I guess that's maybe as a Muse target then? No, it wouldn't be enough, would it?
No, I think Prince Eric has already gone with the Muses. So when you play Painting the Roses Red, Prince Eric has already gone back to the hand with the Muses, and you're lowering power of something else, but you draw a card and get Prince Eric off the board. I think that's what Leopold was really going for there.
Right.
Draw a card with this song while getting Prince Eric off the board. Job's a good un.
Okay, so right now, Leopold does have the bit more board presence, but that Lady Tremaine is always still quite fearsome. It does have quite good stats, but then looking at the differences right now, David is still a few points ahead with Law. There's about 10.5 minutes remaining, so still plenty of time to make up the second half of that Law counter.
Yeah, we're quite close on Law now. David has been able to maintain a little bit of a lead, but board presence, Leopold has had the better board for pretty much the entirety of this game and has been doing a wonderful job really just kind of controlling the board here and keeping draw engines on the board. We've had Diablo and or Prince John on the board for pretty much the entire game.
We have.
At this stage. So Leopold's doing well in that regard. David has been playing with like a 1 or 0 card hand for the majority of the game at this point. You know, I think he's got 1, or is it 2 cards in hand right now, which is honestly, that would be the most he's had for a while. I think it might actually be 1 again. So there's not much going on for David. And that's what you want to do. If you're playing a lot of these discard decks, get your opponent down to a very low hand size, but then you need to take advantage. If time runs out, no one gets any points here. So we got Banzai coming down. Quest for 2. I believe that was... No, there's 1 card in hand for David.
Singular card. Oh no, we've got 2. So we've got Medusa, and then we've got Prince Eric. We're just having a quick judge call. How many's Leopold got? Leopold's got quite a few. That's maybe 4 cards. It's happening so fast, Ross. I can't tell.
Yeah, he's got some options in hand, but I'm not so worried about a low hand size. If you've got a draw engine on the board, that can help immensely here. That is the goal you're looking for. So we do see a Madame Medusa coming down. That is going to get rid of that Cricky there. Of course, you get a choice of low strength characters to get rid of. You choose a Cricky, but of course, it's questing for free. And David has managed to get up to 15 Law here. We've seen some questing with your Banzai, we've seen questing with your Lady Tremaine getting up there, and now David has very slowly, and this is what I mean, even if you're playing with a 0 card hand, if you can top deck well enough and just play the cards you've got, you can creep up.
It is true, and actually something that we were talking about in some previous rounds is you can focus a little too hard on dominating the board, and at this point, it's starting to look like maybe Leopold was focusing way too hard on just dominating the board, and that's all good and well, but when the gap between you and your opponent starts to widen when it comes to Law, and now your opponent is only 5 Law away from winning, that's quite nerve-wracking. However, we've now seen some of that board
we saw a Kida and Undersea combination, I believe, which has gotten rid of everything. Prince Eric is back again, for what it's worth, but Leopold needed that. Leopold really needed that. Bare Necessities puts Prince Eric into hand, and if that was a 0 card hand, then that means Prince Eric gets discarded. And here's the thing, David is close, but Leopold has been able to get up to 14 Law with a bunch of selective questing.
There it is.
And it looks like that is the game. Leopold will take it 2 games to 0. Probably not in day 2 yet, but oh, pretty gosh darn close.
That was very just patient. You have to be patient, but you know, credit where credit's due. The fact that most of the time was spent with no cards in hand, still managed to last as long as they did. I feel, you know, pretty impressed about how much they managed to hold out during that, because goodness me, it was actually quite hard. David has done a great job there of trying to hold it out, but that means it's going to be 1 win apiece there, and I suppose they can both be kind of happy with that. But you're right in that, you know, going forward from here, it's a lot of pressure on that final round for them.
Yeah, there's always going to be pressure coming into that final round. You need to try and make sure you get your spot into day 2, and it's going to be a bit nerve-wracking when we get into that final round. So we did get to see that Sing Together working very, very nicely, and we got to see an unusual ink combination there.
We did, which is always quite nice. It's always nice and refreshing, because I like that we've, and again, I'm going to say this for what must be the millionth time on this stream, but I'm really enjoying this meta right now because I like a diverse meta, and boy is this. So getting to see a slightly less usual ink combo on here, very exciting for us. And also it's nice to show some of those off for the feature match. The fact that we got to show this off for all of you viewers here watching the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Birmingham is very exciting, and we're going to have an interview for you very, very soon. Joe is going to be chatting to one of the winners, or maybe to both of them. It's always exciting. Get to talk to all of these people and see how they've fared and what goes through their minds throughout all of these. And that's why I think it's quite interesting, especially when it comes to the deck building side. Obviously, we don't want people to give away too much of their spice, but I do like hearing about why people have chosen certain things. But, you know, when it came to this, we are very aware that you've got to run things like Under the Sea. You've got to run those Kidas for those immediate combos that we've seen a few times. But it looks like it's going to be pretty exciting. So sounds like our interview is ready. So we're going to throw over to Joe, who's going to speak to a couple of our winners.
Yep, thank you very much. I'm joined by Leopold. Leopold, you took it down 2 games to 0. How are you feeling after that win?
Yeah, it's feel amazing for me to play Amber Emerald and going this well with this deck, but I have to give like special shout out to my opponent because, you know, he picked red-green deck and make it like almost to the day 2. So it's also very impressive and it was nice to play, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to take you back to the first play of the game. You played a 1-cost Diablo. Were you expecting to see Ruby Emerald in your opponent's hand?
Not at all, not at all. But I played so much with Amber Emerald that I kind of knew how to like provide myself a win, even though I don't know the archetype. So, but I've seen like a brawl or something, and we go straight line with Bare Necessities. It's like it was a good play.
Amazing. So use the bare necessities to discard brawl, protect your Diablo. Was there anything else you were looking to do with your deck after that point?
Like after this play in first match? You just, you know, when you hit this the Diablo into like small Diablo into big Diablo into bare necessities, you feel all right in the game, and it just, you know, you go with the flow pretty much. You have so many options after this because you're drawing card and, you know, drawing your opponent from the card. So yeah, you go with the flow with this deck. I love it.
What's it like playing on the stage compared with, of course, the first rounds you've been playing in the main hall? Does it feel different when you're playing on the stream stage?
Of course, when you do this for the first time, it can stress you a bit, but I think I'm so locked in the zone with this deck that, you know, I was just doing my best. But with this deck, you can draw so much cards, and with these headphones and your opponent also not feeling he's most comfortable, you just, you have to find yourself in this spot, yeah.
Amazing. So you're playing Amber Emerald. Has that been your deck for a really long time or just in Shimmering Skies?
So I started playing this deck after the end of set 4, and I fell in love instantly because like I didn't like the previous discard with Bucky because it was like, I don't want to say it was too easy or too stupid. It was just very linear, and this gives you so many beautiful options. And I started playing this. I was also considering taking Ruby Sapphire, but last week I thought, okay, everyone will be playing this. I hate playing the deck that everyone's play. I know you two also, so that's why I picked Amber Emerald, and yeah, it was good, bro. It was a good pick.
Amazing. So we've got 1 round left in the day. Are you feeling confident that you're going to make it through to day 2 from this position?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Okay, amazing stuff. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to? Where do you play? Where have you come from? Where have you traveled from?
Yeah, I really want to shout out my friend Worthy that got like a signed We Don't Talk About Bruno card. He's my guy. He signed it in Bologna, and this card is providing me some wins. So shout out to my guy, shout out to my Polish team, and also to my girlfriend Zuza. Love you.
Amazing. What's the Disney Lorcana community like in Poland?
in Poland, it's growing really fast, and it's very, very, very like cheerful community that endorse new players, and traveling around the world, also playing Lorcana in Berlin and in Bologna. I think the community of Lorcana is amazing, the best it can be, the best it can be.
Amazing. Poland's an amazing place. I've actually got a few Polish words I might be able to impress you with.
Polish.
I speak a little bit of Polish.
You speak Polish?
Very
okay,
small.
dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry, dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękuję bardzo za ten wywiad.
I don't know. What's
wywiad means interview.
Interview. How do I say it?
Wywiad.
Wywiad. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękuję bardzo, Speci.
All right, it's been a pleasure to have you. Best of luck in your final round and hope to see you tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
We're going to head on over to a short break, but when we're back, it's going to be round 9 of Disney Lorcana Challenge Birmingham, the final round of Swiss. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Birmingham, England. My name is Baker. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Joe Curley. Wonderful. I think you're wonderful, Joe. What a day of Lorcana we've had today. We're about to go into 9th round, the final round of the day. A lot of players their day 2 hinges on this final result, whether it's they just need that 1-1 for the extra 3 points, or if they need to secure that 7 points to make it. So tensions are high. I'm super excited for tomorrow to see what decks are going to do well, but let's not wish the day away. We've got one final round. How you feeling, Joe? It's been a good day, right?
Oh, it's been a lot of fun. And let's not forget as well, Baker, even if these players are not quite within reach of that top 64, the top 128 players are going to be able to get their hands on a Let It Go promo card, which is a really, really tremendous prize. I mean, the other thing that's worth bearing in mind, I think in a lot of traditional Swiss games that we've seen in the past that do best of 3, then you're really able to tell exactly whether or not you're able to make it. But the standings in Disney Lorcana with the 2-game format are so much more fluid that it's really, really difficult to predict exactly where you're going to finish. And that just really incentivizes players to play every last game because you never know. Even if you think you can't quite make it, there's always a small chance that you might be able to. So it's going to be a really exciting last round.
You're right, or the reverse. You could be convinced that just a 1-1 gets you to make it, and then you don't make top cut. So let's put it this way. If I was playing, or when I play in a DLC, one day, I'll be going for that 2-0 all day. Not even if I'm secured, I want to go first in Swiss in day 2, because that is a part of the Lorcana system. For day 2, the highest seed in Swiss does get to make the choice whether they go first or second. Most players choose to go first, and it's 2 out of 3. So yeah, there is a lot of incentive to just keep winning and racking up as many points as possible. Joe, I want to tear a little bit more into the Shimmering Skies box. Would you mind?
Please do.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah,
where's yours? Have you opened them all?
Yeah, I've got them somewhere. It's funny you mentioned going first as well. Obviously, players get the choice whether they go first or second.
Yep.
And we see players always deciding to go first. But we played earlier a bit of Pack Rush. I went second. Interestingly, in Pack Rush, going second, that extra card you draw, it's something like a draft or a sealed. It's probably still better to go first, but I think that it's a slightly more even coin flip, if you will. It's quite interesting. God, I know you.
No, you're fine. No, I love talking about Lorcana, and there are definitely some reasons why you might go second. I mean, hey, you won that game, so one of those things.
I did also have Daisy Duck on turn 1.
You did get Daisy Duck on turn 1. I was well happy with my Elsa play as well. I thought that was well smart, and then you just removed it with Scar. Right, let's throw into some more of these packs. I feel like I've barely opened any. So let's take a look. Who are we starting off? I need to learn the names of these races. We've got Snowana Rainbow as our first card of the day. Hypnotic Deduction. Can't wait to hear more about the Basil Hypnotized story. We've got Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. Beautiful bit of art. Strong card.
There is some hyper aggro still out there, Baker. Still putting in some work.
Is that true? Maybe we'll get to watch some tomorrow. We've got Tamama. Is it? Tanana. Brevor Bear, I think. We got Kronk. Hey, there's that Scar that you beat me with earlier. Can't say I blame you. Tipo, extremely strong card in the set 5 metagame. Magical Aid, great bit of art. This Prince John's Mirror, very scary to a Ruby Amethyst player. We've got the Prince. Oh, there we go. I can play it 1 cheaper if I've got this Prince John on the board. And kind of an interesting. There was a deck that won an event a number of weeks ago that was running Poisoned Apple. It was running the Plank, running the Sword of the one that banishes a villain. Sword of Truth. There, the one that banishes a villain. And this Prince John to keep replenishing those items. So maybe there's a deck here that some people want to build. And our foil is the Healing.
That looks really
Canta.
nice.
It's pretty, isn't it? Very pretty.
Really nice. I've also got a pack ready to go. Shimmering Skies. I've got the first card is Ratigan. I know that's a character you're a big fan of, Baker.
Sure.
Got Ed, not our casting partner on this occasion. Retrosphere. I've got a Vanellope von Schweetz. I've got a Donald Duck. This is a card seeing a fair bit of play.
It is.
It's a bit like the Mickey Mouse Detective from set 1, but it costs 5 and it's inkable. Duck for cover. Arthur. Ludwig von Drake. 5 cost.
Look at them stats.
Amethyst Chromacon, a very, very interesting card. Vanellope von Schweetz with Rush, 2 to go.
Card Ross likes a lot.
I got Tug of War, and is there an Enchanted waiting for me? There is not, but that is a beauty. Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom foil. I'm going to put that to one side.
I was going to say.
That's going to go in some of my decks for tonight.
You're enjoying foiling out your decks at the moment, aren't you? What is
I have turned into a bit of a fiend.
And the Enchanteds.
Yes.
Let's not lie, Joe. Let's not lie. Come on, let's see if I can get my first Enchanted of the weekend. We're going to start off with Zazu. It says the morning report. We've got Merlin Turtle. Yeah, Merlin Turtle. We've got Rut from Brother Bear. Minnie Mouse, our cheapest inventor so far. Daisy Duck is at the party. We've got Sneezy. Again, big fan of these 7 dwarves. Oh, you're welcome. This is my first copy of this. Super good card. 4-cost inkable song. Shuffle a chosen item, location, or character into their owner's deck, and that player draws 2 cards. Nice bit of control for the board. Fix It Felix Jr. Oh, I'm very glad this is my first Pete. There we go. I can shut down those actions, and I'm looking forward to it. We've got Maximus, potentially an addition to some players' Ruby Amber Mufasa deck. Some people are enjoying this Maximus. We've got Kronk, the head of security, and our foil is going to be Fauna, the good fairy.
Lovely. The Kronk card you just pulled, I think there's an argument to try and sneak in a copy or 2 of it into an Emerald Steel deck. Pretty expensive.
Yeah.
If you can get a whole new world through, it could really, really pop off.
You're right.
Ready to go with my pack. I've got Hypnotic Deduction to start things off. Potion of Might, Gale, Minnie Mouse, Medal of Heroes, Shield of Arendelle, another Arthur, another Ludwig, Finders Keepers. Drawing 3 is pretty good.
Pretty good.
Queen's Sensicore is a nice little rare quite early on. It's another rare. It's Rafiki. I have to say, Baker.
I'm going to agree. I can tell straight away I'm going to agree. Go on.
I'm really surprised we're not seeing this card more.
Me too. I think it's pretty good.
I think it's pretty good. And a foil Minnie Mouse, who I must admit, I'm not surprised I don't see Minnie Mouse that often. 1-2, uninkable. It is an inventor though. Lots of inventor synergy coming with set 6.
Yes, we've already had a card reveal. What is it? Give resist 6 to an inventor card?
That's a lot of resist.
That's a lot of resist, that is.
I think it, in fact, gives it to all inventors.
All inventors?
Quite possibly.
We're going to have an inventor deck, Joe. Let's jump onto another pack. We've got Umi. Yeah, Ulf, the mime. We've got the knock. Do you smell what the knock is cooking? We've got Took. We've got ever as before, as the sun will rise. Taffeta Mutton Fudge. Duck for cover. Robin Hoods. Try everything. You should try everything. Bashful, another one of those 7 dwarfs. I wants the set. Oh, the Wreck-It Ralph rare. You were saying earlier you're a fan of this in Mufasa. Get to put any card from your discard into, well, any character from your discard into your hand. But if it's a princess, gain yourself 2 lore. A Wreck-It Ralph to go with that one. And our foil is going to... Oh, it's a super. It's a super. Ooh. I will take the Prince Philip foil. I absolutely will. Nice. Very cool.
Very, very, very nice. Yeah, I think Wreck-It Ralph, the amber one in particular, a card I am very, very interested in. Any card which can gain lore without questing, I think has...
It's worth a look.
Okay, Ed to start things off. I got a Retrosphere, Vanellope Von Streets, Donald Duck, Daisy Duck, look at that, Dopey, Robin Hood, Dixit Felix Jr., Arthur Wart, Kronk. All right.
Oh, that cards in
this. So the next one is at least a super rare.
Let's see.
Is it legendary time? It is!
Oh.
It is legendary time. Is it going to be Clarabelle? Let us know. What card do you think it is?
Robin Hood. Oh.
It's Arthur.
Not a card that's seeing play at the moment.
So I haven't tried Arthur, but in the same pack, I got Arthur Wart. So maybe I can play this, shift this.
It's meant to be, Joe.
And... Oh, hello. What a pack.
That's a good pack.
Arthur, foil Cusco. Don't mind if I do.
I don't think you'd mind at all. Very nice pack there. Let's see if I can beat that. We got the Potion of Might.
As well.
And Kronk. We love a bit of Kronk. Potion of Might. Boost your villains. I like a villain. We got Night Howler Rage. The Knock. Fix It Felix Jr. Merlin back from Bermuda. This artwork is just fantastic. We've got Dopey of the 7 Dwarves. It's turbo time. Sapphire Chromacon. Bruni.
I like Bruni.
Yeah, he's interesting, right?
Yep.
Guaranteed draw, even if he's banished. 2 strength is not great, but he's interesting. Remember who you are. And my foil is... Oh, it's a super. What's it going to be? Oh, it's not even the foil. I was premature. Our foil is going to be...
Oh, it is a super.
It is a super. Oh, I will absolutely take that. I need the enchanted now. Beautiful.
That is a absolute beauty. My first one is Evil Comes Prepared. Night Howler Rage. White Rabbit. Healing Touch. Tanana. Hey, hello. Sophia Mutton Fudge. King Candy, a card I'm a big fan of. Magical Aid. I've got the Royal Tantrum, also available as an enchanted. Super rare. It's Maximus. What do you think?
I think it's going to be the, I don't know, go. You put me out of misery. Maleficent. I forgot every super rare that exists when you asked me that question.
Maleficent, Floodborn, as well as that turbo foil as well.
And don't forget that turbo, you can shift King Candy on top of him as well.
And I have an enchanted King Candy.
You do?
Shift onto it.
Love to see it. I've got another Potion of Might. I know I'm a villain, but are you trying to tell me something, Lorcana? We've got Gale. We've got Minnie Mouse seeing the Greater Luminary, pieces of it falling from the sky. I can't wait to find out what's caused that. The Medal of Heroes. Evil Comes Prepared. Duck for cover. We've got Shenzi. Another hyena. Invited to the ball. Joe, you are invited to the ball.
Oh, get in.
Your pleasure. Stitch. We've got, a different Pride Lands. And we've got is this a foil or am I being premature again? I am being premature. Our rare is going to be Chicha. This is seeing some play.
Yeah, it's on the top tables, actually.
Certainly an interesting one. When you ink for the second time in a turn, you get to draw a card. So that's pretty cool. Maybe you put down Chicha later than turn 2 on a turn where you can also ink and use the quills or something like that. So pretty cool. And our foil, it's not a legendary. It's a Daisy Duck. Bless her heart.
Amazing. Yeah, I actually saw a Ruby Sapphire player pretty high up on the top tables.
Yeah.
playing Chicha, so it's really interesting.
Maybe we'll see it tomorrow.
The different builds, maybe even in round 9, Baker, because there is one round to go. We're waiting for our players to enter.
You're right.
First card in my pack is an Emerald card. It's Flora. I've got Archimedes, which I think is pretty good.
Yep.
Rut. Prince John, he's in the queue.
He's in the queue, trying to get into the club.
Getting let in. Of course I'm on the list. Check under PJ. Donald Duck. When will my life begin? Oh, Clarabelle. It's actually a card I was lucky enough to reveal myself. Sven, a card I absolutely adore. The Steel Chromicon, rather expensive. Doc.
Very good card.
Great card. I saw Ross talking about earlier. It's a super. It's Prince John.
Another Prince John. We can build that item deck.
Bam. And I got a nice little foil Lilo as well.
Look at her making her cake. It's just waiting for our players to come round. We'll open a few more packs. Maybe we'll do a bit of guess that flavor text afterwards, but I don't think we've opened many packs today. And let's show people the sort of stuff that is available in Shimmering Skies. Let's start off. We have the Obscurosphere. Very nice. We've got Anna putting a little bit of work against Joe for that game we had earlier. Vanellope von Schweetz, Basil the Great Mouse Detective. Here's my boy Ratigan, right next to each other. It's meant to be. Rivals to the end of time. We've got Shield of Arendelle, that Clarabelle that you revealed. Sven, I got a similar pack to you.
Oh, nice.
We've got the Seven Dwarves Mine. There's a beautiful bit of story on the Lorcana official website where they've got different paragraphs telling the story of Lorcana, and there's a beautiful section about the Seven Dwarves Mine. Highly recommend it. Basil's Magnifying Glass. That's a piece of the Hexwell crown he's found there.
Hello.
He's found a piece of the crown. Oh, my first legendary is Mirabelle Madrigal, and this is going to be, well, an alternate art version of this is going to be the Set Championship promo for Set 6. Those events are happening very soon. Please check with your local LGS to find out when that's happening. And we don't have a full legendary. It's an ever as before.
Yeah, and the great thing about the Set Champs this time, if you want to get a Mirabelle Madrigal promo card, it's not just the top 4 players, but the top 8 players at your local Set Championships are going to be getting some of those Mirabelles.
Nice.
All right, last pack.
Yep.
I've got a Donald Duck. I've got Flora, Hypnotic Strength. I've got a good feeling about this one. It's Kenai. It's Donald. It's Kronk. The Ruby Chromicon. Patcher. Patcher is a very decent card. Gains Law if you have a location at the start of your turn. Gains Law if you have an item. If you have both, you gain 2, and then you can quest for 2.
He's very cool.
Archimedes. Wreck-It Ralph. Remember who you are, and the final card, it's a Tafita Mutton Fudge.
Tap it up, Mutton Fudge. Not bad, not a bad selection. I got me Mirabelle. Oh, to be fair, it's not my first legendary. I got Jafar earlier. That was a pretty good one. Maybe we'll come back to some packs in a little while. But how about a little guess that flavor text?
Oh,
Joe?
yes, please. I'm not great at guess that flavor text. I think Baker is a bit of the resident expert here, but I'm going to do my best. Also, you can get involved in the chat. If you're watching at home and you think you know what the flavor text of this card is, make sure to get involved, but no cheating, no peeking. And you can also let us know how you're enjoying the event on Facebook, Instagram and X, and that's all /Disney Lorcana. What deck do you think is going to win this weekend? Baker predicted Ruby Amethyst, I predicted Amber Emerald, but what do you predict at home?
We want to know. All right, we want you guys to play at home with us. Some guess that flavor text. We're going to get some text coming up on the screen in just a moment. It is probably...
It's Lilo.
If you are right, I'm leaving. Look, the code may say I'm a princess, but I know who I really am. So I'm going to be quiet because I know this one.
It's Lilo. I told you already. I don't think it's Lilo.
Locked in, Lilo.
I don't think it's Lilo. Look, the code may say I'm a princess, but I know who I really am. The code.
The code.
The code says that I'm a princess, but I know who I really am. I really am. Ross also thinks he knows, and apparently it's so easy.
Ross has ran across the floor.
May I just say, someone's shouting at you going, it's so easy.
Doesn't help.
Really make it that much easier. I'm going to need some clues.
Yeah, no, so instead of thinking of it as code, you could almost look at it as a glitch.
Okay.
Is that
so it's
is that
something to do with Wreck-It Ralph? Maybe. Is it Taffeta Mutton Fudge?
No.
Oh. Okay. I think it's Lilo. locking it in. Final answer.
He is locking in Lilo.
Ross has turned away in disappointment.
He's disappointed. Producer just said something in my ear that's making me think that maybe I'm wrong, but maybe they're playing games with me.
Who do you think it is?
I think this is Vanellope von Schweetz from Wreck-It Ralph. She is a glitch, but she's actually a princess.
I've seen it a long time ago.
It's a great film. You should check it out again. Really good one. So that's 1 point for me. Did you get it in chat? Did you know? Joe didn't.
No. All right. Next one. Who do you think it is?
I think it is Ratigan.
I think it's Lilo.
Okay. You basically going for the theory if you say the same thing enough times, eventually you're going to be right. Okay, let's have some more. I'm saying it's going to be Ratigan. The secret room should be right here. I can't believe I paid
I actually think I know this one.
And I do know this one.
This one is some Disney Lorcana lore.
Yes.
Secret room should be right here. They're going into the Grand Illuminary in Shimmering Skies. They've got a map. They're looking for the secret door, which I think might lead to some Chromicons eventually.
It's actually the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom card. Yep. That's the secret door that they find. It's a story. It's told throughout the artwork.
I mean, who has a map? Who are the detectives? Maybe Basil, the Great Mouse Detective, could be a shout. Possible Kronk is kind of involved. I have a feeling, however, it might be Scrooge McDuck.
That is a very, very good guess.
Is it Ludwig von Drake?
I think you were right the first time with Scrooge
McDuck's who I'm going for.
Because he's literally in the artwork. He's literally holding the map in his hand, and is a very Scrooge McDuck sort of quote.
Right.
So we're locking that in.
I'm locking in Lilo.
We're locked in.
No, locking in Scrooge McDuck. Let's see.
Let's have a look. There he is.
We saw the Scrooge McDuck earlier, really putting in some huge work. We saw Scrooge McDuck and Cogsworth combining to turn this into a 5-5 with Rush.
Wow.
That's so impressive.
That is some stats. I'll have to go back and watch that game later. Come on, do we have another Guess That Flavor text producer? Oh, wonderful. The voice of the Disney overlord in my ear. The last one for now. I don't think we're too far away from our players being ready, so we're going to do one more, and then maybe we'll open it.
Is there a Stitch in Shimmering Skies? There isn't, is there? There is. It's Stitch. Oh, no.
I don't think there is.
Ha! Now watch your old man work. Okay, Baker's thinking. Now watch your old man work. So I feel like whoever says this is some kind of father figure. Could it be Patra? Patra's a fatherly figure. Ha! Now watch your old man work.
I can hear the quote in my ear, and I'm trying to remember who it is.
It does sound like
a producer just said maybe it's Lilo.
It does sound like it's got to be some kind of father figure. I'm struggling on this one though, Baker, but there's no surprises there. I'm surprised you're struggling.
The reason I'm struggling, I can hear the quote. Now watch your old man work, and it's quite I just can't remember the character. I can hear the quote in my ear. Oh, I'm gonna need a minute. You're gonna have to stall for me, Joe. No.
I think Patra is my only guess. It's a fatherly figure we saw. Wait. Maybe if you look through the cards in front of us, we can.
I know it is. I got there. What have I told you that after saying that, he hurls a lightning bolt at someone?
It's Zeus.
I think it's Zeus.
Is there a Zeus in Shimmering Skies?
You know what? That's a really good question, but this quote is definitely... So it's from in Hercules, after the Titans have taken over Mount Olympus, courtesy of Hades, and they wrap him up in fire and ice and all this stuff. Hercules breaks him up and he goes, "Thank you, my boy." And then he gets lightning bolts and he goes, "Now watch your old man work." And starts chucking lightning bolts at people, basically.
Okay.
But I think, again, I might look stupid here if I'm wrong.
All the cards so far have been Shimmering Skies, and I'm not sure... No Zeus card from Shimmering Skies comes
I don't think
to mind. There is some Hercules cards. There's Hercules and Genie on a card art together. Could it be like Glimmer versus Glimmer? I don't think so.
If Zeus was one of them, then maybe... I think you're right. There are no Zeuses, but I'm convinced this is Zeus. Chat, what do you think? Are you with me? Is this Zeus?
All right, I'm ready to find out. The suspense is palpable. Ha! Now watch your old man work. It's Zeus.
There is one in Shimmering Sky. Oh, wait, hold on.
This is a set.
Yeah, that's Ursul's Return.
I think it might even be Into the Inklands, if I'm not mistaken.
Trying to see the number at the bottom.
Yeah, I think it might be Into the Inklands. So
throwing us off a little bit there, production team. But yeah, I'm glad I got there with the Zeus. Go on then. Just while we're waiting for our players are now sat down. Well, they're not sat down, but they're in the area. So we won't be too far away from actually bringing you the last game of the day. Once again, thank you so much to everyone that's been joining us today. And shout out to our American counterparts in Las Vegas.
Oh, absolutely.
Who will be a few rounds into their DLC now. Best of luck to everyone involved. A huge shout out to the staff and the team over there. We know how much work goes into this. So yeah, big up. Viva Las Vegas.
Yeah, and also everyone here that's working behind the scene, all the judges, the catering staff, the production team. Big thank you to everyone that's working. So
I'm going first, Joe.
All right, beating me.
Well, you opened 3 to be fair. Right, we got Pete. I'm going to build a Pete deck, and it is going to be absolutely incredible. We've got Robin Hood, gain a lore if there's a damaged character. We've got Maleficent, Took, the Medal of Heroes, Simba, Glimmer versus Glimmer. Big fan of that artwork. Merlin's Cottage. What a unique effect. While this card is on the field, each player plays with the top card of their deck face up. Super interesting, and like nice like works well with Bruno and Magical Hat and things like that. We've got the Amethyst Chromacon that's putting in a lot of work in meta decks. Don't let the Frostbite bite. This was Ross's reveal card. Yzma, another one trying to get into Club Lorcana apparently, and my foil is Scar. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yep. All right. My pack, I'm starting off with an Ulf available in the starter deck. Pretty good card, honestly. We've got Earth Giant, another card I like. Oh, it's Lilo.
We got there in the end.
Ever as before. Potion of Might, Dopey, Emerald Chromacon. This card has been really putting in some serious work as a 1 or 2 of.
You're right.
The Amber Chromacon, Bashful the Dwarf, Vanellope von Schweetz. There's 2 to go. It's a legendary.
Oh, okay.
Is it the Clarabelle that I'm looking for? I'm actually 1 Mufasa short. I have 3 Mufasas. So a blue Mufasa would be just glorious. Sapphire. Mufasa!
Oh, well done.
Absolutely love that.
Those are the vibes that I love, by the way. As soon as he pulled that, there's a whole team behind the monitors over there that just started applauding, and that is exactly the vibes I'm here for.
But it doesn't end there, because there could still be an enchanted...
There will be! A Fix-It Felix Jr.
Well, I'm happy with the Mufasa.
And then now they're even more cheering.
I'm very happy with that.
I wonder if are there people in the viewing area? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
There we go. Love to see it. Love the people getting involved today. Right, let's go on to another one. We've got Professor Rattigan from the brain that brought... I won't get into that. I'll be here all day. We've got Ed, who should be working on the commentary team. Instead, he's slobbering in the wilderness somewhere. No surprise. We've got Cogsworth, Fix-It Felix Jr., Chacha? The Shield of Arendelle, Taffeta Mutton Fudge, Ludwig von Drake, Bruni, a card Joe likes a lot. Oh, I've got Namaria rare. You play this one 2 cheaper for every opposing character banished in a challenge this turn. Very.
Oh,
here we go.
I reckon it's Genie.
We're going. What's it gonna be?
Imagine it's Mufasa again. I know what it is. It's Honor. How you feeling about that?
Not great.
I think Honor is really good.
I agree. In my head it was something else. And our final card of this pack. Let's see. Do we have? We do not have another legendary. We have a foil Steel Chromacon. Why not?
Honor. Honestly, really good. We did see it a little bit earlier on. I think in an Amber Emerald deck, it's the kind of card you might just include 1 copy of.
No, I'm joking. It is a nice card to have.
So many different options on that card can make it really, really unique. All right, my pack is ready to go. I've got a Ruby card to kick things off with Snowana Rainbow, Ulf, the Knock, starter deck card, Took, Ever as Before, Simba, Minnie Mouse, Merlin's Cottage, King of Hearts.
Oh!
All right, Baker, you can have this one.
Yes!
There you go, mate.
Thanks, bud.
Adding on, I know Ross loves this. Ross, you can have this one. And...
Oh,
Honor.
That's pretty cool,
That
right?
is a really nice one.
So this card, we have a couple of honors already. We have a couple of Arnas already that you can shift this onto. I don't think they're great. I think if we get a more playable Arna, so like we got the 5th Spirit Elsa and that made the Spirit of Winter more playable, I think that could absolutely be a chaser. I've been told to stop, but I already had it open, so sorry production, you're just going to have to let me go. You get no zoom in, it's fine. White Rabbit, we've got the Healing Touch, we've got Tatata something, we've got Donald Duck, we've got Happy, we've got the Emerald Chromicon, Nala, that's 0-4, we've got Arthur, Shenzi up in here, who is with me, and my foil is Kronk. There you go, not a bad haul. But our players are now sat down.
Certainly are.
So we will be moving into the game very, very shortly. What would you like to see in this final game?
Well, there's no headphones on for the players just yet, so we're going to be conscious of that, not to give anything away. But I'm really looking for a little bit of Emerald.
Okay.
I love a bit of Emerald. I'd love to see something unorthodox. We saw Ruby Emerald in the last one. Imagine an Emerald Sapphire. I have to say, I don't think I've seen any Emerald Sapphire on the top tables when I've been wandering around. I would love to see something speedy, something with gathering knowledge and wisdom, something with some Daisy Ducks, some Lilos.
Hyper aggro.
Oh, I would love to see it. I think that one thing that's worth mentioning is, while we haven't seen any of these really quick decks on the stream, a lot of that is because we do kind of consider the fact that the games are over quite quickly. And for the viewing experience, we want to give you guys at home the best viewing experience possible. And so it's possible that even though you've not seen any hyper aggro, it doesn't mean it's not out there.
Nope, not at all.
So do bear that in mind. There's a lot of very good quick decks. I saw a Steel Amethyst deck with Maleficent, 1 cost that goes for 2, and a Tiana. That's really, really spicy, so I'd love to see something quick.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, as you say, like, we don't want the games to be over too quickly. We want you guys to have the best content. But tomorrow, rain, thunder or storm, we will have our top 64. If Hyper Aggro makes it all the way to the finals, we want to see it. We want to see what it's up against and how it pilots. But yeah, final round of the day. Don't forget that tomorrow will be our top 64 cut. Do please come and join us for that. We'll be going into open decklist format, so both players can see the players' decks. 2 out of 3 huge prizes up for grabs. And the time has come, Joe.
Oh, yes.
Let's jump over to our player table for the final game of the day.
It's the round 9. We've got Amber Steel for Anthony versus Ruben Gutierrez on Ruby Amethyst. And Ruben Gutierrez is going to be a very familiar name and face for our viewers, as they have been on this stage many times before. I do believe a Golden Mickey winner, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they were in the finals of, was it?
I think it was the second one.
I think it was Bochum.
Bochum.
Yeah, the finals of Bochum played Ruby Amethyst. So yeah, no stranger to the top tables. Both players on 40 points here. 43 might be enough. I'd feel a lot more secure with the 47 if you can get a 2-0 victory in this game here.
Yeah, absolutely. So both players starting the game on 40 points. And if you're still not familiar with how the 2-game format works, it's 3 points for a win. But if you get the 2-0, you get a bonus point for a total of 7. And as Baker mentioned, 43 points, it's realistically probably not going to cut it.
Yep.
So both players need to win both games. And 47 points is going to be a really, really nice seed. Having said that, it's very much within both players' interest to play out the second game regardless. If you lose game 1, you still want to get to 43 points because there's a very good chance 43 points, while it's probably...
It's super slim.
Probably not going to make the top cut. There's a small chance, but moreover, there's a real serious chance it might be enough for that Let It Go promo.
Yep, you're absolutely right, and that Let It Go is gorgeous. If you've got a chance to win that, you want to do it. But Ruben winning the dice roll now, so we're going to do our opening 7 as soon as the players get the all clear, and we'll be moving into our final game of the day. The ultimate rivalry, Joe, in my opinion. Ruby Amethyst versus Steel Song. It's been Taylor's oldest time since the first chapter, and here they are again going head to head. When we saw these two decks come up against each other earlier, it was a 1-1. Will it be the same here?
Just trying to peek the hand of Ruben here. I can see a library in their hand, which is a new Shimmering Skies card.
A brawl there as well, friends, rabbits. So against Steel Song, again, it's this situation where normally from turn 4 or even from 3, you'd like to be playing friends, you'd like to be playing rabbits, but against Steel Song, you've always got to be careful, because if you just overfill your hand and then they just whole new world you, just send all those cards away. So sometimes against Steel Song, these players like to spend turns 3 or 4 playing things like Sisu and Merlin Goat just to get a bit more board presence on the board.
Yep. And it's definitely worth mentioning, Baker, that neither of these players know what their opponent's playing at this stage. Nope. You're learning on the job. Day 2 will be different because it's going to be open deck lists. And of course, the second game in this 2-game format will also be a bit different because they're both going to know what their opponent's playing. So you're kind of going for what we call a blind mulligan here. Yep. You don't know what you're up against, but you're still just looking to find a nice curve. And Ruben with that legendary Sisu in hand, probably not what you're looking for. Rapunzel, gifted with healing, is going to go into the Inkwell. Robin Hood's going to kick things off for Anthony, who is going to be going first in game number 1.
Yeah, super nice start. It'd be interesting to see if Anthony is running those Daisy Ducks as an aggro option, but not all Steel Song run it. But Robin Hood, nice early establishing that potential shift line. Ruben's going to get down to Chernobog's followers and pass back to Anthony, who I do think is holding that Pooh Pirate Captain Piglet, so that could be an option to try and quest aggressively on turn 3.
Yep, and Ursula Vanessa is going to be another option that could come down for 2 ink for Anthony here. So 2 different options.
Yep.
Of course, you've also got the magical third option of playing neither, but I doubt that's going to happen at this moment in time.
No, I actually missed the Ursula Vanessa. I think that's probably the more realistic choice, especially while we're holding a Long Came Zeus, so that we can pop off one of Ruben's characters. But Piglet's also perfectly acceptable, maybe so that he can start questing sooner. That can be really important to Steel Song because it is a quicker deck than Ruby Amethyst. So a couple of a real decision to make here. Does opt for the Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain, the more aggressive play, and pass it back to Ruben.
Yeah, Anthony not questing with Robin Hood, Baker.
Yeah, I think wanting to keep that shift line open, Ruben could make that trade and then just play a 2-cost Flynn Rider or something like that. So I think that's a perfectly good decision. Let's save that shift line, especially because he's holding the champion of Sherwood. That Chernobog's followers is going to quest. Doesn't seem like we're getting the draw trigger off of it. Nope, we're just going to return it to the hand, courtesy of Madam Mim Snake.
Yep, absolutely. And Anthony now drawing for turn, draws into Prince Naveen, a 4-cost character that can sing songs which cost 6 or less, but you can also play a song from your hand for free when you play it. A really, really powerful legendary in Shimmering Skies. Ursula Vanessa into the Inkwell. In comes the Robin Hood. And it's going to exert to sing, and then along came Zeus, banishing the Madam Mim. Piglet could quest for 1 here. Of course, Piglet questing for 3 if you have 3 characters, but every lore matters, and Piglet will just gain that 1 lore. But very soon, that Piglet might be questing for 3.
Yeah, absolutely. But that seems like quite a safe quest there. The Ruby Amethyst list on turn 3, unless you've already got a character on board, doesn't really have a way to immediately rush in, unless we're playing something techie like the Queen of Hearts, but I very much doubt that's in this list. But yeah, this Piglet, even though it's only questing for 1, seems safe for the time being, but we'll be questing for 3 on the next turn if Anthony can get another character down. We're going to ink the Goat and a couple of Chernobog's followers coming down. A bit of pressure. Maybe also expecting the Whole New World might be on the way.
And Anthony off the top doesn't have Whole New World yet. The hand is going to be Mr. Smee, Ariel Spectacular Singer, and Prince Naveen. Now, Ariel, of course, going to be looking at the top 4 cards of the deck, and you can reveal a song card and add it to hand. That could be a nice way for Anthony to find that Whole New World. Could, of course, sing it instantly with Robin Hood. Quest for 3 with the Piglet as well. So it's going to be a really, really interesting moment for Anthony. They might decide to instead play the Smee. I'd be really surprised if we don't see the Ariel here, though.
Yeah, I think that's the best decision. Try and find some more songs, thin out the deck a little bit, and just know what our options are.
So far, it's a miss. There is a Zeus and a Strength of a Raging Fire.
That's not bad. 2
of the 1-cost Cinderellas. So they're going to be going to the bottom of the deck regardless.
I imagine Zeus comes here because Naveen can sing this immediately on play for 4. Of course, Strength could also do the same if we've got 4 characters, but Zeus is uninkable, whereas Strength could be ink later.
Yep, so Zeus is added to the hand. It's going to be Smee into the Inkwell. Zeus could be sung by Robin Hood, but it could also just be a quest for Anthony. Piglet's certainly going to quest for 3, and it does look like Robin Hood's going to quest for 2. 5 lore in 1 swoop from Anthony, up to 6 now.
Not bad at all. You got to imagine one of these Chernobog's followers is probably going to trade with that Piglet, or unless it bounces back for a Fox so that the Fox can survive the hit. But yeah, this Robin Hood and this Ariel both providing singing threats, so definitely don't want to be unanswered for too long. Ruben is holding a Brawl, so if he so chose, he could remove the Ariel option as a singer and just leave the Robin Hood.
Yeah, Anthony just with that Prince Naveen in hand. So while Anthony's got a really good board position, they are running into a bit of trouble potentially if they don't find any card draw off the top of the deck. So Ruben's going to be trying to control the board. you're always scared of a whole new world if you're Ruben, but you've maybe got the read that it's not available already. You might just be trying to decide, what is that last card Anthony's got? Would they have really quested with Robin Hood if it's a whole new world? Chernobog is going to quest, has the option to draw with it.
We are going to go for that Fox play, meaning that we can reserve the Chernobog's followers, which can either be played or be ink, and that Fox survives that challenge into Piglet Poo Pirate Captain. We've still got, we're going to ink that Brawl, hitting the Inkwell, and we're going to play it for Chernobog's followers. Again, just to, as you said, Joe, developing the field, being prepared for when that whole new world might come, and knowing that we've still got some board control, because otherwise Ruben may have opted to play something like a Merlin Rabbit, but again, kind of counterproductive if you are fearing the whole new world.
Yeah, and just to correct the record, I did say there was only one card in Anthony's hand, that Prince Naveen, but there's also that, and then along came Zeus. Which Ariel found. So the card off the top drawn, it's Strength of a Raging Fire. 3 cards for Anthony. It's Prince Naveen, it's Strength of a Raging Fire, and it's And Then Along Came Zeus. Naveen, of course, going to be able to play one of these songs for free when it is played onto the field. Anthony only at 4 ink, Baker. There is going to be a bit of a risk. If Anthony plays this Strength of a Raging Fire, they're not going to be able to ink this turn.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's a very good point. This Naveen and Zeus could put in some work to remove this Madam M Fox, which could definitely deal with the aerial and deal with some of the Robin Hood. But yeah, we are going to see that Prince Naveen coming down. He's going to immediately sing Along Came Zeus, take out that Fox. And yeah, these Chernobog's followers are great cards, but they're not threatening to banish, unless they want to double into the aerial, or the Prince Naveen can't even exert this turn. So yeah, this feels like a pretty strong turn for Anthony. But Ruben's done a good job of not overcommitting to the board. He's just playing these Foxes, these Chernobogs. I think he's piloting the matchup really well so far.
And I like the decision from Anthony to ink the Strength of a Raging Fire. If they were to top deck something that costs 5, like a Robin Hood, they're going to be really, really glad they decided to put this Strength into the Inkwell. Couple of rabbits available here for Ruben. Has that Medusa, has the Sisu. In comes a rabbit, maybe hoping for ink, and finds it with the goat. That's a really, really nice find there for Ruben. Not going to be forced, therefore, to quest with the Chernobogs to look for ink, and can remove the aerial instead.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. We did lose 2 cards, but...
Speaking of aerial, another one off the top for Anthony. It's a great find. Cinderella, aerial, Robin Hood, Pete, it's a miss.
I think that's the first aerial miss I've seen today, but hey, it's going to happen every now and then. But yeah, just immediately redeveloping that aerial, but not able to find a song this time. So yeah, Ruben's still in a good position. He did trade those 2 Chernobogs in for the first aerial, but there are only 1 cost characters, and again, the aerial provides so much value, she got to go. But now there's another one, and we're at 13 lore, Joe. This could be... We could be closing in on the first game already.
We could, but Ruben has that Madame Medusa in hand.
He does.
Now, they also have friends on the other side, which could be inked. It could also be sung, though, by Rabbit. Ruben's just going to be praying that at least one of the cards off the top is inkable. Finds 2 inkable cards. It's a Flynn Rider and a Goat. Anthony with no cards in hand. It's going to be the Goat into the Inkwell. In comes Medusa. Goodbye, Robin Hood. Often when Robin Hood is banished in a challenge, Anthony would draw a card, but Medusa denies that. And off the top for Anthony, we talked about that Strength ink. Well, this is why it was so important, because they found another Robin Hood, Baker.
Yep, no, that was a very good call, making sure that we had this available. And yeah, Madame Medusa taking out the Champion of Sherwood, a prime target for her ability for carries of 3 strength or less. As you said, Joe denies that card draw. But yeah, a nice top off the top of the deck for Anthony.
Prince Naveen and Ariel can quest for 3 total. Just put Anthony up to 16 and 4 lore away. Ruben needs to continue to remove as many characters as they can as quickly as possible. Anthony with no cards in hand.
Do have this Sisu powered sibling in Ruben's deck, which commonly finding itself into a lot of Ruby Amethyst lists and can be super strong against Steel Song. So many of those characters have 2 strength or less. We're going to play the Rabbit, find ourselves a Fox, which is pretty good. We can recycle the Rabbits, we can recycle the Medusa. That's a nice pickup.
That is tremendous. Being able to pick up that Medusa and then potentially replay it next turn to remove Robin Hood is exactly the kind of card Ruben needs right now. Madame Medusa with that 4/4 stat line can challenge either Ariel or Prince Naveen. It's going to be Prince Naveen, of course, which quests for 2.
Yep.
Those damage counters could be removed very easily by bouncing the Madame Medusa back into hand.
Yeah, no, really nice play there. So much utility out of this Medusa. Taking out the Prince Naveen, and then we've got to assume inking, exerting 3, and down comes that Fox. And yeah, now Anthony is aware that Ruben is holding this Madame Medusa, so that's something he's got to keep in mind. But he's already got Robin Hood on the board along with Ariel, so you got to accept that that's probably happening before too long.
There is the option, Ruben, to bounce back a rabbit. Of course, the rabbit could just draw into another Medusa, for example, Baker. So the highest ceiling play, in theory, is bouncing the rabbit back by drawing the card, and Ruben goes for it. Really, really fascinating. Will Ruben live to regret that? Well, we'll find out soon enough. But I kind of like the greed in this position from Ruben.
Yeah.
They're trailing. They need every little edge they can possibly get. It's a Mr. Smee for Anthony, which is a character which quests for 2.
Yeah, a nice pickup, but Ruben definitely with card and board advantage. And yeah, super interesting play, deciding to prioritize that rabbit, returning it to the hand, drawing more cards. And of course, we can play the rabbit again down next turn. And yeah, I mean, there's a Robin Hood on the board, which needs to be respected, but Ruben's in a pretty nice position.
Yeah, and Ruben, let's not forget, they are the master of Ruby and Amethyst.
Yep.
We've seen them on the top tables, and already I'm starting to understand why they really took their time over this decision and went for the rabbit. With that Be Prepared in hand, Be Prepared could clean out Robin Hood quite swiftly. So Robin Hood is going to challenge Medusa, but of course, when Robin Hood banishes a character in a challenge, you gain 2 lore. So Anthony is just 2 lore away from victory. In comes Mr. Smee. But I have a feeling, Baker, it might be time for a bit of a sing-song very, very soon.
Oh, do you think that's the case, is it?
Ruben with Madam Mim Fox and Merlin Rabbit on the board. Anthony can quest for 4 right now next turn. So Ruben needs to remove both Smee and Robin Hood. If you remove Robin Hood in a challenge, Anthony's going to be drawing a card. If only there was a song or action card which costs 7 ink, which could remove both in a single swoop, Baker. Wouldn't that be convenient?
Oh, what a thing that would be. Well, I guess we'll find out if Ruben has something to that effect that he can play.
I really love that Ruben's taking their time over these certain decisions, just slowing the game down when they have a crucial moment in the game where there's many different options available to them, making sure they come to the right conclusion. It's going to be a double quest.
Are we going for the final one of the day, Joe?
7 ink available.
And here we have it. Be prepared.
There it is, the board clear. Anthony with a big smile on their face despite their board being wiped. What's the card off the top? Well, you dealt with one of them. How about another Mr. Smee?
That's not bad at all. I promise, by the way, that's my final Be Prepared of the day. We'll do more tomorrow. But there we go, wiping that board. But Anthony still just 2 from game. This Mr. Smee is threatening those final 2 lore. Does Ruben have another Madame Medusa? Something like that?
Looking for something with a rabbit. Finds a brawl, has the Sisu, but the 3 strength of Mr. Smee means that this is very difficult for Ruben to deal with. They play another rabbit, they don't have the answer, and it's Mr. Smee to take it home, and game 1 goes to Amber Steel Songs.
Wow, what a match. The Steel Song player, Anthony, just soaring ahead aggressively in terms of lore, and it looked like Ruben was really starting to regain control of the board, but by that point, Anthony's still just too close. Mr. Smee was enough. Ruben didn't have the answer, and Mr. Smee is going to bumble his way into a victory.
Yeah, I have to say, the top decks there for Amber Steel were quite brilliant. It was a Robin Hood into a Smee, into a Smee. And while the 2-cost character doesn't sound that impressive off the top, the raw stat line of Mr. Smee with that 3 strength, putting it out of the range of Sisu and Brawl, was really, really impressive. I do wonder, we go back to that moment where Ruben bounced back that rabbit into hand. While that gave them extra card draw, that Medusa, which was removed, I believe, by the Be Prepared, it could have been great in hand to deal with that final Mr. Smee, but of course Ruben saw a different opportunity, wasn't rewarded for it in this instance, but in another situation, if that rabbit did draw a Medusa, it would have just been an absolutely incredible play, and Ruben was really up against it there. And I really liked that. At that moment, they really slowed the game down and took their time over that decision. They really did think ahead about it.
Yeah, no, I think I still respect the decision. And like you say, Anthony for going Robin Hood into Smee. Maybe just Ruben needed Anthony to not be able to top that quite as well. But them's the breaks. You roll the dice and you see what comes up roses. But here we are for game number 2. Can Anthony take a second win, making this a victory for him and bringing him to 47 points? Are we doing our mulligan?
Yeah, so Anthony looking to get that 47 points, booking their place into day 2 with probably a pretty respectable seed as well. Ruben, on the other hand, they're probably feeling a little bit upset at this moment in time. 43 points, probably not going to be enough historically to make the top cut. However, there's a very, very real possibility that 43 points is enough to secure top 128 and that Let It Go promo card, which is such an incredible prize. Of course, neither player going to be leaving empty-handed, got that guaranteed Dragonfire participation, and it is going to be Ruben kicking things off, ink in the library, opening up with a magic broom.
Everyone, this is our final game of the day. People that are watching the stream in the stream area, can we get some hype for these final players for the final game of the day? That's what we like to hear.
Anthony with that Daisy Duck in hand, ready and waiting. Robin Hood into the inkwell. Daisy Duck down onto the board, and it's going to be back on over to Ruben.
We do have that Daisy Duck Donald's Day that I was wondering if was potentially in the deck. Super aggressive, nice opening. But of course, Ruben on the play. It alleviates some of that pressure a little bit.
It's going to be Elsa into the inkwell for Ruben. No quest with the magic broom before playing the Flynn. Just quest with it now instead. Not interested in drawing a card with that magic broom. Often if you're going to draw with it, you quest first and then draw. Flynn Rider with that 2 strength. At the start of Ruben's turn, if they have the character with the highest strength on the board, Flynn Rider for enemies going to gain 3 lore. So Anthony's going to want to offset that by trying to develop a character with 2 strength or more. And there's a couple available.
Yep, we do see a Piglet. I was wondering if there was a Mr. Smee in the hand.
There is as well.
Oh, is that not a Lawrence?
Smee's in there, I believe, as well as the Piglet. And Ursula Vanessa.
Ah, yes, I see it next to the Piglet. Okay, so we've got a lot of options here. Ursula Vanessa, of course, wouldn't be able to match Flynn's strength. So you've got to imagine it'll be Piglet or Smee.
Yep. Therefore, Vanessa may be an interesting option to put into the inkwell. There's a Rapunzel in there, and then along came Zeus as one other card tucked away at the back, which costs 4. But taking their time, Anthony, over what to ink, 30 minutes on the clock, so you know you've got all the time in the world, and Anthony knows they want to play this as perfectly as possible. It is going to be Ursula Vanessa into the inkwell. It is going to be Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain. Is Daisy Duck going to quest? She certainly is. And it's going to be a Sisu into the hand for Ruben. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. And again, quite often the cards that Daisy can produce your opponent doesn't really matter if you're building to play a whole new world. So yeah, there's some synergy there, and this Daisy Duck putting the pressure on. Ruben will not gain the 3 lore from Flynn Rider because of that Pooh Pirate Captain.
Ruben with 2 ink, of course, can ink on their 3rd turn here to get to 3 ink. Ruben was the player going first in this game. Anthony took down game 1 while going first, so they're looking to do the slightly tougher job of winning while going second. If they can pull it off, Anthony will be booking their place surely into day 2. Ruben at the final obstacle in their way. In comes Sisu. Sisu gaining 1 strength for every card in your opponent's hand. A really, really good combo with that Flynn Rider, Baker.
Yeah, beautiful curve here. That could be quite tough for Anthony to respond to. This would be a much less safe play if Anthony had an Ursula Vanessa down, because that would be threatening the Along Came Zeus. But as it stands, I think this Sisu is probably going to be safe to remain on the board. It's just a matter of, can Anthony empty his hand enough to get that strength down and stop Flynn Rider from proccing? We will see. We were eyeing up a Bumbling Mate, Rapunzel, Prince Naveen, a Lawrence, Along Came Zeus, and that I think it's another Rapunzel at the back of the hand as well.
I think you might be right.
That 4-cost card that you were talking about seems that way. Rapunzel hitting the inkwell. Glad to see so many of these players have earned these Rapunzels that they are now featuring in their deck. You love to see it.
Certainly do. Of course, if that 3rd character can come down for Anthony, Piglet will be able to quest for 3, Daisy for 2, 5 lore would be pretty impressive this early on.
Yep.
3 ink going to be spent on a Lawrence. And Lawrence is a really interesting card against Ruby decks, Baker.
It sure is, yeah. It's really cheap, questing for 2, has a 0-4 stat line, but while he has no damage, he gets +4 strength. And that is an incredible body. Not only is it going to help protect against the Flynn Rider proc, as long as, depending on the amount of cards we've got in our hand. At the moment, Anthony's got 6, which means that Sisu will be at 7 strength, unless any more cards can come out of the hand, which I don't think can happen because we can't ink, nor can we play any more characters. So it looks like that Sisu is going to proc, but still, Lawrence great can trade into that Sisu. So yeah, a strong card to put on the board, but I think Ruben is gaining those 3 lore from the frenemy.
And I like this play from Anthony as well, taking their time at a pivotal moment. They're deciding here to quest or not to quest, because you could of course just quest with Piglet, you could just quest with Daisy, but you could also quest with neither. And I actually really like the decision here, as it does look like it's on over to Ruben, who's Flynn Rider gains 3 lore. Anthony here deciding instead, if I quest with just Piglet and Daisy here, I'm giving Ruben potentially an extra card in hand, and they can remove both of my characters very easily. Maybe if I quest in a turn or 2, I might just be able to make things a little bit more awkward for Ruben, and you're not really losing anything by not questing. Anthony's not worried about their characters being removed in the next turn.
No, I think that's a great turn. Like, sometimes it's a matter of just a bit of patience, really, to create a point where instead of it being a direct, okay, well, I just challenge your character, make them make choices, make them have to, you know, decide which, like, what they want to prioritize, whether it's proceeding their own board or disturbing yours. And we do see another Sisu coming down onto the board, one of them questing for 2, which is going to bring Ruben to 2 lore, his first lore on the board for this second game.
Yep. Ruben with 2 Sisus, so Anthony more incentivized than ever to try and empty their hand. Every card in Anthony's hand is 1 extra strength for each Sisu. Prince Naveen is a really good option to do that. You ink a card, you play Naveen and the Zeus, that's 3 cards out of your hand. Anthony would have just 2 left.
And not to mention, like, the Zeus could just get rid of the Flynn Rider if we're that worried about it as well. Doesn't feel like the best value necessarily, but Cinderella Ballroom Sensation is in the inkwell, going to be exerted along with the rest of the ink. We are going to see that Naveen singing Along Came Zeus and choosing to remove the Sisu, because this Lawrence, I imagine, is going to take out the other one, and then Flynn Rider will not proc. A really nice response turn from Anthony, and as you said, Joe, I think rewarded for not questing immediately, because now it seems like he's going to get at least 1 or 2 quests off safely.
And now feels like the right moment. Is it going to hit? It's going to hit a Maui.
That's a good hit.
It's going to be Maui time very, very soon. But yeah, this previous turn by Anthony was masterful, Baker. It's so interesting how the best play I've seen in a long time here on the stage is a play where actually Anthony did nothing. They didn't quest, and by not questing, they've really managed to maneuver themselves a favored position here. And that's a really good thing to note for the people at home. Sometimes the best thing to do is do nothing at all. But it is Maui time.
It is. Hero to all is going to come down, removing that Lawrence, who had 3 damage, so his strength went back to 0, meaning that we won't be taking any damage, and that Maui going to go into the Pooh Pirate Captain. So we've stabilized a little bit, but the Daisy has survived, whereas if we quested on the previous turn, it would all be gone. So yeah, great play.
Absolutely. Very interestingly for Anthony, they have in hand this Rapunzel gifted with healing. Now, while there's nothing to heal right now, this Prince Naveen could challenge Flynn. 2 damage counters would go onto Naveen, and then Rapunzel could remove those to draw some cards. That is an option available to Anthony. Alternatively, they might just want to quest.
Yep, pretty good option as far as I'm concerned. Ruben sitting at 5 ink, or was it 6? No, it's 5, so we're a couple of turns off B prep. That Daisy going to quest again, this time was that another Sisu revealed there?
Yep.
Very nice. And the Prince Naveen, are we going to take out that Flynn Rider? We are, which is a wise decision. Of course, that Maui with 6 strength would have allowed Flynn to proc. So nice turn. And there's that Rapunzel healing up that Prince Naveen, drawing an additional couple of cards. Suddenly, Anthony is looking in a much better position than it seemed it was going a couple of turns ago.
Absolutely. Anthony, remember, won the first game in this 2-game format. They're looking for those 7 points to book their place into day number 2. Ruben Gutierrez is their final obstacle, but they're doing so well right now. Ruben going to really be looking to remove as many of these threats as possible. And while Daisy Duck, though, Baker, it's been doing great questing. It's been adding character cards, including a Maui, into Ruben's hand. So Ruben has the Fox, they have the Maui, so a bunch of rush options to deal with some of Anthony's cards. In comes the second Maui. The Maui that has just been played removes the Naveen. The other Maui removes the Daisy Duck. Both Mauis remain on the board, and there's a Chernobog's followers just for good measure.
Yeah, no, super nice play. These two heroes of all dealing with the two most formidable bodies on Anthony's board. Still a Rapunzel there who quests for 2, but no Singer 6. So, yeah, very nice control of the board and that Chernobog's followers just for a little bit more control. And, of course, we could draw a card with it next turn. This is looking good for Ruben, but don't count Anthony out yet. He's proved himself a very good player. I'm sure he's got some tricks up his sleeve and probably knows this matchup well.
Ruben has 3 cards in hand. 2 of them are Be Prepared, and the third is a Madam Mim Fox. Chernobog's followers could draw Ruben an extra card, though, in the next turn. Anthony has 5 cards in hand right now, including a Naveen and including a Strength of a Raging Fire. Naveen is going to play that Strength for free. 2 damage is dealt to remove one of the Mauis from the board. No ink left here for Anthony. Couple of Smees in hand, I do believe, so you could ink, but Anthony not going to be able to play anything extra with that ink. And it's a moment like this, Baker, where you really have to consider, is it actually worth inking, or am I better just holding the card in hand? Rapunzel quests for 2, but that is going to be easily removed by Maui, who will remain on the board.
Yeah, I actually wondered if the Rapunzel would hold off from questing there, similar to the earlier turn that we were discussing, just to try and save it, because this Maui is going to immediately be able to remove it and survive the hit. But again, Anthony, that brought him to 11 lore.
Yeah, there's that threat of Be Prepared as well, Baker, right?
Yep.
So,
or a Madame Medusa.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't go for that quest of Rapunzel, you're getting punished pretty heavily by Be Prepared. Being an uninkable card, Anthony probably has a read that there is most likely a Be Prepared in hand. 7 ink here for Ruben to play with, and it is going to be Prepared.
Yeah, that's going to wipe the board. There was just too much quest pressure on Anthony's side of the field. Would have taken him straight to 15. So yeah, a nice play from Ruben, and there's more in the deck, I would imagine. Normally a 3 or 4 count in Ruby Amethyst.
Oh, look at the card off the top, Baker.
Is that the bare necessities?
It absolutely is, and there is in Ruben's hand another Be Prepared. Now, Anthony, last turn, I'm pretty convinced would have just played this bare necessities, but now they've already seen 1 Be Prepared. Do they take the risk to play this bare necessities when it might not be discarding anything? Anthony would be very rewarded to do that right now. 2 ink is being exerted. Is it for a Smee? It's not. It's the bare necessities, and it hits.
Yeah, that's a super nice hit, because I agree with you, Joe. Normally, if there's only 3 cards in hand and you've just seen a B prep played, you may think, the odds aren't great, but really well rewarded for that. Removing one of those B preps, getting the information from looking at the hand, seeing the other cards, Brawl and Madam Mim Fox.
Oh no, it's a Snake, Baker.
Oh, this is terrible. Neither of these Madam Mims can, well, they can go on the board, but they'd immediately vanish because we can't bounce anything back. The Brawl can't deal with the Smee. I expect one of these, I don't think anything's being played other than potentially an ink this turn.
And we're just seeing this Mr. Smee cause Ruben's Ruby deck so many problems. That 3 strength outside of the range of Brawl, so important right now. Anthony is at 11 lore. They are 9 away from that day 2 qualification.
Ruben still taking his time here to think about it. Also doesn't want to necessarily show Anthony that he has a very clear unplayable hand. If you just go draw pass, like maybe that Anthony starts thinking, oh, okay, what could you have that you could do nothing? So takes a little bit of time to think about it. Anthony
just with 4 ink. Ruben, I think, up to 8 ink now, Baker.
Yep.
And Anthony has a couple of Smees as well as a Pete. Are we going to see the double Smee to have 3 bumbling mates on the board at once?
That's a lot of Smee.
We absolutely are. And Anthony is just 7 lore away.
And 6 on board. Can we find a character? We do find the Sisu. Okay, so that's good. So we can play that. We can get the Madam Mim Fox down if we want to remove one of these Smees. Of course, it would trade with the Fox. So still not great, but at least it's a character we can play.
It's going to be 3 for Sisu, which is the cheapest character available for Ruben to play right now. Has the Fox, has the Snake still in hand.
Yeah.
It is the Fox, but again, that 3 strength on Mr. Smee so important, as when the Madam Mim Fox removes it, the Smee removes the Fox. And there's still 2 Smees standing very strong.
For sure, we're going to bring that Snake play back down that Sisu. But yeah, not the best turn from Ruben, but kind of forced into it. Otherwise, Anthony would have been going to 19 lore this turn, and that's just a bit too close to home for me personally. So the 2 Smees on the board will be able to bring Anthony to 17. Can we find anything else?
Anthony has a Pete in hand, and they've just drawn into Lawrence, another one of those cards which is awkward for Ruben to deal with, and another card which quests for 2. But Anthony with that Pete can just protect themselves from a be prepared top deck. Ruben unable to play any actions next turn. The Smees quest for 2 each. Anthony is 3 lore away, and it's all eyes on the top deck for Ruben. But a be prepared will not save them thanks to that Pete.
What have we got? It's a Flynn. It's not enough. Plays it down and extends the handshake. Anthony takes a 2-0 against Ruby Amethyst, securing 47 points.
What a game. Anthony, they took game 1 while going first, and then the uphill battle while going second. I just absolutely loved that turn 3 where they just quested with nothing, and then the next turn they were so rewarded for it, really slowing the game down at that pivotal moment. And what a decision it was. And Ruben, someone that we've seen in the top cut so often with Ruby Amethyst, didn't quite make it on this occasion. And is that, Baker, a reflection of where Ruby Amethyst is at right now as a meta deck in set 5?
You could have a point. It could just be the case that Steel Song has just got its number. I love my Ruby Amethyst, but you make a fair point. Steel Song, more often than not, is taking that dub over Ruby Amethyst. But I do want to give full respects to Ruben again. Absolutely. A player that we've seen, not just on stream before, but second place in Bochum is an incredible record. I believe they were in Bologna as well and had a pretty good record as well. Maybe at least, he made day 2 in Bologna as well. So a great player. You saw it there, played the game the best he could. Is going to finish on those 40 points? I wouldn't imagine that's going to be a top cut. But again, maybe we can secure and let it go, or at the very least, prize tickets for that prize wall. Whereas Anthony, our Steel Song player, 47 points in the bag. I'd be feeling pretty good about making top cut with that deck. And again, you've just beat someone that came second at a DLC, topped another one. And yeah, I do want to harken back to the point you've made twice now, because I think it's a great point, especially for newer players or even experienced players, really showing the expertise and the patience there in choosing not to quest, getting more value, and hey, that could have made all the difference. Maybe one more turn would have been enough for Ruben to bring it back. So great.
Ross is ready and waiting for an interview, and I'm sure Ross is going to ask about that turn 3 of just not questing at all, and exactly what was going through their mind. Take it away, Ross.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Especially always nice when someone tells me what to ask in an interview. But I'm here with our round 9 winner, Anthony, who 47 points. You should be in day 2.
I think so, yeah.
That's very impressive. But Spessy does ask an excellent question. Turn 3. You've got some characters out. It looks like an excellent turn to start questing. You choose not to. Can you tell us about this?
So I was afraid of the Sisu, if I remember well. I wanted to keep my characters as I thought it could eventually kill them with Brawl, but then he was slower than me. And I wanted to do Nevin Zeus on Sisu, if I remember well, to try to keep the board. And I feel safer to quest after.
I mean, it certainly seemed to work out. Mr. Smee putting in a lot of work. How's your day gone so far? Is Mr. Smee always that good?
He's excellent, one of the best cards. Also a special mention to Lawrence. That did a great job today. Yeah.
Can you talk us through your tournament then? You've been here for 9 rounds, you've got 47 points, you seem locked in for day 2 at this stage. Tell us about your day. How's it all been going?
It was a nice day, of course.
Of course.
I went...
matchups, easy matchups?
Well, I did some difficult matchups versus blue-red, indeed. and I did a lot of mirrors also, which were a little stressful. The Steel Song mirror is quite surprising.
Oh, it can be.
So yeah, and the finishing with purple, red purple.
Yeah, your ruby amethyst.
The be prepared, things like that.
But you were prepared, so it was fine.
I was totally prepared.
All right, last question, Eggs. I've got to ask this. We all know that Steel Song coming in, it's a deck everyone's prepared for. Sure. Everyone's expecting. So were you worried when you chose the deck, or were you convinced it was the right choice?
I was totally convinced. The best colors, of course. More seriously, I just only play Steel Song, so just it was a natural choice.
Well, it certainly worked out for you. Congratulations, a phenomenal run in day one, and I think we might see you coming back for day two.
Thank you.
All right, so we've heard from our winner. Let's send it back to our casters and hear a little bit more from them.
Great to hear a little bit more from Anthony, and yeah, just nice to hear his thoughts behind that passive turn, which really paid off for him as well. And something I want to highlight there is what he said at the end. Steel Song is what I play. It's what I've always played. I'm a master at it. I know the deck. I know the matchup. So that was the decision, and he stands by the choices. Steel Song is the best deck in Anthony's mind, and it's hard to argue the amount of results it's had and could take the victory tomorrow. But Joe, we're winding down now.
Yeah,
we're near the end of day one, mate.
Oh, it's the end of day one in Birmingham, but don't forget there is more Disney Lorcana action tomorrow for day two. But even right now, over in Las Vegas, North America, there is another Disney Lorcana challenge going on, Shimmering Skies, so don't forget about that. Go and tune in and see what's going on over in Las Vegas. I'm sure it's just as entertaining with some very spicy decks over there as well.
Absolutely, we'll certainly be doing that when we finish off. But to round off our day, we are going to send you back over to Ross and Ed over in the lounge. Maybe we'll pop and wave goodbye, but that's basically going to be it from me and Joe. It's been a pleasure.
Certainly has.
And we will see you very soon.
Looking forward to it.
All right, thank you very much, boys. We're going to finish off in the lounge quickly. We had to get rid of a winner, but now I feel like a winner because I'm joined by Ed. How's your first day been, Ed?
I've got to say, I've had the best time. Not only has casting for Disney Lorcana just been so exciting and getting to join the amazing team with your illustrious selves, it's great to see so many people in the community outside having fun. The vibe in here is palpable. But my personal highlight was doing the pack rush. Honestly, I had the best time playing Pack Rush on stream. I just thought it was really, really enjoyable.
Yeah, Pack Rush was very fun for me. We had that under the sea after the Kaida, which was awesome. But remember, as the chat told a second ago, this is not the only show in town this weekend. There is the big show, so to speak, over in Las Vegas. Of course, that is happening this weekend. We've had a great show here, but because of time zones, you don't have to stop watching Disney Lorcana. You can just flick over to the other Twitch channel, watch some Las Vegas action.
Absolutely, head to twitch.tv/Disney Lorcana and check out Las Vegas, and you can watch even more Disney Lorcana content today. It never stops, guys. You get to watch plenty going on. And also, remember to follow us on all of our socials so that you guys can keep up to date with everything happening in Disney Lorcana, especially over this weekend. It's going to be very, very exciting, and boy, I am so excited to jump into day two, Ross. It's going to be a heck of a day.
I'm excited to catch up with what's happening in Las Vegas, then come here for day two, and then go catch up what happened in day two of Las Vegas. I've spent the last month obsessing about what the Shimmering Skies meta is going to look like, and by the end of this weekend, between our two DLCs, we're actually going to know what the meta looks like. And I tell you, I've been waiting for this, Ed. I am extremely excited about it.
We're going to see the entire landscape of the Disney Lorcana card game at the moment. That's going to be very, very exciting. Gentlemen, why don't we welcome you guys in? Come and join us as we say our final goodbye, because this is it. And Ross, we kind of get to bookend the show a little bit, don't we?
Yeah, we started it off in the lounge. We're going to finish it off in the lounge here. You've got
with his legendary Mufasa.
Which still probably wasn't as good a pull as his Prince Naveen anyway, frankly.
I don't know. I was pretty jealous, to be fair.
No, the Mufasa's good, but I think, look, we've seen a lot of games today. Which card has been more impactful on the stream day one?
Well, good point. It's going to have to go for Naveen, isn't it?
I'm just saying, it has been the more impactful of them. So I do believe we are winding down here now, but do make sure you join us all over on the Las Vegas stream and interact with us on social media, on all the usual channels, because we want to hear from you guys. Because, you know, it's not all about us.
No, it certainly isn't. But I'll tell you what it sometimes is about, and that's Baker's wonderful vocals. Have the last word, Baker. Give us one more little bit of song. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
And we'll tell Baker what a song is.
Take care, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.